most exciting events of all time.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the sky. Huke Skywalker.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Drazah gets the third, gets the second. Drazah delivers.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go. One player in the back. HyDra's able to win it, and from there, he directs all the arrows onto him. And because of that, Priestahh gets a freebie. HyDra!
Oh my!
HyDra again! It's gonna jump right on that point. There's only one player here for the time, and that is Mack. That zone begins to fly. He has to go for a chow. He's able to win it over the top. It doesn't matter. HyDra just took over again.
Yesterday, HyDra putting on one of the best performances we have seen here at the Call of Duty League. Welcome in, everybody. This is Headquarters. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless. Our trio is missing in action today. Allie is out sick, but don't worry. She's going to be back in action very soon.
100%. Allie will be back. Get well soon. We'll hold down the fort. She's got to get right because we got Major 5 around the corner headed up to Toronto.
Now, Nameless, we just saw that highlight from the Subliners, and I think we all learned a little bit about how dangerous this team is coming into Toronto. But we still have to find out who's playing in the winners bracket come Toronto. This is a look at our current qualifier standings. OpTic, FaZe, Subliners, Mutineers, all walked into the winners bracket with 3 wins. Breach, Ultra, Røkkr, all the way down to the Surge. It's going to be a little bit mixy as we see how things play out. But what are you taking away? I'm looking at that 0-4 from the Thieves, a shocking loss at the hands of the Røkkr again yesterday.
What I'm looking at is exactly what you said. The 0-4 by the Thieves. These guys are guaranteed in that losers bracket, so that's going to be terrifying. Whoever has to go up against them round 1. And then also Seattle Surge. Like, we know that they've been struggling, but in a losers bracket scenario versus a team on the bubble, that is terrifying. Also, Seattle are on that bubble when you really think about it at 190, so it's going to get pretty crazy.
It's going to get weird. I'm here for it. I hope you guys are ready to lock in because today we have 4 matches coming your way, and the second match of the day could be the spiciest. If you've tuned in to Call of Duty, you know OpTic Texas is one of the best teams in the game. But the Florida Mutineers have always been a thorn in their side, and this is the biggest the thorn has been all season. The Mutineers, for the first time, are going to be playing in a winner's bracket. They locked it up with their 3rd win yesterday. This is their final match, and they are actually playing for a top seed here. You beat OpTic. You got the tiebreaker over them.
I know. I cannot believe that this is really happening. These guys are 3-1. They keep on fighting. The dream is technically still alive, but let's just talk about this Mutineers team here for a second. When you look across the board, they have a guy absolutely dominating in each and every game mode. Fellow in the control leads the team, Vico in the hard point, and Brack in the S&D. They're all going off. It's a team effort. We're seeing different looks, different game plans for certain maps against these teams. I mean, versus London, you would think they're coming into this one like, we're just going to run over these guys. We've been on point, which they did, but they came out 3 or 4 ARs coming into the second round of that control. The search and destroy strats were absolutely on point, and it leads to a 3-0 dominating victory for these guys. So for Florida, I can't say enough great things about these guys and both these players, respectively. Unbelievable.
Carson, a.k.a. Brack, dropping the bombs as the AR star, but I think everyone has given the flowers to Vico on this team. The Spanish superstar who was once riding the bench is now leading this team, not just in numbers. He's also doing it in the comms and in the energy. Since he's been put into the starting lineup, this is a whole new Florida Mutineers.
Isn't it just like super cool to see a guy like, he gets benched, right? He could have a lot of spite, a lot of hatred towards the org, but he comes back and puts on for the squad. Sort of fits right back into a leadership position, which is something Florida desperately needed. And even in the interview with Brack that we had yesterday, he said, Vico just brings energy to our team. The play calls in the S&D, and it's led to a lot of success.
Playing for the top seed, but you got to get through OpTic Texas if you want the top spot. Currently 4-0, perfect in the last 2 qualifiers. OpTic, 11 of their last 12 games nameless. What can you tell me about this team online? Because they have been dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like they're getting better. I feel like, OpTic has just been so lights out for the last two majors into this qualifier. It's hard to say what they've improved at, but I will say Ghosty and his individual performance has been disgusting this qualifying split.
The rookie.
He has the play of the split so far, in my opinion.
Knife him!
On top of, and you just seen it on your screen, and on top of that, like, the run from Florida ends today. Like, going up against Texas, Texas has maps that they are unbeatable on. Like, it's super hard to go into the veto process. And then we talk about S&D. I mean, we're seeing players like Dashy have a sniper beat aBeZy in close engagement 1v1. So OpTic on another level entirely.
You look at that bottom line, their last loss was March 4th. 2 months ago for OpTic Texas. They have been on an absolute roll, back-to-back major finals, and of course, 2 players with top 5 kills this stage. If you're looking across their 4 matches, Shotzzy and Dashy dishing it out on the SMG and AR role respectively.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are unbelievable. Those are the stars, and you need them to go off, and they've been doing it more often than not, and it'll just be a test of, like, when they make it to this final in this next tournament, will those stars continuously go off and win them the chip? That's what everybody's looking at. Everybody at this point expects OpTic in a final.
Chat, anyone taking Florida? Let me know right now. Also, let me know if you're taking LAG in this next one, because today they are going up against another juggernaut in the Toronto Ultra. After bombing out of the Major 4 qualifiers, Toronto back to their winning ways in kind of a dominating fashion. If you're looking at the numbers, Scrapz definitely still in the conversation of Rookie in the Year. I think he's still the front runner ahead of Ghosty, but who else is starting to shine for this Ultra team?
To chime in on the Scrapz point, Røkkr, he's in the running for best player in the world. I mean, let's just make that perfectly clear. Like, what he's doing right now it's unprecedented. Like, as an AR, we're used to seeing, players like Cellium and Dashy go off. Scrapz has sort of taken that and gone to another level as well. They win a major. Obviously, the next split, it wasn't the best. I mean, but when you look at the context and what happened, a lot of Game 5 round 11s put them in a tough spot. They start in losers. They make a run, and all in all, end up with a decent placing. You come back into this split, and you fix almost all your problems. I mean, obviously, you go up against OpTic Texas, who are on that hot streak, but you go toe-to-toe with them. You look at that series, and in the respawn specifically, it was back and forth. A couple situations where Shotzzy was able to get away with his life. That's an incredible player. He's going to make incredible plays. For Toronto, you just got to rebound, reset today versus a team that you are way better than, and focus on this major coming up. You're in a good spot to make a winner's bracket with your remaining schedule.
You have to assume they're going to go up to 3-1 today, setting themselves up for a final battle against Røkkr, where every fan from Vegas will be cheering for the team representing Canada in that final battle tomorrow. We got to talk about their opponent, though, today for the Ultra. You're not done yet, LAG. You still have to play here tonight, and we'll see it next week come Toronto. We talked to the team. What are they playing for? Joe Dashy says the money. This is a guy we expect to see in the league again next year.
Yes.
The other 3, I think Arcitys is the safest, but he has the worst numbers of the crew.
Yeah, it's really hard, right? You look at this team, and it's like, it was a big gamble by this organization early on to bring in these challengers players, surrounding Arcitys, the vet, with them, and it just simply hasn't worked out. Granted, when they first made this roster, there was a lot of hope with the hardpoint prowess and things like that, but as teams caught on and learned the game, like LAG has completely lagged behind. Shout out to our producers for that lower third. These guys, I believe, 1-12 in their last 13 series, which is unacceptable. If they didn't beat London, they would have had the record for most series lost in a row. So for LAG, there's not a lot that we can talk about them and be like, hey, this is positive. The one thing I will say is guys like Joe Thieves trying to make a name for himself and get some cash here before the season ends.
LAG's numbers have not been pretty. If you're trying to break it down, though, at home, here's a little graphic for you. Search and Destroy, worst in the league. Control, worst in the league. 7th in hardpoint, though, is going to keep you in the top 9 overall.
And the only reason that they're 7th in hardpoint is because they beat London in 2 of them, right? So, I mean, you omit that match and versus a team who seemingly has given up, and they're probably last.
Well, yesterday I thought LA Thieves were set up to get a 3-0 over the Røkkr. Anything could happen in this matchup. Let's talk about our final battle, though, of the night. We will see Atlanta taking on Boston. And this showdown, well, we don't need to talk about the teams. We're going to focus in on 2 players. For the Atlanta squad, it's got to be Cellium, right? The great AR, the King Snake, picking up kill after kill, setting his team up for success. They are back to their winning ways. Nameless, their only loss so far coming to Texas, and that was a unfortunate 3-0 that a lot of people saw coming.
Yeah, I mean, they destroyed them. matters. Like, it's just a matchup thing at this point. But when you talk about Cellium, he's been unbelievable. I actually didn't even know that his stats were above a 1.2 in all 3 game modes. Like, this is the final push, and great players do great things when their back's up against the wall, and he knows that they need to find success, particularly in the hard points, where they haven't had the toughest competition. I mean, you're talking about their wins versus Vegas, London, and LAG, some of the bottom teams that we have here in our league. But the differential, they've been winning by like 80 to 100 points in the hard points versus all these teams. So that is impressive, which has also led to Cellium's crazy statistical performance. But on the other side of this, you have a guy like Big Wake. They made a roster change. Gigawake, as we like to call him. He's been unbelievable since bringing Vivid back into the team. You get a guy in the SMG role who's going to do the objective work, allow you to go out there and get those kills. He's never had a problem with that. But now he's making impact plays, and they're in better situations, which is leading to him having a higher KD and higher statistics. So this certainly will be a banger in Atlanta FaZe's biggest test outside of OpTic this split.
You know, if Owakening was like a WWE superstar, he's like a Braun Strowman, the big guy, everyone knows he's got the attributes, but will he get a title shot? Today, you're going up against one of the greats in the AR role against Cellium. That battle is going down at the end of your evening, but 3 games kicked things off before then. Let's take a look at all 4 matches on the day. We started off, Nameless, with the biggest of the bangers. Las Vegas Legion have the most to lose as they take on Seattle Surge at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that is a banger. I mean, Vegas saw Minnesota win yesterday, so backs up against the wall. Will you rise to the occasion versus a Seattle Surge team who looks terrible? So we'll see how it goes if Seattle can bounce back, and obviously the Cinderella story, that is Vegas.
Twitch chat, I just spotted an alley cat. Tell her to heal up. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break. When we come back, Clayster, Vegas, can they get into champs? You gotta roll through Pred and Surge after this.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom to bend, a few more points, and that will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
And here we go. First match of our final Super Saturday. Call of Duty League 2023 is going to feature Las Vegas Legion taking on Seattle Surge. This one, Legion trying to stay in the running for a spot at champs. For Seattle, you need this win even to be eligible for the winner's bracket. Let's start, though, with the Legion, our Monster Energy pregame nameless. What do you got for me?
Yeah, you got to have a strong start on aBeZy Hardpoint. This is a map that Seattle is very comfortable playing, but it also has been Vegas's best hardpoint on the season. So you're in a square up there. That's a massive map win, because when we get to that game 4 hardpoint, that is going to be Seattle's map pick. And then also S&D has to be your strong suit again. 28-14 before the start of stage 5, 2-5 this stage. I will say they put a heavier focus on the respawns. They've been winning them versus a lot of teams, namely teams like OpTic. They did well there. So for Vegas versus Seattle, they still have the edge when it comes to that search and destroy game mode.
Let's go over to Seattle and show you what's going on with the squad that is struggling here in the Major 5 qualifiers. 1-3 with just 4 map wins. If they're going to pull off the dub tonight, how do they do it?
Yeah, the role players got to play better. I mean, I can read you all the stats of the world when you talk about players like Accuracy and Mack. They've been wildly inconsistent. And Mack in the search and destroy yesterday, unacceptable. Wasn't just his fault, though. I mean, we saw it then go into the respawns for Accuracy, games 3 and 4. Also fixed the control struggles, 5 straight control losses with a 4-15 round count. Another game mode where first half of the season, these guys were top 3 there. It has to be better, and finish S&D round strong against Las Vegas. Chris, how many rounds did we see HyDra get a kill and get away with his life? That can't happen.
Taking a look at your maps and modes, Embassy, Mercado, El Estilo, Hotel, and we'll close things out on El Estilo for final S&D if it goes to 5. Nameless, if you're a Vegas fan, you're hoping that game 5 is coming, because that's how you picked up your win against New York. That's how you picked up your win against Minnesota. Does it go the distance against Seattle Surge?
I mean, it probably does. Like, you got to lock up first 2 maps if you're Vegas. Like, you're losing that game 3. Like, it's really like early in the series is Vegas advantage. Games 3 and 4 all to Seattle, and it's going to come down to game 5.
Let's go into game 5. Vegas is winning it. Everyone in the chat is happy except for Seattle fans. Let's go to our casters as we send it over to the UK. It's Brycey a ton on the mic.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, what a game to kick off today. Maybe one of the biggest games we'll see in the last week of qualifiers. Seattle Surge versus the Legion. Now, both these teams technically in the bubble. Legion at the very bottom, Surge at the very top. But if you're Surge, you do not want to collapse at this point. You've been fighting all season to get here. For Legion, the uphill battle continues, Tom.
It really does continue. The strength of schedule we talked about, they've not done too badly with it whatsoever. And this is a winnable game with the way that Seattle Surge have been playing. Vegas Legion will be looking this as another very high possibility of finding 10 points, and they really do need it. They are the team furthest down in what we would call the bubble. You know, we do talk about Florida and how it's still possible for them. It would take a minor miracle, but for Vegas, there is still so much work to do. Need to find a win today. Seattle Surge, look, you need to try and get something going again. We're talking about the opposite end of the bubble for Surge. It would take something quite monumental for them to screw it up now, Brycey, I'm not going to lie, but a loss to Vegas Legion here would not help them whatsoever.
No, it certainly wouldn't. Of course, we can't stop emphasizing the Legion. They have been fighting. It's been their story for so long. And we're coming to the very end of it, the cusp of what happens to Vegas. And this is one of the games that we may talk about in just a week's time.
Yeah, they would have been a bit sad about that. Røkkr resurgence yesterday, I want to say. Not necessarily the result they would have wanted, but a result that they have got a hold of here, though, is aBeZy Hardpoint. They've won the last 3 up against various opposition, of course. Seattle Surge, not too bad of a record, of course, sitting at 11-6. Pred is somebody you just have to watch. 1.22 on this map. Just such an issue when it does come down to those rotations, fighting in and around over towards the Embassy side. He is a big problem in that aspect, but now the problem for Seattle Surge is trying to find a break over towards Vegas Legion. Temp setting up towards the car park side. Hard break now for Surge to try and fight.
You already see pressure from all angles. Priestahh will hold off the first towards the back, though. That's going to be a big problem as well. Simp coming through the door. It's not going to get any more. Stanley is ready for it. Clayster continuing to rack up the kills. At the moment, the Legion have a hold.
Did well here last time, if I remember rightly. P2 was the money maker. P3 is sometimes a place where they do struggle. Kills have been traded, though. The break has come through for a Seattle Surge. And then will be cleaned up. The spawn over towards the car park. Very nice fatigue. We'll find the break and we'll find the rotation through. Some good time for Vegas Legion here. Still 30 seconds to go. It's a big kill from TJ. The rest of the team are here to back it up as well, or not quite in time. Seattle Surge are here for the scrap. Is still hotly contested.
And to be fair, I think we've got to give credit to Priestahh. Holding it back for that long, I mean, Surge did not get the time they wanted off of it. The problem now going to be for Legion. Can they get into P3? TJ will be the first one through the kind of door, but not going to find anything. Temp will find a kill. Seattle here in numbers are locked in.
Yep, Seattle Surge doing their research. Vegas Legion, when it does come down to P3, it has been difficult. But I want to kind of point towards some statistics for Hardpoint when it comes down to Vegas Legion. Since stage 4, their breaking percentage has been so high on this map, sitting at number 3. Percentage-wise over the season has been great, but since Standy came in, their breaking has been significantly better. He will be the only one who can find a kill off those initial couple of breaks. Temp will find one. Mack is going to have to do some work here alongside of accuracy. Pressure coming in from Vegas Legion. Potential break.
Unfortunately, they get cut down, and Orange just not finding the gap that they need. And with 30 seconds left to go, one last roll of the dice. Clayster's in a position. TJ going to try and go through Orange now. They will go for this scrap time, but it may mean they lose the rotation again. Here they come. Only Pred holding them off. And it will be Legion to grab the 20 seconds. Mack with a huge kill. And Legion gain 20, but lose the next hill.
Yeah, Temp managed to take down Mack there. You get the scrap and you get a good foothold on the rotation heading in towards P4. Pred is here though with Temp towards the back. Temp very much alone and should be dead right in his so. 7 and 6 out of Pred, starting to warm up into this game. There's a slight lead for the Vegas Legion, and talking about the sentiments from the desk, I think this might go to a game 5. Got a close game 1 so far. Seattle Surge inside the point.
And again, all on Vegas. Trying to find their way through here. Only 1 kill from 10. Can they find anything else in the kill feed? And 10 finds a second, and now the pressure will mount. Seattle Surge are trying to hold down the fort for it as well. They send in the superstar. Pred unable to get anything else going. Mack waiting now. No reinforcements, no trades, but it will be numbers out for them, but somehow Legion find more kills.
Fantastic breaking out the back of Temp. He finds the 2 kills in the corridors, and it just makes things that little bit easier, but you're being broken far too easily. It's a 4-man wipe for Seattle Surge. Vegas Legion will walk away towards Kitchen, licking their wounds. And now can they get themselves set up? 3 kills from Pred in the kill feed to find that one. And Temp now just going hunting a little bit, easing some of this pressure, and will do so very, very well. Finds the 2 kills, Mack accuracy, and the trophy system very much dead.
Temp holding it down. Already getting back to the point here. Vasnev's out for basically everybody. The Legion will have control. This is not an easy break for any team. They're going to have to try and surround all sides and pinch.
Big kill actually coming in from Mack. Can't actually capitalize on it. Sending it 5 and 12, but that would have been an important one if the rest of Surge could have found some sort of gunfight. It's only going to be Pred. Said that quite a few times this season. Mack now, can he find a second? No, he cannot. Standy flying out the doors. Really good hold from Vegas Legion so far. It's so hard to separate these 2 teams right now. First rotation at Hills, it's just been so close, but 30 left to go on the Kitchen. It's been a good hold from Legion so far.
And every time you think that maybe Seattle Surge get a toehold through, Legion are all vazzed up. They're all ready. They're all holding all the angles. And they should hold the last second here. Seattle Surge will fall through this last hill, but at the moment they're finding nothing. Not even Pred will find an ingress into this point as we go into our second set of rotations done.
Yeah, Seattle Surge started to just talk that one up with 20 seconds to go. 4 bodies inside the point for Vegas Legion. It's always going to be very, very difficult. Wonderfully patient play from TJ, though. Now finds the kill on accuracy. You get that sort of positioning heading into P2. And TJ is flowing like water now. 20 and 10 from him. It's a phenomenal start. A phenomenal first rotation from Vegas Legion. Commanding position right now.
And they've got to be feeling good, but let's find out. It's a Vegas Legion. Listen in.
I got gas.
Nice, good shit.
Push on right side B.
Left side hill, left side hill dead. Right side B, didn't hit him. I'll chow top pick. Let's go top, get in hill. Double chow, look at left window. I have your left window weak.
Tommy Hill. He's front side hill.
He double chow this plate, double chow this.
I'm 1 shot. I'm throwing a trophy, going look at one.
I was gonna be gas.
Okay, I'm getting time.
Xbox, 1 shot. Front laundry, Mack. Absolutely.
I have left.
I have to hit this.
They're
gonna be gas, they're gonna be gas.
This is good ass time. This is good ass time.
Red maybe. He might be red on me. Mack might be red on me.
Mack was laundry.
He's gonna go red to gas probably.
I'm working left. I'm on top ladder.
Come gas with me. Whoever's mid, maybe play gas with me.
No, I'm going home.
One's gonna be gas, Clay.
I'm gonna play it with you, Don. I'm jumping on kitchen.
I
don't see him on the heady.
This guy back truck on me.
I don't see anything in hill.
I'll see him mid pickup. He's gotta be useless.
S1 dead.
Oh, actually, in the hill weak.
He's back van, Sib.
He's weak in time, guys.
Deep van.
Yo, he's the farthest van. Lamar.
All good. Let's get
He's in
time.
the farthest van. Hey, front side on you.
Heard. I'm killing trophies, guys. Trophies
Where is
dead.
spawning? Where is
Yeah, front. Trophy front side door. He's in laundry, Pred. In
Front
laundry.
side hill weak, Mack. Max front side hill weak.
I stun him.
And the Legion desperately trying to fight back into this P2. You can hear it in the comms. Nothing yet, but still holding on to their lead ton.
Getting a little bit frantic, it had to be said. Vegas Legion hadn't really found a break until then. Clayster and Co. finding the kills across the map, and now it's all about the rotation. beams from Standy. And Mack's got to be careful with Standy shooting like this. You're gonna get gunned. P3 rotation is in, and as is 10 seconds of scrap time. Standy just trying to do it all on his own. The only man who can mention back is Pred. Wonderful, wonderful couple of kills coming in from him. Just unfortunately, the other team have a Pred. Really good kills on the transition though, and Seattle Surge have to hold on here.
Yeah, still caused a little bit of issue. They're not all here in numbers. You can see that Legion are trying to put the pressure down, but it is running through a chokehold. Temp makes a kill. Can he find one against accuracy? Who holds it? He does find the second. These are outrageous kills from the Legion. Times that they shouldn't be winning, they've got it. They're now into the point.
Standy gets himself a PD spawn and just pushes all the way over towards up top, so no Overwatch for Seattle Surge in that area. Standy locking it down. It's only Pred who can do anything about this. 1-2, and that is absurd from Pred. Every single time you think Surge are out of it, pops up is pretty boy Pred every single time. Slows them down. 3-piece for them, but it's up the ladder for Clays. They can't find anything. Biggest Legion play that well, but they're running the Pred, unfortunately.
And that's happened more than one time on this map already. He flies in and finds it. It is difficult for any team to deal with him. Legion, though, holding this rotation, looking to extend this lead, give themselves a cushion against the Surge.
30 seconds is the lead now. A good fight win from TJ, or from Sebon to TJ, I should say. And Pred lingering up top. This is getting dangerous now. 2 kills, make that 3 for Surge. Biggest Legion broken far too easily. Things getting a little bit scary now. The lead was sitting at 60 or 70. It is very much down to only 30.
And now, Temp again. We keep finding these kills on the way in here, but Temp actually diving around, but Standy will find it as well. And only Mack for the attack. He'll find 2, but not the third. But it gives his team an opportunity. Clayster back against the wall. Simp flying in for the trade. Temp will get 2 with a grenade as well. Can he find the third? Accuracy versus Temp, and he will get it. And now, hot feet, rotation on flame. Both teams sprinting over here, knowing it could be decided.
It's been heavy blow after heavy blow between these two squads so far. Everyone seems to just be having their moments here and there. Pred just trying to hold this cross down, just trying to weaken anything that Vegas Legion can throw at this one. It is Clayster towards the back, the rest of the team spawning up on the scrap, so he will wait for the rest of the squad to find a breakthrough. Seattle Surge, you have a bit of time to set up here, but the setup has to be tight.
And now, all the pressure in the world. Leeds are going to hit this from a single direction. Nades flowing into this point. Accuracy will find onto Temp on the outside. 3 players ready to jump. A hurricane of fire about to erupt. Mack holding the door first. TJ's going to go down. Clayster is now going to have to backpedal. He falls as well. Standy versus Mack. There is nothing here for Legion.
Really good kills coming in from Mack and really good backup from the rest of Seattle Surge. You've seen accuracy just holding down the mid lane. Nobody from Vegas Legion has been able to get across without being tagged up. Seattle Surge, it's been easy picking so far, making a couple of more. Save 1, 2, and 3. Not quite. Standy's there for 2. Standy's there for 3. 15 seconds remaining. TJ through the front door as well. Vegas Legion, they're going to be 10 points away by the time we head over towards P1. Third rotation coming in. Seattle Surge backs firmly against the wall.
And the Legion have had the slaying. But it doesn't matter if you don't convert these last 12 and they get another one there onto the point. Standy will be looking for it as well. He'll know these players are trying to keep them off P1 here, but Clayton's with the play up top PD. Standy will find one more on the hill. Simp will continue to trade this one as well. Simp gets a second. Legion will not get onto the point yet.
And this is so difficult for Seattle Surge. So many different angles that Vegas Legion can just hold you off from. And it just makes it so difficult. You lose a couple of gunfights and Vegas Legion can just chance it and jump on, and those points keep on a ticking. Mack will find another, but every single kill is vitally important for Seattle Surge. You still got 25 seconds left to defend P1 here. It's so difficult from this position.
It is, because every time they look away towards P2, Legion will take the points.
Big win.
With blood dripping out of a wound. They are bleeding Surge on this map, and they have done enough. It is first blood to the Legion. And they know it was hard fought, but hard won. And that is already something we weren't expecting. Seattle have been great in hard points, but Legion are looking different these days.
My goodness. Standy just over and over again in the breaks. I think this was the one towards the end. We don't get to quite see it because why would we want to? But I'm sure the replay ops will have a couple from the Vegas Legion with those breaks. Just want to kind of go back to a stat that I was mentioning. When it comes down to this map, Embassy Hardpoint, at the beginning of the season, before Standy came into the team, they were 12th in rotational percentage, but they were really struggling with their breaks, but have now found themselves in 3rd in breaks since Standy joined the roster. And he was the man that was leading the charge on that front every single time. 30 and 22. TJ really dropped off, which maybe it was something that allowed Seattle Surge to come back into it, but had a really good first rotation, which gave Legion ultimately a 60 or 70 point lead. Seattle Surge just couldn't hold anything down. A couple of nice breaks from them, but it never felt like they would find a break and then find 30. It felt like they would find a break and then just get broken back pretty much immediately. Never really seen a really good solid hold from the Seattle Surge over that entire aBeZy hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on it and looking at these statistics, Ton, and that's what's kind of been throwing me through a loop as you were talking there. The slaying was so heavily sided to the Legion that game shouldn't have been anywhere near as close. No. It just shouldn't have been. And especially if you also think, we saw some big moments from Vegas. Big breaks, big 3 kills, Standy, Temp, making the plays. But Seattle Surge refused to fall. Yes, you can put someone on this man's shoulders. Pred, a force of nature at every stage. But trying to take away, Legion looked great when they slay. A little bit more tightening on the rotations, and that would have been out of control.
Yeah, that would have been much cleaner. I mean, this is a moment that you just can't let happen. You see Pred at the bottom right corner. Dead! I absolutely love that call every single time. And they got me swearing on broadcasters last weekend. I might as well get them in. Hey, Playstep is the one who cleans it up. But you're right. Look, when it comes down to it, the slaying very much in Vegas Legion's pocket. They can tighten up a couple of different moments here and there, like that Pred moment if he doesn't find 3. You're talking maybe, what, it was a 15 seconds or so that was on offer for the side of Vegas Legion. At a minimum there, that's a 30-point swing. That's the Surge managed to pick up. It'll be very, very different. The scoreline looks a lot different if it's 250 to what, like 160. You know, those little moments here and there do account for quite a lot. But yeah, you're right on the slaying ability. My goodness, that is a heavy outslay by none other than Vegas Legion on aBeZy hardpoint.
Yeah, and that's... I don't want to say it's worrying. I can't believe the points have come that close. You got to think as well, Legion just kept bleeding P1. It's such a viable strategy. We knew it was going to happen when they got that last break into Kitchen. All you have to do, find some kills around the point, jump on for a couple of seconds. But it is a solid map result win from them. Hey, sometimes just winning the gunfights and continuing to put the other team into a staggered position will let you walk away with a respawn onto the S&D.
Yeah, and S&D that they will be feeling very, very good about. Just to touch on a couple of the statistics on this one before we head into it. Seattle Surge are sitting at 0-3 on Mikado. They haven't played it for 4 months in a competitive setting. You've got to be feeling good if you're Vegas Legion about it. Specifically, you know, your Search and Destroy has always been pretty strong. Winning it onto a Mikado against the Surge, you have obviously a resurgence in the Search and Destroy, specifically online. But the great equalizer is still there for Vegas Legion. LSELO control is coming up map number 3, and that's always going to be worrying, but plenty of Call of Duty yet to be played. Keep playing like that, when what we've seen in map number 1 and the slaying side of things, Vegas Legion should be just fine.
They really should. And they essentially are hoping for the Cinderella run. They are hoping to keep on moving forward. And here are some ranks for it, Ton. What do you make of this?
I'm just trying to read through the last in Search and Destroy, the match metrics. No, I just actually want to clear it up in terms of how these guys are just sitting overall, I presume, in terms of the statistics. Last in Search and Destroy for Seattle Surge. It's kind of been up and down for them, though, hasn't it? Is this... Their searches look better on occasion, but...
Seattle Surge sometimes may be good.
Yeah, well, yeah. I nearly got my swear in if you want to go for it, but hey, 0-3. No. Yeah, no, even kind of need a job next season.
Well, before next season, before the end of this, and before we figure out how this game has gone and we can all get on Reddit and have a good moan, it is the S&D coming up next. Statistics may not lie, but are they telling the truth? Legion heavily favored here.
And towards, well, I mean, I was about to say we can have some stats for Seattle Surge, but we don't have any because they're 0-3, and like, how much do you want to pick that apart? They haven't played it in 4 months. They're very much going to surely be a new look, and look at that gunfight from Pred. You just cannot let that happen. My word. Playstep reminded of his age on that one, unfortunately. Pred gunned him completely. 3v4 now for Vegas Legion.
TJ gets one back onto Mack. And now in a 3v3, 2 players going to hit tunnel here. And the TJ will go straight there. Somerset Alliance does not get the kill, though. The trade doesn't come through either. Pred now going to hit this rotation stand. He's going to fall before he does it. And that'll be first blood to Seattle Surge.
And I think when you're on the attack in round number 1 as well, and I'm not going to discredit that anything that Seattle Surge did there, it is a little bit easier to play with his headbutt over towards A. Unfortunately for KiSMET, he did really give the site up, and you see a lot of teams do that. You don't have a trophy system to help you enter through the hedges side. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to find a good position. Just kind of looking over from tunnel, and Pred jumps around the corner and deletes him. So that kind of opens up the round completely for the side of Surge. And I think, you know, if you look at the stats for Vegas Legion, very, very good retaking team, sitting at second overall in the statistics. They would have fancied their chances over towards it, and will fancy their chances this time on the attack. Stanley will open things up onto Pred. Will be 3 in favor of Legion.
And now Legion have a little bit of control. Stanley doesn't want to chow here, but it doesn't matter. Simp goes for it from the top rope. And the Legion have actually left it down to a 3 versus 3, and they've rotated. I think Seattle Surge, no, you can see them redistributing on the minimap.
Yeah, if they've done their homework last time around, out the 5 offenses up against Minnesota Røkkr, Vegas Legion headed over towards B 4 times. They are doing this quite often. They don't necessarily love that 50-50 if you want over towards A, but well, okay, and Seattle Surge loving it over towards B. The gunfights just flow through ever so easily. Surge 2 to the good. These rounds have been convincing.
They have. I mean, big gunfight obviously towards the middle. Their accuracy hasn't missed. 4-0. And you got to ask yourself this. Obviously, Legion, a little bit of a playbook. The rotation was called with Standy dying in mid. It took away one of their aces.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think, you know, the call comes through. Standy is probably just going to play that position if you can find that second kill. I wouldn't be surprised if Vegas Legion still rotate over towards B. Quite happy to let a player like Standy go off on that lone island play. Seattle Surge now trying their look over towards B. Back in accuracy and putting the feelers out. Understanding where Vegas Legion are set up, but plenty of bodies over towards this B side. You see KiSMET's over there. Very, very fast if he needs to be, and 2 other members from Vegas Legion already set up. So Seattle Surge with a small conundrum here.
Oh, Mack's going to go down. There's the bomb in no man's land. The Standy recognize it. You can see the Legion distribute. They've given up A control. Sib looking for anybody crossing. Priestahh put that face out into the open. He won't. TJ will get the second kill as well. Priestahh crosses with beautiful COD timing.
You absolutely love those if you're a Vegas Legion fan. Gets himself across, safe as houses up against Sib. Now, Sib and Pred's actual positioning here is brilliant if you had the bomb. They do not. They do not. Vegas Legion very well aware of where it is, and that's why you can see this setup 4 arrows heading. And looking over towards the A side, Sib's just trying to find a breakthrough. We'll find the shots onto Temp.
Don't worry, even the Legion can't actually give this one away. There'll be no choking today. It'll just be hunting down and killing Sib. The Legion get one back on the board.
Not much he could do there. I think, you know, when that first initial kill comes through onto Mack, it is always a little bit more difficult because of his positioning, because of where that bomb is, and if the second one comes through onto the other player who's pushing that side, it just makes it very, very difficult. Vegas Legion do everything they need to do. Seattle Surge, not a lot they could do. Just gets a bit of bad time in Mack there as well. He was already looking over towards that side as soon as he goes to turn around for whatever distraction that had came through. Standy is there to pick up the pieces, find the first blood. They walk away with the round. So Vegas Legion do stop the bleeding. 2-1 now.
Faced up, first blood. There's more bleeding. Oh no! Oh no! The trophy is a Legion fan. Mack has fallen, and Standy gets another one. And there's the fuck. Ah! What is going on?
Well, I mean, it's a fat nade over from KiSMET, but you got to get your trophies down. 9 times out of 10, you guys are ranked at home will be sitting playing this, and you'll be throwing your grenades towards hedges. And yeah, okay, in ranked play you'll get them because people don't use trophies sometimes. But to find that break, you've got to get them down very, very quickly. Was that a how many seconds round there?
17 seconds.
17?
That's why I'm losing my mind. What on earth is going on? From bad to worse for Seattle. They were 2-0 up, and it very quickly has changed.
Very, very quickly. Now it is a big hit over towards the A side. Back ready and waiting. Accuracy trying to find the pick placed there. I think that's through the wall, to be honest with you. TJ was there to put the damage down as well. Pred is able to find a kill on attempt, though, over towards the B side. So Seattle Surge have got their skates on and heading over, but as are the Vegas Legion. They've already found Pred here as well. They will take him down. So that rotation from Mack is no longer that attractive.
Oh, TJ just plays patient. Mack alone. Is there a 1 versus 3 here for Seattle? It will not be easy. Dead silence not available for him. Stomping through Cantina. TJ, I think, has heard him. He has. And there we go. It's an easy kill in the end.
And I like that from Legion. Look, you leave TJ over there, he'll probably be saying to his team, look, I'm top Cantina. It's a really good spot to be in if you want to defend A. If you want anybody over towards that A side in any position, it's probably up here with an SMG. So that allows the other 2 players on Vegas Legion to appreciate what's happening over towards B. Pred's found a kill. Let's rotate over in case they do go for the rotation, which they did. But as soon as Pred falls, because of Vegas Legion being able to freely rotate, just makes things that ever bit more difficult. Mack not getting any look on his side this time around. Of course, the guaranteed bomb carrier for the Seattle Surge. Now what's the play? Vegas Legion again going over towards the B side. This time, though, Seattle Surge have predicted wrongly.
It's a huge counterplay. And they move.
They don't know. They don't know it's completely free. Seattle Surge are here now.
But Legion have not planted, and this causes issues, Ton. Again, compressed. The defense is up here for Legion, like they're defending the bomb site, but they don't have full control over it yet. Closer, try not to get picked off. Somebody from Vegas will have to make a move.
That's a brave gunfight from Clayster. Sib with 0 cover, though. And he will find his 4th in a row. And now the cogs can start to whirl a little bit for Vegas Legion. Where can you find the break? Where can you find that little angle? Mack with some good shots on the Clayster, though. You think he'd be a bit perplexed by that. I didn't even see bullets. And Clayster is dead. Now 3v3. Seattle Surge just looking from the outside in, but TJ will find one onto accuracy. Now 2v3. Vegas Legion have played this one very patiently.
They have, but Seattle, all they have to do is move at the right moment. Mack finds Temp. Stanley will get bombed down to a 2 versus 2.
Pred's Pop Daddy.
They're going to go for this. They are going to go for this. Stanley has it as well. Pred checking his corners, checking his angles. TJ throwing him some eyebrows, but it isn't going to be enough. Pred gets out of there alive. Time still ticking down. Still a 2 versus 2.
1 HP in a dream, but Mack makes the push, has to do something because Pred has to back him down. TJ 5 spray. Is that going to be ended right now because of Pred? Yes, it is. Is the trade going to be there, though? Of course it is. Vegas Legion. What I really love about that is how patient they were. They find themselves over towards B, not a lot of information, so you do not make that push initially over towards the site. I think sometimes, myself included, you know, I was kind of looking at that. I can see the minimap. I know where they are. So that does obviously help. Vegas Legion could have got that bomb down pretty quickly. Choose not to do so because they have, well, lack of information, as mentioned. Then they just pick them apart. Seattle Surge maybe just offer a little bit too much. Just trying to keep an eye on the bomb, trying to find some angles, trying to pick them apart. They are the ones who got taken down. Vegas Legion, that's 4 rounds in a row. Standing on a 6 spree. I think TJ didn't quite get his. There's kill over towards Mack, though. It's a big hit over towards the A side. Seattle Surge finding 2. Now 4v2 for Vegas.
Tem's gone for it. He was a little bit alone and a little bit exposed, but he has fallen by the wayside. Standy has a 6 streak, but this may be a step too far. Doesn't get Sibby. That does not bring the numbers back down to reality, and he gets stunned, and Mack guns.
I think that's 3 minimum from Mack in that round. And it's just not very Seattle Surge-like with the big hit over towards A. And it's Mack, the first one through. 6 and 5 from him now. And, you know, we don't like to talk about it too much, but statistically, in terms of the KD, the lowest in the CDL this season. Stepping it up here for his team, though. 6 and 5 out of him. You like those numbers as a bomb carrier. Getting themselves back into it. It was getting a little bit silly. Vegas Legion was starting to run away with it. But a very nice bounce back round from Seattle Surge now. Vegas Legion still with work to do.
And again, they're going for this B hit. Pred's here already. Does he hear it? Does he know it? The angle. The stun is going to give him a check. No, and he finds Clayster stepping. Pred with the first blood. That cruise is already coming through. I don't know who it's going to find. Pred dives to safety. And Legion wanted it to clear out the site, but they have found nothing.
It's a momentary 2v2 over towards the B side, though, so the next kill is really influential on this site. The rest of the team on their way over. Pred should be dead to rights. Well played from TJ. He continues to survive. Seattle Surge haven't made their move over towards A yet. I think it's because Mack finds 1 kill over towards that side. They're not quite sure exactly where Vegas Legion are playing it. What was now a 2v4 is a 2v2.
Oh, here you go. Reinforcements, but they're just going to try and continue to peek this. TJ with the Vaz up top will get a little bit of a check. Standy has bomb and wants to plant.
He's going to go for it. Seattle Surge in a position to answer, not quite. It could be a 2v2 retake. Mack going for the shots up towards top 10. I think this is all, honestly, on Sib, and if he can find a pick, and then Mack is just going to flow back through. Here we go. This is the fight.
Oh, and he's tagged him up. Standy's weak. He needs a little bit of cover, but he's not there. TJ now left alone up the top dives. Finds the one as well. TJ still moving and grooving. Sib versus TJ. Here comes the chance. Sib will win it. Open door, open sesame, and they find it to bring it 4-4.
That Sib gunfight looks so strange. Does well with it. And honestly, I think off the initial couple of shots that go into... I can't even remember who was left with TJ at that stage. But TJ was lingering up top, and I think it was standing inside the top. You would have thought that TJ would have been there to help him out with Mack pushing through from the mid-map. But he just chooses to stay. Doesn't help his teammate out. And then Mack and co can kind of just pick it up from there and find the round. Seattle Surge find 2 rounds back themselves. It's been a hell of a search and destroy so far. Still not sure who's going to come out on top.
No, me either. Seattle, though, big hit again. Legion here in force. Oh, Black just throwing a shoulder. Actually going to fly out for it as well. He's got a better position towards the back end. TJ fighting for his life. He's trying to find it. He does eventually, but he's super weak. Plaster will get one off the back of it as well. TJ moving through every doorway and window, trying to stay alive. Pred will get that kill. And standing at 1 versus 2 as it erupts over the A site.
And that round is kind of dictated from what we've seen at the very beginning. You've seen a couple of hit markers coming through from a couple of Seattle Surge players. There's a lot of information gained. If you don't find a kill with those grenades or stuns or whatever you're throwing over there, you find information. Biggest Legion will pin back because of it. Pred now, he's going to check it from the bomb stand. He's going to have to go for the child. My goodness, but the trade is there. Accuracy, map point for Seattle Surge.
And it was a wonderful fight to begin with, but 2 versus 1. Sometimes just a bit better, and yeah, accuracy will just rip his kneecaps off. And Seattle Surge now have the advantage in this. Vegas Legion have not found anything in the last 3 rounds.
Getting a little scary now. They were streaky themselves after Seattle Surge found themselves into a lead. But Seattle have been enjoying this 8 hit, to be honest with you. They don't want to give Vegas Legion any opportunity. They think blow for blow, they are stronger than the Vegas Legion. They're happy to go with it. Through the middle of the map is going to give the cover to Standy, who's now going to find a way over towards A. Seattle Surge do not have numbers over towards this site.
Haven't had a lot of luck at getting this bomb down. Legion, if they get it down onto A here, will have the commanding position. And there it goes. This is always difficult to retake if you do not have A control.
Seattle Surge waiting on Pred. He's going to have to clear out quite a bit. Mack is going to get a little bit of information, but that will be it. Place that. Take a couple in the head, but it's a wise old one that can survive those. Mack's still looking for some picks, and we're still waiting on Pred on that flank. Slow and steady. This is going to burst into life very, very quickly.
Place to go down as well. Advantage to Surge. Time is ticking though. Temple find one back as well. Pred still not arrived. He has to get into position as well. That dead silence is hot. Mack will go into it at the same time, but Temp finds the kill. Mack slides into the point and falls. It's 5-5. It's round 11. Let's go.
Here we go. Nicely done from Vegas Legion. And you can see the play from Seattle Surge, and eventually I think it's almost a moment of, we probably need to start doing something here. I know Pred's clearing up the flank, but let's try and make something happen before then. Let's try and not rely on that. We find a couple of kills, but the important one was from TJ in top Cantina, where he's being for the majority of the game, it feels like. Kill after kill after kill. Defensive and attacking side. The one at the Pred makes the round. 5-5, here we go. Seattle Surge on the attack.
Pred going towards the middle as well, and I think he's just slipped through the net. Will he get away? No, he will not. Standing with the first blood. There is going to be a problem, though, with Clays to get Sim as well. It's down to a 2 versus 4. Legion have every advantage for this now. They know where Surge are. They have the numbers. Mack, will he find a miracle?
He needs to find something for his team. Pred finds a free route through the tunnel, and then Sib was watching over him. He gets shot in the back, and then Sib gets gunned as well. Vegas Legion. It wasn't looking likely when I was looking at the minimap, but all of a sudden, well, it's now a 3 versus 2 in their favor. Accuracy will find Temp. Mack not in a prime position to plant this bomb, but in a good spot to stop Vegas Legion if they do misstep.
And they've now heard him go back. Legion are going to retake this. They are waiting for this to go down. Here it comes. That bomb is going to go down now. They're going to sweep onto him as well. Mack finds the first kill. They still get one back. It's a 2 versus 1 accuracy. It's a 1v1 for the end here. Standy versus accuracy, and accuracy flies out the window. Standy are winning. The Legion go up 2-0. But nerves are shredded from both teams. That was closer than it should have been.
Wow. You get a close map number 1. And Iceman can't close out map number 2 for Seattle Surge. Standy getting the trade. Temp and the boys are absolutely cheesing. 2-0 up. That was so back and forth. And honestly, I said I would have loved to have seen Sib's POV because it looks like he's towards the block, from what I remember on the minimap at least anyway. So watching over Pride, who is finding that very aggressive push through the tunnel, gets through pretty much unscathed. So Sib's there doing his job, watching over. KiSMET runs around the corner and just guns Pride in the back, doesn't find the shots from Sib, and then Sib gets taken down as well. Disaster for Seattle Surge. And then you have to think they've done ever so well, Mack in accuracy, to try and claw that one back. It comes to a 1v1 in accuracy. Maybe just gets a little bit overzealous on the push. The information's there. You've got to probably go for the Charles Standy. Well aware, and at 11-6, was never going to lose that. Vegas Legion, 2 to the good.
Wow, I mean, Standy was basically standing in the open. That's what I actually didn't expect. But Surge looked to be resurgence all the way through that. But hey, 2 great maps. Roll on the 3rd. Will it be the last? We'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break with more action at the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is our Scuff play of the game. It's going to be Standy at the end of this round 11 ton.
And let's see how it actually breaks down, because honestly, I said Vegas Legion do wonderful towards the beginning of it. And it comes down to Standy, knows where accuracy is, guesses correctly, accuracy jumps out, knows it's already done. Blister and Simp will be letting their teammate know they were happy with that one. There you go. Standy onto this roster has been somewhat of a revelation for Seattle. Oh, not for Seattle Surge, just being actually terrible for Seattle Surge with Standy on this roster. But Vegas Legion, I've been loving it. And Standy's been doing well. 8-0 for Vegas Legion, but Ricey, and I feel like you were going to head into it, we are going into control. So there is always that. If you're Vegas Legion, there's always that.
Normally we say there's a light at the end of the tunnel. This time this road works. Might come to a little bit of a halt. Might be a bit of an issue. Legion have not been that successful on control in recent times, but they have won some. It is slightly better than it was. But if they win, and yeah, there we go. There's the record. 1-10 on the LSClo. That one comes really quite recently, if I remember correctly. But Surge, obviously 7-4, a much better prospect for them, Ton.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if you're looking towards anything, yeah, Surge just very, very solid on this one. 5th in attacking percentage, 6th in defensive, just steady. Nothing too crazy to talk about. But once that Tim actually brought up in some of the notes that we were getting together here, when Standy joined, he actually specifically for Toronto dropped a 1.29 on that squad on this match specifically. But since he came out of Vegas, only a 0.88. Hasn't had the influence that we maybe thought he could have. But TJ and Cole, Standy, that won't help Standy with his KD. If you're going to shoot him in the back, TJ, yeah, that doesn't work at all. Vegas Legion wiped off the point.
Yeah, no fun there. Maybe a little bit too focused on the game, just shooting everything that moves. Both players behind the same boxes. Temp now looking to slay his way forward. Has famously done pretty well on this map in terms of slaying. But it isn't just about the kills. He also needs the positioning.
Yeah, it was a crazy play at the major, wasn't it? From Temp over towards this A side to solidify the game for Vegas Legion. Standy killed them, trying to make a push over towards A. Seattle Surge happy to answer this in any which way they can. Scrappy at the beginning of this one. Only 2 members of Seattle Surge left now at this point. Pred on his way, but there's the wipe. Vegas Legion will find a good bit of control over towards this A side. Those ticks are coming in.
Yeah, and there's nothing here for Pred, realistically. Doesn't want to go anywhere yet. He might try and sneak a kill, but he will not contest it. Here he goes, exit kill. Pred against TJ, and Pred is going to get caught! And Mack will eventually get his trade done as well. For now, Seattle Surge going to throw out the walls and the defenses and hold down B.
It was actually an important kill, went on as that A capture was coming through. Vegas Legion sent Standy over towards the B side, looking to just try and find something. Very, very little, but Seattle Surge, not any mid-map control right now. Vegas Legion taking control of the compound. And have ultimately just faded themselves over towards B. Sib is here on the flank, but the rest of the team do need to help them out.
Got to be careful. And there it is, accuracy. That's a huge kill as well. Locking it down. Sib trying to find anybody here on the flank. Actually finds another one. Legion have not managed to find the kills they want quite yet. A little bit of control now coming through.
I think because Legion pushed through the mid-map, they didn't give Seattle Surge the spawns that, well, maybe Legion thought they would get. It's a difficult one when they are spawning over towards that mountainside to try and find the break, and now this is a little 1-by-1 from Vegas Legion. A challenge from Temp. You need to wait on the rest of your team. Seattle Surge defending quite deeply, I want to say. We haven't seen too much of a push over towards the green side. Yeah, okay, we've seen Sib over there, but for the most part, they haven't wanted to venture further than they would have liked to down this field, but now this time Mack is going to find himself in that position. Vegas Legion, 45 seconds. 4 lives down. A lot of work to do here over towards B.
And again, the Legion will look. They find the first blood. Pred still holding it down. Close to stays alive with his life. Accuracy, though, finds TJ. They cannot get any kills going. Accuracy is just a man on a mission. He will not be moved. They cannot find him as he finds Claystro as well. He is locked in on a 6 streak. Temp finds Pred up top. Last roll of the dice.
Are they going to be able to find anything? It's looking like the answer is no. Vegas Legion never really getting any control over towards the field side. And Seattle Surge, give them the credit. They completely give up the compound in the middle of the map. There may well be one more opportunity, but I was talking like it wasn't going to happen because it probably wasn't. Seattle Surge very much just giving up control of the middle of the map there, but happy to just sit back. Nothing too crazy, and sometimes you can see teams do this and let the opposition try to come towards them and just try and find your gunfights from there, but it can almost feel a little bit too passive. But Seattle Surge played that to absolute perfection. Sitting back, not doing anything stupid, just locking down whatever angles you need to, and accuracy. The prime member of Seattle Surge who is very, very good at doing that. 6 or 7 in a row by the time the round ended. Seattle Surge was relatively comfortable around number 1.
Yeah, it really was, and gotta say that accuracy, just happy when he's pretty much posted up. No chows, no trades, no nothing. This time though, as he goes stationary once again, it is all about the overwatch, but the kills have to be made further up the field for him to be effective.
Standy's done well, and those are kills very far up the map. I want to say for Vegas Legion, that just puts Seattle Surge off completely. Or does it? Still tempted with something over towards this side. Accuracy's like, oh, Standy with an I fancy my chances here. Not quite. Standy with 3 in a row to kick off the round. It would be nice for him to get a streak going, because Accuracy does have that cruise missile, which can be very, very helpful when it comes down to control on LSELA.
And here we go, Pred by name, Pred by nature. Dead silence, pop, but found. Tem's going to get him as well. Simp will get a kill as they look to get onto A. There's been no joy for Seattle Surge as they've moved anywhere else. Simp just holding, waiting for the chow. Clayster goes for the white chow. He's going to fall as well. Simp backs off, 13 health. Waits.
Flank coming through from Standy. It's 4 in a row from him, 3 from Temp, and 29 seconds to go. Standy will eventually get taken down though. Temp is playing very, very passive, and he's kind of in a position where he needs the rest of his teammates to be able to help him. He's going to be able to find one. TJ in from top offices now. Slowly but surely, this time is ticking up on the control, but Temp is going to find Sib. Seattle Surge are running out of time.
Back though, looking for the flash, not going to find the second on TJ, and Seattle Surge have burnt a lot of time across to this. Pred may have to be the hero Seattle need. He will have to go onto this point, potentially, just to stop the clock, just to be a distraction. There we go, foot on, getting to the point by himself, but instantly falls. No hero play today. Accuracy, last alive. And slow and steady isn't going to work here as he's gunned by Clayster, and the rest of them have to get all the way across field. No joy for Seattle, Tom.
Wow. That's bearing in mind, Vegas Legion, when they have found their 1 win on this map, it really came down to a lot of their attacks. Attacking percentage is, well, a lot better than their defensive when it does come down to the averages. But that is a complete shutout on the defensive side of things. Big round from Temp, sitting at 13-5, and I love his positioning, you know. Sitting just over towards the corner of the site, not showing his face, just holding it down, not letting potentially a player like Accuracy push up towards the radio tower. That's not where you want Accuracy. Based on what we see in the previous round, when the man's posted up, he's going to fry you. Not given a single opportunity to do that. A very, very good hold from Legion.
And now, for Legion, a try again. Moderately successful last attack, and TJ flying forward, he finds Mack. But it's the rest of the kills that now matter. Do Legion go for B, or do they not? They've already got a couple of kills. They're going to go for it. This could be a huge stack for them. Trophies down. Everybody on.
Yeah, it's when Predicate dies on the flank, and then they find one player back towards the site. It's everybody on the point, and let's hold on tight and see if we can find him. But surely there'll be a trophy. There isn't. And there comes absolutely everything in from Seattle Surge, and what was looking fantastic for Vegas Legion falls apart in an instant.
Yeah, but for a trophy, the point was lost. Will that be the game? Will it be the decider? Seattle Surge have now swarmed forward, ready to put the chokehold onto Legion. Every corner, every aspect, they'll be looking for them as they go to farm and they go to work.
That's a tough one for Vegas Legion. I mean, we're all saying the same thing. Where was the trophy? Where was the trophy? Sometimes, you know, you might just not have one. I don't know whether or not they use them in another point, but because of whatever has happened, whatever has transpired, they've got 25 seconds to maybe try and grab one single point. A good defensive hold in the first 2 rounds from them, and not a sensational one from Surge, puts them in an advantageous position. You'd like to think they maybe need to find at least A to have a chance at that defensive round in round number 5 if we get that.
Somebody trying to take that accuracy. He's fighting off all comers, but it won't be enough. Slaying has worked here for Legion. They will get onto the point. Will this be an attempted retake? Mack is going to be there finding Standy. The pinch is going to come in from Simp. Right into the back door of Temp. Shoots him straight in the head. It's only TJ left alive, and Legion have found nothing. Back to the respawn, back to the drawing board. And can they brute force their way back in one more time?
Have 11 seconds. They spawn towards the field side, but Pred is farming them off it. TJ's going to find the kill, though, and will find a touch. The time is stopped. The staggered push from both two sides. From the side of Vegas Legion, one over towards the A side. Was it a risk, though, as B is not going to happen for them either. And over the last 2 rounds, neither one of these teams capturing A or B whatsoever.
And that's the crazy thing. When we spoke about the stack from Legion, the first words I used were trophies down. I didn't see any. They didn't have any. They risked it. They gambled. They put it all on the line, and they caught a Semtex to the teeth.
Yeah, it's one of those moments. I mean, we've all kind of been there, haven't we? You want to try and get... Everyone's like screaming, trophy down, trophy down. I don't have one, unfortunately. If they did have one, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but surely they didn't. In that position, that maybe gets them a hold of B and gives them another minute to try and win the round. A tough one to take. Also with a good start over towards this A side as well, because they're going to get aggressive. Hasn't had the best of maps so far. And is all of a sudden left completely alone over towards the A side.
Pred goes looking. A little bit of slaying, a little bit of playing. Staying alive as well as they both do the exact same thing and trade nades, but it will be Pred who walks away with it. And Temp has no idea. It's an easy kill for Pred. That's 4 down. That's A gone.
There's an opportunity for Seattle Surge to maybe jump over towards B, but because of their positioning, Vegas Legion over towards the mountainside, the spawns do come in. Crucial kills for Vegas Legion now. Maybe actually have a look over towards this A side now. Accuracy has to jump off. The stun starts to come through. He will find Callista. So that might help things out. And then Vegas Legion stepped maybe just a little bit too far back over towards A. They've opened the door up towards B. A minute to go. That time will surely be extended.
Legion by name, but all they've got right now is a legion of panic. They're worried. They are not in positioning. TJ may be the race in the hole. He finds a kill already. Bay is gone. Pred is looking to farm off the point. TJ has to be the master of this. He's already found 2 off the green. He's giving his team a little bit of breathing room as both teams go to work farming from both sides of the map.
Who can do it better? DJ gets taken down. So the pressure now very much on Vegas Legion. 2-1 down. You're in a bad spot here in round number 4 as well. 7 lives down. It could have been 6. Pred will eventually fall down. Mack looking for the chow. Is going to find Clayster by way of Simp, jumping across and finding himself dead. And now Mack can put the pressure on for Seattle Surge here. You can see that Vegas Legion can't take over towards Tin. They know that Mack is here and they can't just go for a blind challenge.
Trying to get him down. They know they don't have the lives to keep on going with this trade game. Mack is looking to farm. TJ will get the timing on him. Points are already in. 2 going down from Surge as well. They do not want to lose the map control. Actually wall bangs him. Simp will get another one. And Simp will get it as well. Temp has fallen. Clayster is alive, but he's trying to hold off reinforcements. He does not want anyone to push forward. The rest of Legion are streaming across this map as more players add to the fire here. The tick is rocking forward. Clayster finds one, slows it down by a minuscule amount, but they're going to get through. They don't have the kill. They don't have the numbers. Surge win the control. They've taken down the Legion on this. And you've got to feel for Vegas. They had opportunities, but quality on that map is not their forte.
Hard one to bear on Seattle Surge. Now back into this game. And as you said, it feels like Vegas Legion had their opportunities in this game. And for me, in that final round, just pushing over towards A, just open the door wide open for Seattle Surge to find a push over towards B. And we've seen the farming coming in off the respawns. But Pred ultimately the one who can do more damage. Mack having a big game for him there. 25 and 18, the most damage in the lobby by a significant amount. Big plays from Mack. And Seattle Surge find themselves back into this series. We were talking about the series beforehand. And everyone knows the Vegas Legion, their hardpoint search and destroy, pretty good. They can go toe-to-toe with a lot of teams, especially in the search. You find a hardpoint, yeah, you're looking good in the search, you win the search, but you always have the worry of control. And that worry may well last until the end of the season. Bryce still very low on the win percentage. Still very much the worst control team in the game.
Yeah, it's never good to have a glaring weakness like that. But that was probably one of the crucial moments into this. So close for Vegas to take the point. But no trophies. If 2 trophies were down, it probably would have gone their way. But after that, they didn't really find very much. The highlight for Legion, a good defense, but nothing else. Seattle Surge, good everywhere. Has to give credit to Pred and Mack. Pred went slaying. Mack did the same, but playing the point as well.
Yeah, I honestly think that moment on B, it was so crucial because Vegas Legion, it all fell into place so well for them. Massive opportunity to get a hold of B, and as mentioned, that extends the clock. You got a good look over towards A. Seattle Surge, the artillery was called in. The grenades, the cruise missile, and the gunny. Getting the job done for them over towards that side, and Vegas Legion are just going to lick their wounds, walk away from that one, and head into map number 4, which is going to be Hotel Hardpoint. Not a bad map for Seattle whatsoever.
So, now that that has been done, and it happened as we thought it might, Hotel Hardpoint is another one for Seattle Surge. They have the better statistics here. They could send this to a map 5. Predictions from our analyst desk said the same thing.
And who would you fancy in the map 5 if we get there? I mean, a lot of people would have probably said Vegas Legion, right? Based on the S&D performance, but it went round 11 in map number 2. Hey, they might close it out here in 4. You never know. Seattle Surge have really not been at the races over this stage so far. But Hotel, I'm sure we're going to bring up the stats, but to rhyme some off, Seattle have the #1 hold percentage in the game on this map. They've got Simp, who has the #1 KD on this map. A couple of different things that kind of go their way, and they are important things. But Vegas Legion still have an opportunity here. They were really good at map number 1, but aBeZy has been good for them recently. Has Hotel? Not so much. Sitting at 3 and 8. Going to need to bring a performance here.
Yeah, they really are. And realistically, when we talk about this too, I don't know. I'm just not really favouring the Legion, and they aren't always the best at getting those rotations correct, and that can be an issue. And against a team like Seattle that can really go to lengths on this one as well, now that they've given them the breathing room, now they've given them a little bit of morale boost on the control, you never count out Seattle. And for Vegas Legion, they were hoping to get it done in 3, but 4 is the minimum they can do it now.
I think 4 is probably the only way that they kind of are winning series by a comfortable amount. Have they 3-0'd anybody this season? I don't know. Tim, tell me. I wonder. I presume not. I mean, surely they haven't, right?
I feel like they have. But it doesn't come to mind. But I'm sure our statistics will take care of that in just a few seconds as we go through the rest of this one as well. But it's a curious one as we end towards the rest of this season. We've been talking about the bubble. Both these teams are in it. Seattle Surge, quite surprisingly, this is something I brought up to my colleagues a couple of maybe weeks or months ago. How are Seattle in this position, especially when you consider a player like Pred, who many consider one of the top 3 players in this game, worried about a potential of not making champs? It is the long shot. It is the least likely possibility, but it is not out of the realms of possibility.
Tim confirming it. They haven't 3-0'd anybody. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Not a single team. And well, I mean, that just kind of points out the glaring obvious issue that their control sucks. It sucks. They've got a little bit better. It hasn't been great, but the hard point has been relatively solid, and well, they will have to be very, very good here against Seattle Surge. Seeing it 8 and 7, yeah, okay, it's not the best of records, but 3 and 8 for Vegas Legion. Bear in mind, one of those was the most absurd comeback we've ever seen in hardpoint. This probably should be 2 and 9, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't need another one of those. It was great, but my lungs won't take it a day.
We got to get you to Toronto and fit and healthy, mate. No, just a nice steady game here, boys.
Well, let's see. Obviously, at the moment, Legion will be looking to hold this side down for as long as possible, but they have to contest P1. They have to go into the blender, onto the crucible of war as both teams just look for the trades.
Fighting it out into what can sometimes be the Bermuda Triangle of spawns over towards P1, but Vegas Legion are the ones locking down P2 where needed. Just keeping an eye on Mack, though, making a dead silence play, and will get taken down pretty much immediately. So good hold from Vegas Legion, but Seattle Surge have picked up a good chunk of time. Legion would like to answer back.
You can see what they're doing now, just trying to hold the line. They know they have to give a little bit of a contest, and they're doing it actually quite effectively. Some time here for them. What they must not do is break. They have sunk all of this into this P2 hold.
Nicely done. You take that all day long. The P2 rotations are looking pretty solid so far. Accuracy and Mack trying to stop that from being a thing whatsoever. Grenade going in, the trophy well placed. Very well placed. Calista surviving due to it. They do finding some kills though. The rest of the team just about holding on to P2 here, but Simp will find him. Looking like a good break from Surge so far.
And they are looking for it as well. Seattle Surge flooding forward. They are in the point. Players in every single angle though. And Vegas should get straight back into it as TJ against Pred, but that's a huge fight from Pred. He keeps the opportunity open towards middle.
Oh, is the break going to come through? Eventually, Seattle Surge will get a little bit of purchase inside the point, but Temp goes for the aggression. Pred now sitting in over towards the middle. It's not going to work out for him in that kind of area. Of course, just with the SMG, Standy will then clean him up. It was looking like the Seattle Surge break was inevitably going to come through there, but to kind of pay homage to the stats that we have here, both these two teams not very strong at breaking on this map whatsoever. 10th and 9th respectively, with Vegas being towards the lower side. Rotations are so key. Vegas Legion with the lead based off that rotation over towards P2. We'll see Seattle Surge answer in kind with a rotation to kitchen.
See, they're going to go towards the back here, but it is never an easy break, and they are not even close. They cannot get within touching distance. Temp will be the first one in, but without somebody to trade, they doesn't really want to go through the door. Temp, that is an outrageous gunfight to make on the minimap. Seattle Surge were not expecting Sandy making out one towards the back as well, and the Legion have broken Surge.
They've broken it so cleanly as well. Pred still towards the back. They eventually deal with him. It's a kill feed that looks very Vegas Legion orientated. Seattle Surge had very little answer to anything there. Just a soft defense. You don't win a couple of gunfights, all of a sudden you can get picked apart when it comes down to kitchen. There's so many different entrances to come through. Vegas Legion play them like a fiddle. Seattle Surge now gonna have to walk away with a decent lead for Vegas Legion here. You didn't have the rotation, but you do find the break.
Gonna find the fight as well. Looking for a pinch here. Sees accuracy. An AR battle. Accuracy with a slightly better position as well as Nate go down, but Clayster will get the kill. Doors are still open, but his teammates have to find the kill, so they go through. TJ will find one. Going for the pinch, and TJ turns and burns on Mack as well. Clayster finds the kill, and they've broken it again.
Clayster has just done so well from the bedroom side. He's waiting for Seattle to get control of it. Finds 2 and 3 and 4 kills whilst he's at it. Clayster locking down the bedroom. And it's thanks to him that Vegas Legion have complete control of bedroom side. They've got complete control of the bar. And the hill is in their hands. But of course, again, every single time that we say Vegas Legion are doing something great, Pred arrives on the scene. 2 for him. Simp will then come and fight 2 of his own. Temp's the only one who can answer back. But Vegas Legion were threatening a very nice break that.
Yeah, maybe lost a little bit of time waiting to get onto the point, but Seattle get back onto it as well. They are not disturbed by everything that Legion are pulling out of the bag right now as we go towards Restaurant. Teams are just making sure they fight tooth and nail for this.
On the rotation. He's here with Simp to try and slow down what Vegas Legion are trying to do. The push through towards the Restaurant side, but it's going to be Pred to walk in and just clean up the mess that has been created. It's a 30-point game now. Standy and Cut on their way. Surge back into this one after what was a couple of seconds of not good play, but Vegas Legion have found a break back. It's just brute force through the middle of the map, but keep an eye on Mack. He's there to pinch for the rest of his team who are coming through the kitchen side.
He's already got him as well. Legion have the numbers here as well, but they're going to be pinched from multiple directions. Clayster lays down. Pred and Accuracy here. They're going to jump into the point, but they're going to fall as well. Accuracy finds TJ. Mack will find Clayster. Standy falls as well. And the Legion have been rebuffed back out of Restaurant. It's been a back and forth hard point for these two. But it will be Seattle in the better position as we move forward.
It felt like looking at the minimap there that every single arrow was just pointing in a different direction. I had no clue which way any team was breaking from, holding from. Not a clue. Everybody all over the place, and ultimately it just comes down to a couple of trade fests here and there, and all of a sudden, what was a healthy lead for Vegas Legion is now looking like a turnaround. Simp's going to find one towards the back. It's crucial that Clayster found it momentarily on his own, but Mack is now left also on his own to try and get some kitchen control, which Vegas Legion are trying to keep a hold of. They know the push is going to come from bedroom. DJ set up towards that side. Standy will find a killer kitchen. Looking good for Legion.
Oh, DJ! Pushed all the way out towards block there on the minimap. Looks like how on earth they swarmed past him. Played his time, played his kills. Seattle Surge now have to try and break this through as well. They know there can be players in corners. Going for Overwatch. Can he thread the needle? Looking for Clayster's fingertips. There goes the nade. Clayster will just have to take it. Sandy's going to find the kill as well. A little bit of a slow push here from Seattle.
I almost would have wanted to see Sid maybe just get a little bit more aggressive, but mustn't have been feeling confident about the positioning from the teammates. Just kind of running into the fire of the Seattle Surge. Good shots coming in from Pred, but it's unable to be cleaned up. So after the first rotation, the Hills, it is a very healthy lead for the Vegas Legion. It was like this after the first rotation of Hills on Embassy as well. Very strong start. Mid-game, though, is where Seattle Surge started to come back into things. Can they do so once again?
They're here in the critical role for going into the second set of rotations. If you had a Seattle Surge, maybe the rotations can save them. They are not winning the slaying battle, but if they can get to these points first, they can hold.
DJ with a big win over towards the double arches. Standy finding more, and Standy finding even more than that. It's 6 in a row from Standy. He'll want to chow this on to save, no doubt, but TJ is there to, well, potentially pick up the pieces, cannot do so. Spawn's not really there for anybody right now. Seattle Surge spawning towards the bedroom side. Vegas Legion just momentarily going to get a spawn over towards the spa, but Tempnelli lighting up 3. Will find 2, but it's looking like a big fight over towards the car park. Can TJ find this onto Mack?
I think Mack knows somebody's out here. He saw a player earlier on, or heard a player, but TJ has played a little bit shy behind the fire engine.
Needs help.
And they're waiting. Their silence pop to lay down. Will he take the right corner? Sid will, but it doesn't matter. TJ still playing his life, and that means Legion are going to be the first into P2.
Yeah, it's Temp who finds the kill over towards the restaurant side, and then they can start to lock things down from here as well. Standy has been lights out for the team. We're thinking of the SMG of Standy, but it's the tack today. 5 in a row for Standy. It was 6 in a row about 3 seconds ago, and he's just running an absolute mock onto your Seattle Surge side. Fred's the only one who can shut him down. The hold for Vegas Legion is strong. 30 seconds already into P2. It's been all Legion.
The first 2 kills come through. Surge needed that desperately. They will have to fight their way back up the mountain at this point if they want to come back into the game. Scrap time on P2. Pinning in Legion all the way to the back spawn. The rotation is calling. If Legion get here first in some sort of numbers, they might have a good time, but they haven't done it yet.
That's a small win for Vegas Legion, though, towards P2. I mean, you pick up 30 seconds when the lead is this high. And this big, it's a good position to be in. Standing on transition as well will find another kill. He's been phenomenal for Legion in this series. And can they find the break to, well, break Seattle Surge in this one? Mack's going to be the first to fall close. They're through the door. The shallow, not quite there, but Standy is. The rest of Vegas Legion are here in numbers. Seattle Surge trying to find a break back.
A break and break and break. Legion just keep doing it to Seattle Surge. Like Bane versus Batman. They will not let them rest. And TJ, it's now going to be stake up, but Simp will get that kill as well. More players flooding through it as well. A huge dude from Simp. Pulling his team out of the fire. They needed that. They were here first. They want the points.
They need every single rotation, every single break right now. Vegas Legion still only 24 seconds away from the win in the map and the series. Mack is there to find one at the place there, but this is getting a little bit scary now. Legion are in.
And there's Pred. Has to fight off 2 as well. He's going to fall to Temp. 13 seconds. They cannot win it here. Rotation. It's placed up, but it's going to be gunned by accuracy. There is still life for Seattle. There is still an opportunity, but they must hold some rotations.
One big 60 is all it takes for things to get very, very nervy for the Vegas Legion, but all it takes for them right now is 10 seconds for 10 more CDL points. Mack is going to find the kill on the Clayster. Last time around, this fight was influential. This time around, it's Mack who wins it. Still the hold for Seattle. Vegas Legion taking their time.
They're not finding it. Seattle are clearing house. They are clearing the lanes. They will not let Vegas Legion come anywhere near this point. And Pred puts down Clayster as well. At what point do Vegas Legion rotate? Because they have not found anything here.
The problem is with a mega early rotation, it gives Seattle Surge time to find their way over as well. I haven't seen a Vegas Legion gunfight win in quite some time. They're setting up for transition already. That is that full 60 I talked about. It comes through, and Mack's found some kitchen control as well. This is bad for Vegas Legion.
And Mack
it's really
on the
bad.
Attack. It's unbelievable. He's found his way through to it as well, but does not win that gunfight. The first ticks are now turning for Legion. They might have made just enough as Simp gets the first kill. The rest of them are going to be kitchen. Temp finds him at the same time. 4 seconds to victory, and Seattle Surge have to fly, but they are going to die. Nothing but a small contest, and it will be Vegas Legion. A sigh of relief. It is not the cheers of victory, but an oh my goodness, thank goodness we got that win.
Callista's a big mad boy right now. Him and Temp, I don't know if they're talking to each other or just talking smack in general. Probably not happy with the way that they ended that one, but somebody who will be very happy with their performance is Standy. 33 bomb and a big, big win for Vegas Legion. Brings them back up to contention on this bubble. And Seattle Surge, your champ spot is not safe yet.
And I feel like a broken record, because it was 205 to 250 the first time, The slaying was the Legion the first time, and we've basically seen a repeat again. Seattle Surge fought valiantly from the back foot. They came back into this game, but it was not to be. Too little, too late, too many points, not enough time.
Very, very difficult, isn't it? When you are Seattle Surge, you kind of rely on Pred being able to find those moments of magic, but it almost feels like those moments of magic are bailing Seattle Surge out of positions where, I mean, look, we talked about it, aBeZy, how many opportunities that Vegas Legion had to close that out nice and easily. Yeah, okay, 50-point game, still relatively comfortable. Seattle Surge would have been absolutely bodied in both those hard points if it isn't for a couple of moments here and there of magic from Pred and co. Didn't really see as much of that in map number 4, of course, but hey, look, Vegas Legion be very happy with that performance, finding themselves another 10 points, very much still in the run, Brett.
Yeah, that's 10 points they desperately wanted. 10 points we may not have given them credit for when we first saw the schedule, but it doesn't matter. Winning is winning. And we'll throw it over to our desk to break down everything we've just seen.
I'll tell you what, somebody over in Vegas is currently giving a raise to whoever signed Standy. Standy coming in and saving the Vegas Legion season. He was off in their last matchup. That one was a tough one going to a Game 5. He doesn't allow a Game 5 today, nameless. Let's take a look back at some of these plays. Standy dropping a 33 bomb in Game 4 after being a hero in Game 2. What did the young man show you tonight?
I mean, it was the sub-duo as well. I mean, everybody played great. Standy on this map, ability to get lost is second to none. Some of the breaks that they had, I mean, beautiful. You talk about this P4 hill, this hill, the way that they were able to break it. Clay finds a couple of kills up top, but it was some heroic efforts by the SMGs. TJ going around back, staying alive, finding 2 kills. Just beautifully played, man. And this was a map that I was expecting to go towards Seattle Surge. We talked about it prior to the series. This is where Seattle Surge had the advantage. Games 3 and 4, everything was going according to script. Instead, we see Vegas come out on top. Some beautiful plays and adjustments, and hardpoint leads to a 6-3 hardpoint record throughout the stage. One of our top hardpoint teams here in the Stage 5 split.
Crucial breaks and some epic holds, and plays like that from Standy were the difference maker as Seattle made it close in the final few rounds. But Vegas shuts it down, 250, 206. It will now be moving on to the winners bracket come Toronto. They are done for the qualifier. You know who else is done, though? Seattle, 1-4 after a 4-1 in the Stage 4 qualifiers. Seattle has to be heartbroken. They're starting in a loser's bracket, and with 190 points, this team is not safe for champs, nameless.
Yeah, like I said, man, I mean, you got to start, like, when you're sitting down on that stage, sitting next to each other, playing these matches, and you just keep on losing, at some point, you got to look at these other guys and be like, man, we just don't work together anymore. We've had our run. And at this point for Seattle Surge, you're no longer safe to make it into champs. I mean, you're talking about you're in losers round 1. You haven't been able to do any damage. You can't win your map picks. And now you potentially lose in that round 1 of losers. And you got teams like Minnesota just making a change. In Vegas, with how incredible they've looked, they can eclipse you and knock you out of champs contention. So for Seattle Surge, that is tough.
Seattle Surge, good luck moving forward. For now, though, we are popping bottles with Mr. Wandy. Put it in the chat right now. We've got Standy joining us live. And Standy, the chat was going nuts after your search and destroy performance. You continue to impress with some plays on control. But that Game 4, that was the difference maker for me. You shined amongst everyone in that lobby. What was it like playing against Pred in the Surge today?
Playing against Pred in the Surge?
Yeah.
I don't really know. We just kind of played our game and just prepared for ourselves and just played confident, and we won.
Standy, I feel like you thrive in being the underdog. How has it felt sort of embodying that story with the Vegas Legion throughout this split? You know, coming into it, we looked at your schedule. I'm looking at it right now. You guys had one of the hardest splits that we've seen all year long for a team, especially in the position that you're in. You guys rise to the occasion now, 3-2. So how do you feel being the underdog gave you an edge?
Well, I just been in a lot of situations, I feel like, in my career where I feel like I'm a little bit undervalued or underappreciated. So I just am always there still, you know. I'm always going hard, practicing hard to, you know, like, I want to be a scary, like, I want a top team to, like, look at my team and just be like, yo, like, these guys are scary. They're like, we can't take it easy against them, you know?
Yeah,
yeah, that's really all.
It feels like that's the case now. Right. Sorry, I was interrupting there for a second because I really want to know the tandem of you and Thieves, man. You guys have been unbelievable. Search and destroy, now in the respawns. For you two, how have you built that chemistry up to this point? Because it seems like you guys are unstoppable.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I just think I joined the team and me and T just happened to have really good play styles to bounce off each other. I think Tej is very good at he's very good at understanding when I'm the one going rogue that he needs to be the one to play safe, and then when he's the one going rogue, I'm the one to play safe. So we both kind of get our moments to make plays and go rogue, and you know, I do dirty work to help him and he does dirty work to help me. But I mean, he's very selfless, and having a guy like that always makes the game easier.
Standy, you had an apartment in Toronto earlier this year. You are going back to that city to play in the next major. Where are you taking us and the rest of your team to go eat?
There's this place called, I don't know, to be honest.
Look at Sandy, man. Right, he doesn't eat. This guy's a $1.10 soaking wet. You don't eat no.
Go get some poutine somewhere.
I'll teach you how to eat, my friend.
Go get some poutine somewhere.
There we go. That is my man, Standy. We got to let you go because we still have 3 more matches left on the day. Congratulations on the win.
Nice. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
That is Standy. Don't ask him for a dinner date, but do watch his games of Call of Duty. Vegas continues to impress, but as I mentioned, plenty more action still to come. And Nameless, the fans, if they haven't started their collection, now's the time to do it. How do you get involved?
Listen, man, go scan that QR code, get yourself some Upper Deck cards. I remember at the first event, we got a bunch of packs of those things, so go check them out and see if you can get one of your favorite players.
And of course, we've got jerseys, hoodies, hats, t-shirts, and more. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. Support your crew. Wear your gear in person in Toronto next week. When we come back, we've got match number 2 of a 4-match Super Saturday. You don't want to miss it. It is going to be the unbeaten OpTic Texas squad taking on a surging 3-1 Florida Mutineers.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today. Available June 20th.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no anecdote. Better keep it light when I'm talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no anecdote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. Give me the smoke.
Much love to everyone around the world tuning in. I was just checking out Scump and some of our watch parties out there. People from Helsinki, Australia, the
Shout
moon,
out.
all watching Call of Duty today, and for good reason. This is our final Super Saturday. Only 2 days left of qualifiers, and Ant, this is your last opportunity to score points. We are just a month out from champs, and you just saw the Legion pick up 10 more points. That is going to be a 10-point difference between them and 8th place, where they want to be.
Yeah, and they could still make it in, right? It's going to come down to a match at the next major, I feel like. But also, Chris, let's not forget, Florida, the dream is technically still alive. They would have to win every single match and win the next event.
Or something close to that.
You know what sucks, though, is that dream's finna end today, right?
No,
into this match.
And it all continues. Look at the road so far and the beautiful match ahead of them. It's totally possible if your name is Brack, Vickle, Capsidal, or Felony, maybe? I don't know, fellow. You haven't had a lot of success against this team, but you have had success recently when you're coming off 2 matches where you pick up wins against LA Thieves and then a dominant win over London. So this is the best we have seen Florida, but now this is their toughest challenger yet. Talk to me about this lineup. What do you expect to see from the Mutineers? How do they match up against OpTic?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously OpTic's going to be dominant in every single game mode up against Florida, but when you talk about what these guys have done, Florida Mutineers, the players have been unreal. Brack is number 6 overall KD throughout this stage, and when you talk about Vickle, he's a number 4 hardpoint KD. He's been absolutely frying. Everybody has stepped it up individually, and as a collective, it has led to some big wins. We're talking about a team that went up against LA Thieves, our major champions, and beat them in 3 respawns.
Right.
Also, they have some maps that have been lockdown maps throughout this stage. So, Chris, let's talk about Monster.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that map number 3. Keep up the form on Expo Control. Florida looked incredible in this game mode and on that map. I'm looking forward to that matchup in this series. And also, take your advantage on Fortress S&D. Will you have an advantage in Fortress Hardpoint? Probably not. Search and Destroy, this is a chance for you.
Yeah, 100%. They definitely have a chance. When you talk about this, we'll get into the maps and modes later, but Florida have their best maps throughout this series. I mean, we talk about the S&Ds. This is going to be a banger if they can make it to a Game 5 series. And here's their road to major. I mean, who would have thought Florida Mutineers would be 3-1 at this point?
They are playing for the number 1 seed going into Toronto. That is actually up for grabs. OpTic is the last team in their way, and they are the only team unbeaten right now in our Major 5 qualifiers. In big part due to the play we've seen from everybody. You got Shotzzy lighting up, Huke dropping bombs in Search and Destroy and always pushing the action, and then Ghosty and Dashy just getting the job done on the ARs. But what has been the standout? What's been the difference with OpTic? Because this is a team that's been to back-to-back grand finals, namely.
Yeah, well, the difference throughout this stage and why they look even better is Ghosty has been performing on another level. Huge, massive impact plays. Not that he wasn't doing it before, just that he's ascended, and now they're almost unstoppable. And for your Monster Energy pregame, make Brack uncomfortable on Fortress S&D. He has dang near a 3.0 on that map when you talk about Fortress Search. And then Fortress Hardpoint has to be a freed up for Game 4. They're 8-0 with Ghosty, and they've been winning by an average of, wait for it, if you weren't listening, listen now, 115 points is how much they've been winning by on average in their 8-map stint with Ghosty. That is absolutely bonkers.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at the maps. It's not pretty. HyDra hardpoint for game number 1. We go to Fortress for Search. Expo will be that game change in game 3. Fortress hardpoint though. game number 4 you're in.
So I will say, Chris, in these maps, Florida have their best maps. We talked about the game 2. They're 6-1 on it. The Mercado S&D, they love it. Sitting at 3-3. Expo 2-0 throughout this stage. And the Fortress Hardpoint. We just said it should be a free dub for OpTic. Well, when you look at Florida, the last 2 wins, they won by 120 points plus. That was against Thieves in one of them, so they're feeling comfortable in Fortress Hardpoint.
OpTic hasn't played a lot of Game 5s. They don't want one today. In the chat right now, at least 90% of them don't think it's going to go that way at all. It's going to be all OpTic as we send it over to the casters. We've got Miles and Chance as Florida pull off the unbelievable upset.
It is quite possible, Chris. I mean, the stats are there. It's all in place for Florida. Can they execute, Chance?
I mean, it's a very big question, I would say. One of the final questions we have of this stage, just looking at like the stats, though, the match metrics, it's going to be a difficult series, to say the least. I think Nameless set it up pretty much how I was looking at it of, obviously, you're going to be giving OpTic the edge. OpTic have some fantastic maps in this series, but for Florida, also some of their best as well, so there absolutely is that sleeper potential, especially as the Mutineers. I'm sure OpTic fans are fairly familiar, occasionally have been their boogeyman.
Occasionally, every damn near major, ladies and gents. But good news is this is online in the safety of their homes, where curses don't seem to have as much of a pronounced effect. Must be something about the garlic hung up outside the doors, who knows. But for now, it's time to go to HyDra and wash away what could be a very dangerous series for both teams. Exciting stuff as we get into this one. First up and foremost, HyDra Hardpoint.
And I know if I was playing against Shotzzy on HyDra Hardpoint, I would absolutely have a seance before the match just to try to get all the bad spirits out, because it feels like that's what you're going to need. Obviously, the water routes are going to be bountiful this map, but Florida, the nautical team, will see if they can deal with it. And Shotzzy already underwater.
You don't need a seance, you just need a spear and a net. That boy's going to be underwater the whole time. Here we go, though. Opening Bloods going the way of Dashy. Nice 2-piece for him. Looking for that third fellow, narrowly gets away with his life. A little 2-second head start here for the Florida Mutineers in the hardpoint department. But for now, eyes on that P2. That's where OpTic are. They've drawn a line right down the middle of the map, and they're trying their very best not to let them cross it.
And honestly, that could have been a terrifying moment. As soon as I see a player like Dashy get on the bridge heady, I'm thinking, oh, you're never getting past this line. But as he jumps on the hill, at least there's an opening for Florida to start to make moves. And Shotzzy really aggressive. And if I'm Cap, I'm not ready for that either. Question is, what is it going to do to the spawns? Well, Shotzzy plays it perfectly. Florida tucked that much further back, and OpTic will have an incredibly comfortable rotation in B2.
Yeah, this is great. Gonna catch another. Oh, Vehicle, run. Vehicle, he has a knife.
Water?
Vehicle, run! Slash! The second! No way! Yes, indeed! Shotzzy gets it! Oh my god, no one else does it like that. Couple of tags in a capsule, the hardpoint time still ticking away, and this is Shotzzy in a very annoying position. No one from Florida is going to get close. They have to go through him first. Vehicle not able to get the kill, my word, and he moves again. A slippery little devil here on HyDra.
The only player that treats a pro match like it's a ranked game. Shotzzy literally does whatever he wants, and obviously built OpTic a very sizable lead off the rip. That being said, though, I suppose for Florida, if they're able to get the final 30 seconds of scrap, effectively going to be a tied game going into new. So Operation Don't Get Beamed by Dashy, just stay inside the hill, collect the time, and focus on that rotation.
Operation Don't Get Beamed by Dashy is actually very difficult to accomplish. So far, though, the Mutineers keeping it within spitting distance. Can they get themselves in towards Nude? Big wins from Vehicle in the middle of the map. An open lane now for his boys to flood over and deal with Shotzzy once again. He's up next. Takes care of Vehicle. That's going to be the hard point that much safer. Didn't bet on Capstorm Fellow though being in there. Can Shotzzy keep the run going? Checking every corner as he does, but this is a good bit of work here from the boys of the Mutineers. Spawns in control, and now the hard point's theirs.
And keep in mind, because those spawns were in control, those initial cutoff kills that Shotzzy was getting don't amount to much because Florida right back near the point, but these cutoff kills are going to matter a great deal. And the time hasn't been touched. I don't know if you read this yet. Rack not going to shoot back. Shotzzy continues to dance. An 11-2 start. Another 4 spree. Make it a 5, and the hill gets broken as well.
All right, this is a very, very impressive string of plays here from Shotzzy. We gassed the boy enough, but this is very impressive. He is certainly slipping through the small radar the Florida Mutineers had set up. Sonar, if you will, here on HyDra. It's Huke keeping the play going. But, oh, man, Shotzzy 12-3. Those plays, they're helping a lot, but they haven't helped out in the kills or in the time department. Mutineers still in the lead. They're going to look towards that new rotation and chance OpTic once again in position.
Ooh. And Huke struggling as well. I think started out 0-5, now 2-7 in those, at least rotational gunfights. Florida have done okay, but this is a big moment for OpTic. They get the full 4-man stack around the point. Now they need the good hold.
One solid break's all it's going to take. OpTic set up for the push. Shotzzy front line, keeping these players at bay. Time ticking away. Dashy soaked it. So going to bullets as well. Vico unable to get the trade, not able to get in there, and Shotzzy keeps the kills going. Huke on the top side of the map safe as well. Mutineers, the play has been cut in half. Vico, the man behind enemy lines, now desperately trying to find one or two. One's good, two would be great. But this whole time, OpTic have taken that lead.
And he's been so patient on the approach, but he just can't get any support coming through. His teammates get wiped off the map, but now he's jumping on it, and the timing is perfect. The patience pays off. In Florida, again, they've been on the back foot. They're going to stay on the back foot, but these scrap time fights at least have kept them in the game.
Oh my. Young Spaniard keeping the kills going for the boys. Now right back in it. Vico, check it. Where is he? God almighty, Ghosty. No, it was Shotzzy, the ghost. They're on the point. A little confused there. I'm sure Vico was. The caps are now flying in. Late break. Numbers there for the Mutineers. They're looking strong. A nice nade from Huke's going to slow down Capsule's progress. Brack on the outside. Wins one. Straight over now to Ghosty. Can he get it as well? Nearly one more bullet would have been there. Trade from Vico as Ghosty plays his life brilliantly. The battle still continuing here on the point.
Obviously, this is like a, completely tied up game as the fight still continues on this hill, but I think Florida has been on point with winning most of the important gunfights except for Shotzzy. No one is shooting back, it feels like, except for Shotzzy, but that's the man in the hill. That's the man there for the bait, and obviously if you can't take him down, Florida back into time, keeping things close, and even on that rotation, Fellow ahead of the game, but maybe not ahead enough. You have spawns all over the map for OpTic.
Our nautical team still remain in the lead here on HyDra. Final few seconds here of our point. We go towards our second set, and this has been neck and neck since it started. Mutineers with full mid-map control. Shotzzy though with spawns towards new. Here comes the cruise.
I do see a trophy. Well, I see two actually. Cap should be nice and safe. Not a single tack actually rained out from any OpTic player. So best way to dodge the cruise in that moment. Now it's about the gunfights though, and Cap trying to kick things off. It is going to be trades back and forth, and for the moment it looks like OpTic's going to come out on top.
Yeah, it was under the cover of the cruise sort of smoke. Whoa! The boys of OpTic fly forward into the point. Now they've got the time, but Fellow though with the old schnapper. We're not talking about the fish, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about that AR. He is finding the kills. Vico now forward. He flies. The lead still in the hands of the Mutineers, and they are running the show so far. Chance that there's a counter-attack from OpTic here. 20 seconds to go. You're battling for P1. You're battling for P2. Quick listen in. Florida Mutineers.
I got one. Yo, one time. One dome.
Lay down, lay down. One shot. Come mid,
That's good time.
Come mid. Hang on a second, Javi. He got me. Top dome.
You're right, so Javi. Just try to stay down, get that time. Yeah, I'll come right with you.
I don't see him mid. Take your time. Pushed up somewhere. Take your time, Javi. I'm coming. I'm netting your top dome. They're holding it from deep. I'm going over you.
No, jump top. How are
dead? Nice, good job.
He's top dome.
Nice, good job. I'm taking low dome. Okay, I took it on top broken. He's stunned in time. He has a trophy. I hit it twice. Dome's gonna cut you guys.
You're gonna spawn behind your coach.
He back. One shot, Dashy. Hang on a second. Outer. He's weak. Oh, there's nothing. Hang on. I'm putting in the back, Dashy. Dashy's in the back.
One shot, push off. Elbow.
One shot, bro. Elbow. He's going bottom dome fast.
Absolute in the back. Ready.
30 seconds on this.
Yeah, we're good.
Make sure we hold spawns here. He has not crossed.
Hit from dome.
Here, P3 just in case. I'm wrapping back, copy. I got one mid.
I'm doing team shock. I'm seeing Huke shock. Go for low left water.
I'll watch it.
I'll see these track, guys. Let the track.
Yeah, they're going water, so I'm backing up. They're gonna be behind us. I'm in the water. I need the low left water.
Playing aggressive on this.
Yo, he's in the back.
Time weak.
I killed Huke. Okay, I'll get
He's low.
That's calm communication at the Florida Mutineers. They have accounted for nearly everything, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's Shotzzy. He's in the back line. No Deddy. He's just doing this quietly. Brack has not got a clue. They've done the math. They've counted it out. They've not found him. Springing out into the play. Can Shotzzy find anything here from this backline position? Great tags from Fellow. Keeping him at bay. Capsule there with the cleanup. Good stuff. Backline safe. Huke's now got the pinch going chance, and we're looking at another lead change.
Well, this could work out for Florida, but also they're going to be spawning deep, so the players in the hill and Vico have to win these gunfights. It looks like Brack just gets taken down, and what could have been a very good situation for Florida. Looks like Huke with the patience going to take full advantage and just wait. I mean, that is a perfect play right there from Huke, but now you want to give up those back spawns and focus on that rotation, because if Shotzzy's collecting kills, there you go. Vico already spawns out. Fellow spawns out. Florida maybe dropping the ball. OpTic now the advantage to turn that score even higher.
Got the right hand side of the map as well. Brack finds a nice 2 on the point. Capsule turned on by Dashy. That is some lovely shots. And Big Bruce get any more now. Brack, nice moves there off the top rope as they fly forward. Mutineers know they have to hit the go button. Shotzzy had that spawn set for the last sort of 10 to 15 seconds, so everything's all good here for OpTic Texas. We saw the break from the Mutineers last time chance. Will they do it again?
Yeah, I mean, you got main Slayer, Hill Time Collector, guy that's rotating. Shotzzy right now doing it all, but is responsible. Doesn't have any help on the left side. So question is, how good is his hearing for Fellow on the jump up? But is the pinch coming through? Pressure's on. Beagle's got the sub, but too much of a bait. Florida stormed the hill and haven't cleared out the back line just yet until Bragg takes care of business. In Florida, they got the break.
They're in. They've got the break. They still have to deal with Dashy. Easier said than done. There's another couple of plays here to be made. Big Bruce can't keep him off the time. 20 to go here. Mutineers, nice bit of work on the soak. Vehicle has had to abandon. Shit, Fellow though will keep the play going there from the back. Still 15-ish seconds that he had here. Mutineers, they do want it. You're pinned on this side of the map though. The rotation is not going to go their way. That is all OpTic for now.
Oh, and I thought Huke was going to be in a good spot to post up an L trigger, but he gets caught, so Florida have at least opened up the middle of the map to try to make their move. But OpTic right now, a bit of a tight setup. 4 players around the hill. These are the gunfights that could decide the game, and Shotzzy kicking off things right.
Kicking off things real good. Quick pre-nade as well. Clock sticking. Here's the contest. The back line now. Bragg burst that one wide open. Is this enough to get the boys in? Ghosty watching the back line there as well. No one's going to get through there. Oh dear, it's capsuled through the front door, and it's Fellow on the time. Huke, what can he find? Trying to find the angles. Mutineers now thick as thieves as they are shoulder to shoulder on the inside of the point. That's great work again out of Fellow. Shotzzy from upstairs. Can he get anything now? No, he can't. Bragg wins another big one. Now over to Ghosty. He gets himself at least one, but the time is still maneuvering in the way of the Mutineers. Ghosty! Oh, God, capital. Wins a big fight. The trades are done. Huke's the last man standing.
Starting to put that pressure on, man. Players on both teams being aggressive, but you have OpTic a decent lead going into noob, but as is typical on HyDra, it's going to come down to P1 and potentially P2. So Florida, it is the more difficult task. They've lost the gunfights for the deep rotation. They have to collect this P1 time.
You sorely would have loved that last 20 seconds there from the Mutineers, but this time round, OpTic, they don't get P1. Now the battle for this point is going to be more ferocious than we have seen so far in the map. Here we go. Ghosty, one step at a time. Forward he rolls. Huke, nice two-piece. Shotzzy's in the back. This could be game. That is a huge break. Vehicle, last man. Mutineers all down. 10 for the win.
Water route number 17 that Shotzzy was able to connect to go on the flank, and Huke with the big 2 as well. And that's a team kill as well. Shotzzy might get traded, but OpTic right now 5 points away. They win the game, and they still have the spawns for the new rotation. I mean, OpTic just have to play this safe, and they can't lose it. Dashy's picking up double kills. Dashy picking up the triple. He is the iron on the back line, enough to seal the deal. OpTic will take map 1.
There it is. Little bit of a bead of sweat there on OpTic Texas brows before the closeout, but in the end of the day, the win's a win. Mutineers, a strong showing there in the respawns. Their current form cannot be denied. A lovely start to this series. Shotzzy, man, we're going to give him all the love in the world for some of those plays we saw. An outstanding start to what should be a fun one. OpTic go up by 1.
I mean, it really was like Shotzzy versus Florida for the first, 4 or 5 hills of the game, where Shotzzy was really the only contributor on OpTic, and Florida had a couple good breaks when they needed. I think for Florida, it was really only that second P2 rotation where OpTic basically got a full 60, weren't able to make the break or flip the spawns in an advantageous way. And I mean, outside of that, Florida played the map incredibly well, in spite of the fact that Dashy threw up big numbers, in spite of the fact that Shotzzy threw up big numbers. Just a well-played game by both teams, and OpTic just more gas in the tank at the end.
Yeah, huge. Honestly, a really, really good game of HyDra there. We saw it all, man. Shotzzy with the knife. We just saw some crazy moments, man. He really did have one of the most unbelievable runs at the start of that game. And again, the highlights will definitely reflect that. So exciting stuff. Either way, we got a tweet there from Maze. Watching Shotzzy plays like watching art in motion. Call of Duty has been out for 20 years, and I've yet to see someone move like that on the map. Wow. We love you, Mark. Hope you're well, mate. Makes us run, ladies and gents. Nothing but good vibes, though, for the OpTic Texas fans. Are obviously excited in this one. If they do win this series, chance back-to-back perfect runs in qualifiers up to majors. No one has done it before.
And it's completely absurd run that these guys have had. I mean, the hard point alone is when they're breaking records or tying them for the hard point spree. So these guys have been on point, locking it down, and Shotzzy obviously a main contributor as to why, because I don't even, a multi-dimensional player, he literally has everything in his arsenal of what he can do in every game mode. Run the Vaz, run the tack, he can rotate, he can be the Slayer, he can be the route man. I just don't know if there's an identifiable weakness in Shotzzy's game. So MVP caliber performance and player, without question, typical performance in map number 1. We'll see what he can do in map 2.
The greatest thing Shotzzy can keep doing is trying to be unpredictable, because as soon as he's red, he's dead. I mean, we saw a few teams deal with them very, very effectively, particularly on HyDra. It wasn't Mutineers here. Last time we saw a team deal with them was basically Toronto, I want to say, in the previous major. But alas, the map is done. HyDra, there are the stats, and yes, Shotzzy was the man. That 1.5 there, 27 and 18, glorious stuff. And not only that, I mean, one thing that we cannot really track too effectively, but how many times he secured spawns chance for the team? How many times he was the first man behind the new hardpoint, getting his boys in position when they really needed it and allowing that time to go their way. That was the difference maker for me.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the fastest players in the game when he needs to, but also no mistakes made on those rotational plays where he just needs to hide in the back and get the timing just right. And I mean, him and Huke, I think, had pretty good synergy as well in like the P3, where Huke was like waiting for Vehicle on those back gunfights, and as soon as he got it, immediately gives up the back spawns. So when his teammates get the kills, you flip the spawns on their head. So OpTic, super well played. Shotzzy a main factor why, but we'll see how well he can dance on Fortress Search and Destroy, because I know for Florida, this is a map that they are very much looking forward to playing. And if there's any map where they have the advantage, it would be in the map 2.
Absolutely. A near 3.0 from Brack in the kills department. We'll see if he can keep it going against a team like OpTic Texas. Going to be tough. Well, of course, we do have that Expo, Fortress, and Ricardo to round out the series. Expo's going to be Mutineers. Time to bounce back here in this Search and Destroy chance.
And I'm very much hoping for a good game, too, because certainly that map 1, Florida had a lot of fight in them. And I know for quite a few of the teams towards the bottom of the league where champs is looking like almost an impossibility, a lot of teams just crumble. Florida, not at all. Like, they are right now potentially going to end up pulling away like the 1 seed going into the major. So, I mean, this is a team that is clearly competitive. I mean, these guys have the right mindset going in, and obviously map 1 had quite a bit of fight, but a good bit of fight isn't always good enough. Got to crank things up just a little bit more and execute on that game plan on the Fortress S&D.
I'm going to crank it right up. Stats very strong there for the Mutineers, of course, as you can see. Not too much separating them in the first blood department or even the round percentage. But OpTic has had a little bit more time on the map. Not as, let's say, successful, but current form, the way this series could be playing out, we are surely in for a treat. COD fans, what a weekend of Call of Duty has been already. Far from over. And the Toronto Major next week. Well, baby, what a time to be a CDL fan. Here we go into the Search.
The man with the best KD on this map right now, and well, unfortunately the stun doesn't open the door, so you have to reposition. He catches the timing, but Fellow just gets caught too fast. Shotzzy and Huke dancing together. Another first blood gets traded out, but that's a play that'll stick in the back of your mind.
Yeah, this one's about to stick in the front of your face, as Shotzzy has made it into the top side of the fortress through that single window. And he is alone right now. Vic will be the only other player in here, and he's going to slowly check the stairs. He might check too much. Good tags. This frag will connect. There's the bank. There's the kill. Shotzzy finds 2.
Literally perfect gameplay right there. I mean, Call of Duty at its finest. Frag on point, and now for Capsule, he's the bomb carrier, but I think the only player in the lobby with dead silence right now is going to be Shotzzy. So if Florida are forced to make the play, it is not going to be easy.
There's dead silence activated in the Capsule. Reads it perfectly. Bomb carrier there. For the Mutineers, 2v2 now. There's a decent amount of clearance there over towards A, but Ghosty will see them if they do go for it. 25 on the clock.
I mean, it's just players watching the crosses. Dashy and Ghosty to watch either bomb side, and you're making moves towards B, and the timing ends up going perfectly for Cap to get behind them. But you're running out of time, so you got to go for the bomb plant. OpTic are going to be bamboozled, and Brack potentially could get set up with a freebie, as he might just be able to shoot these players in the back when they turn.
And that's the deady play. Ghosty's never going to see that coming. Capsule might have just won them in the round. Dashy now in a 1v2. A moment of sheer magic from the Mutineers. Might have got them the round, and they have. Capsule take a bow. What a deady play. And the kill on a Shotzzy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the start of it, right? The patience from Capsule, where he doesn't have dead silence, but Shotzzy just, you know, we talk about how great he is. The one time he makes the mistake, an impatient play, pops dead silence and falls when his teammates already had the crosses to the bomb site. But not only does he give that one up, I thought the plan after the fact for OpTic is just watch both crosses to the bomb sites. You saw the angle Ghosty had, but Dashy ends up just getting the worst Call of Duty timing imaginable. Capsule finds that route and absolutely makes the play. That is a wonderful way for Cap to start that one.
I wonder if he did see anybody, if there was any sort of, you know, he held his fire. I would be fascinated to see that POV. But for now, Shotzzy, another sweet frag. Oh dear, Trophy's going to interrupt that one. Fine for now. The Mutineers, you still have coverage towards A. You've got a man on the inside of the bomb site as well. Great spot to be in for Florida.
Yeah, Capsule could be a bit of a threat if OpTic ever like wrap his bomb all the way around. So just another patient one. Feeling things out. Stun does not connect. I mean, it's a standard setup right now for Florida, but they have everything covered.
Well, might have a bit more than that. They can take care of Shotzzy. 31 HP. Out. Safe. Everyone playing patiently. Huke. Patience, not one of his virtues. Gets punished for it. Oh my word. Capsule nearly gets both from Shotzzy now flying onto the bomb site. Ghosty now moving the bomb forward. Nice tags from Fellow. Gets away with his life. The reach out, but Dashy there with a pinch. Lovely work. Can Beakle find any more here? Shotzzy dances into death. 2v2.
Yeah, Shotzzy just hit the full send again. So at 3v2, the odds get evened up. It is the exact same players, but this time it is going to be Brack left alone. Dashy wins the gunfight, and now it is always the worst thing you ever see when it's a trophy player that has to clutch.
I know. Everyone, my eye is guided to the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Sadly, no dead silence. Just 30 seconds. Brack's on a 2. And as that clock ticks down, I would imagine he might try to play the life. It's going to be very difficult to break this. And here comes Ghosty and Dashy. Quick peek towards the bomb site. There's the check from Ghosty. The drive by Intel. 15 seconds. No hope for Brack.
I mean, well, Brack reads it perfectly, but Ghosty just gets the timing right. Dashy knows, just fly out and child 7.5, and he'll be good to go. Brack may be looking for the 4th in a row. Dashy doesn't want to give it away, and he absolutely does not. Well played 2v2, well played 2v1, and got to scratch that itch.
Wow, my boy's scratching. Dashy scratches the itch for the kill here, and he certainly gets it. 3-1. What a great round from him. Picked up Fellow on the cross. Takes care of that player on the inside of green as well. Nice tags from him, and then that big 1v1 against Brack there towards the end. Great stuff in the 2v1 situation from Ghosty as well. OpTic find the equalizer. Round 3.
Efficient trades as well, right? As soon as, you know, Huke might fly out a little bit, get caught, but as long as you clear out Cap, you're in a good spot. You pull out the boomstick, see what he can do. Gonna get stunned into oblivion. The trophy out late, but Shotzzy already with the first blood. So Florida wanted to be aggressive towards A. That got shut down real quick.
And that high caliber round is just rocketed past Fellow's head. He knows the snipe's there. He's going to stay down for a moment. OpTic transition towards B, thinking maybe something's up, but no, Fellow's caught himself another one. Pressure still on A. There's the snipe from Dashy. Lovely work. 2v3.
Yeah, and I don't think you ever read Ghosty in this corner either. You're going to be so worried about the snipe that you have to overpeak to check it. And, well, Cap tried to take a nice angle, but Dashy just had a better one. Clean shots coming through. I mean, I know we're used to Dashy being that good, but it still surprises me to see how accurate he really is.
Yeah, it is. That was 2 fantastic snipes on the round. Fellow moving through the air. Capsule, the tiniest slither. Is the Fellow tag. All right, maybe it wasn't through the air. But the second on the Capsule, just the tiniest bit of head there. The tiniest slither of face removed as Big Bruce catches another one.
Yeah, that's probably good comms from Ghosty as well, I think. If, like, Dashy's looking for that tight angle, I think maybe Ghosty heard him, like, crouch walking up. So, comms on point, Dashy on point, kill away from a cruise, and aggression over towards P1. Ghosty might have gotten a kill, but already Florida, they're going to have to panic and be worried about the push over towards B. Meanwhile, the bomb already being rotated out potentially. Is OpTic, you can take their time and play for trades. They have the man advantage.
Shotzzy's job now, don't let anyone through that door and just listen for as much info as possible. Huke delivers. Brack from top maps, long gone. Dashy looking for one more kill, and he's going to net himself that cruise missile. Meanwhile, you can get that bomb over towards the bomb site. There is nobody home. There's barely any eyes on it. Those tags, that's going to be enough now to get Ghosty into the site and maybe even get the plant. Here comes a nade for Fellow's troubles. Shotzzy as well. Still battling for the front side of maps. It's about to go boom. Capsule gets ripped. The last man alive. Fellow. And surely his days are numbered. Nice tags. The second node not going to be there. The submachine gun duo of OpTic Texas close it out.
That is teamwork on point as well. I mean, a perfectly played round right from the jump. I think OpTic, I don't know if they sent everybody, but it seemed like at least 3 players hit P1 off the rip, guaranteed to get the trades if Florida was even able to get 1 kill, and they just don't. Players get caught off guard, they get the man advantage, and there's no rush. There's overcommitment, or no overcommitment rather. Just taking their time, forcing Florida to make the play, and the playing for pick style ends up going perfectly for OpTic. 3-1 advantage, feeling pretty good.
Back at it on defense. We can see Dashy with that snipe. Oh my god! Capsule flew at him, and he's not going to slow down. Bomb site coverage now from the Mutineers looking real good. Shotzzy managed to sneak in. That's a deady play. Here comes Huke flying forward as well. Fellow, you are a dead man. No way. He's moving here. Shotzzy on a 6. Vehicle now 1v1 on the inside. Lovely teamwork. Vehicle gets both. And now it's a 2v2.
And Dashy does have the sniper too, so there's actually pressure on in these moments. Someone from Florida has to wrap back and actually go and pick up that bomb, but Dashy right now might have gotten the worst timing. Capsule, I don't even know if he had dead silence, but he just made the play.
2v1. Ghosty sees a vehicle, can't hit a vehicle. And now the bomb to be planted. Again, Ghosty, no dead silence. Get this going sooner rather than later. He's made the move up towards the top side of the fortress, and now he crouch walks.
I know he's crouch walking, but that's still so loud. And as soon as you open the door, yep, this should be nice and free. Ghosty's gonna have to fly as well in this moment. You don't have time to waste. You just have to go out and chow.
Chow he will. Will Capsule go for the cleanup here? Will he hold his line? He does get it. Capsule, another great string of plays here on Fortress.
And how about Vehicle as well? I know Cap gets the final kill, but Vehicle with the 2-piece inside of the cannon room. And I thought for a second when Fellow didn't react into the slightest to the fact that Shotzzy was going to be up above you, that it was going to be a big problem, but knew his boy was there for the trades. And I think Vehicle was only expecting Shotzzy, but he'll take the free Huke. I can't remember the Gopher game. Whack-a-mole. There you go.
Yeah, no, Vehicle was fighting a higher ranked demon there. He killed one and another one sprung out of it. You know what I'm talking about, Demon Slayer fans? Series is absolutely lit. Here we go. Another round. The Mutineers on defense this time. Vehicle with the sweet hops. He gets himself in there. Will he be able to destroy anyone who comes across him?
That was so quick as well. Shotzzy's going to read Vehicle, but honestly, it's kind of a panic moment when you're calling out someone isn't like your top art. Because now you have to be very confused. So a bunch of quick repositions on the side of Florida, and I mean, you use the cruise missile, you get no map control. It's just back to a standard round.
Capsule not deterred whatsoever by the stun. Will Vehicle break this door wide open and catch Huke out? Which part of it is he going to be behind? No, he's not prone. He's not on the close side of the door. It's great work from Vehicle, but time is the problem right now. 40 seconds to go. OpTic still waiting to get that bomb down over towards A. They have site control.
Complete site control. They just don't have the bomb guy over in that direction. They are so concerned about Vehicle, who is back to where he was at the start of the round, that they're burning a lot of time before they get the plant. Florida, you don't want to let this bomb go down. Vehicle gets the timing perfectly. But too many players from OpTic, they covered their boy, but only for a second.
Wow, who got turned on there, Fellow, and Capsule stay alive, and now Ghosty, he's gone as well. Shotzzy, can he get the bomb down? Final 10 seconds. Great reads out of the Mutineers, and what a fantastic life from Vehicle. He doesn't get the kills, but man, did he buy his teammates a good minute. And then the final string of info, they're all on A. Send it. They lit that site up like a Christmas tree right after Halloween.
You also have Vehicle. I think he just dragged it. Like, there was 2 other players on site for OpTic that were there to help the bomb guy get the bomb down. Both just turned their attention to Vehicle, gave too many things up, and just got caught. Even Huke on the flank, Fellow was ready for it. So, I mean, Florida going to be incredibly happy with that round. You burn the cruise and you clutch up like that. Try to convert this round on offense, and this is no time wasted. This is dead silence pop. Pack's going to just shoulder check both of these and maybe go for the bomb plant, except for Shotzzy made the play a little bit faster.
And he makes such an impact. That frag grenade clears out the top side of rails as well. Brax had to move on backwards. 2v4 right now, Mutineers. It's down to Brack and Fellow. They are split. Dashy's about to catch Fellow if he goes any further around that corner. No, Huke's there to now help out as well. A lot of noise being made. A lot of information. This is OpTic's round to lose.
I was going to go for the double shot as well. I was going to say it's just guaranteed. Angle 2 clean. Huke gets sent in for the kill, and an interesting round, but Shotzzy just goes and breaks you down. I mean, the round before, we saw how fast Vehicle was able to get in like the top boat room. Well, Shotzzy does the exact same thing, and Shotzzy got the final kill. We're going into round 8. Shotzzy already has 11 kills. Maybe he saw HyDra, set the kill record for the CDL S&D. Wants to see if he can tie or one-up him.
And what a game that was yesterday. No doubt about it, though. We're in for a fun one here. Uni is certainly going toe-to-toe with their Texan rivals. 1 round advantage here for OpTic Texas. It's first to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Oh,
again.
Sugar.
I feel like Florida have so many team kills in Search. They had quite a few on aBeZy last time we casted them. And there's a big one right there.
Huke sensing the advantage. Will he be punished for this? Nope, he will not. There's the kill. Huke finds his 3rd of the game. Brack's in a lot of trouble. Shotzzy with bomb is going for it. Oh, and he gets it. That is disgraceful. Vical now for the ace. Has to somehow stay alive. Good luck. Have fun. Huke gets it. OpTic map point.
Yeah, Huke's challenging too. I mean, as soon as you get him 1 shot, even if you throw the nade for the guarantee, I mean, Huke's just gonna chow you. That's what he does. So big wins in the moment, but obviously Vical was gonna get caught no matter what. And for Shotzzy, again, just to add to the deep repertoire that he has, that is one of the best SMG players in the game, pulling out attack and using it like a sub and flying at you in top maps while hip firing. Shotzzy, a terrifying force, and OpTic, they will probably laughing as soon as that team kill goes through. A sizable advantage now in this game.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it shouldn't work. I'm going to fly at you with an assault rifle, and here we go. Dashy, slowly but surely. Oh my god, it was a pixel away from landing. His SPX doesn't quite hit the mark this time round. We'll find out if it will in a moment. But for now, OpTic, they are looking towards A on the defense. They are not accounting for that open bottom side of the map. Huke will see him, though, but we'll see what happens.
And I think Dashy might have just got his trophy shot. I know he has another one, but hasn't thrown it down just yet. So yeah, the Suns are going to connect, and he takes that as the sign to actually move the trophy. But as he gets back down, Florida haven't taken control of the site just yet. Now they're making the move.
Watch out, Capsule. Don't check that corner. There's a big boomstick on the other side. Fellow Snakes might meet his end here. Capsule finds one. Fellow unable to get the bomb down. Check the open side. Oh, nice tags. Dashy's eyes have been blinded. You've got an opportunity to get that a bit closer. They're waiting for the kill, though, before they get the bomb down chance.
Huke's also moving on the flank as well, so you got 2 different things going at the same time. You're going for the bomb plant. Dashy can't catch you. Should get killed. Cap to take him down, and Huke might have gotten up top, but it's only for a trade. Got to clutch the 2v4.
Oh, boy. A couple more kills, though. Huke gets streaks also. Just in case it doesn't work out, you find 2 at the very least. Looking sweet for the next round. Check your corners, get onto the bomb site. Here comes the trades, the ability to dive on this one. Fellow, there's the tags. Ghosty in position there for the body block. 20 seconds. Fellow checks it. Fellow in a bit of trouble. Here comes the counter-attack. Brack's in. Can Brack get the pair? He does. Lovely work. Mutineers do not let a tough round get away from them. They stay alive here in the search.
Yeah, it's just not possible towards the end. I mean, those 2 players for OpTic, Ghosty and Huke, knew exactly what the play was going to be, but the play from Florida, just too good. Make sure your trades are there. Snake on that back truck heady, and make sure you take advantage of the situation. So good plays once again. I mean, Cat makes the big read. I think catches Shotzzy for the first blood as well. Shotzzy was trying to get aggressive and just clutching after the fact. So similar to map 1, I mean, you know, OpTic have had a slight edge for most of the game. Florida's still fighting, though. Need a round on defense to force the round 11.
And that doesn't help your chances whatsoever. Vical has already been eliminated from play. Shotzzy, that first blood, 13-5. What a series he is having so far. Wow, nice win out of Brack. Makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, just waiting for that moment to happen. I mean, Shotzzy looks locked in the player cam as well, so he was ready for that gunfight, but still evens up the odds. Huke, never gonna fear playing aggressive, but he's made it to the front lines, just gonna open up the side a little bit. So now the opportunity to get the bomb down, but still a tricky situation. You're worried about the flanks. I mean, right now, Dashy's worried about the full P1 wrap. You're going to leave part of, like, Art open as well. So they're going to have to dance around, and who gets caught? Florida might have this clutch in them.
Oh, Capsule's dipped out into safety. 2v2. Daddy Pop, both he and Brack moving silently now. Ghosty, the timing on this could be terrible, or it could be fantastic. We're about to find out. Dashy on the back stairs. Daddy nearly finished. Dashy's not going to let that line go. Ghosty has the bottom side of cannons covered too. There's the audio cue. Capsule spots him out. Tags are in. Brack now immediately diving towards the bomb. Might be going for the defuse chance. 20 seconds to go. This should be the map. Brack, can you beat Ghosty in this fight? I doubt it. Final 15. Snake that ass. OpTic Texas win the search.
getting the job done, and Dashy making the big plays in that final round as well. He had a big responsibility watching the flank, but decided to play it aggro, jumps up to P1, catches fellow, and just wraps back, doesn't get traded. Ghosty might have only gotten 2 kills, but as soon as he's snaking that back truck, well, it's the exact same thing. No one can defuse that bomb, and seemingly no one online can stop OpTic either. Looking for that perfect 5-0.
Snake in the truck. Boys got a dump. Truck. All game long. Snaking, man. Non-stop. 6-4, though, final score there. 12 minutes on the dot. Well done to everyone here on aBeZy Fortress. What a showdown that was. 13-6 out of Shotzzy. He was the moment maker for OpTic Texas there.
Oh, look at the first blood. Shotzzy had 5 of them. Like, that's ridiculous enough on its own. If that doesn't just outright beat the record for most first bloods in the map, at the very least, that's going to tie it. So, yeah, Shotzzy can simply do whatever he wants. And it's not just the fact that he had 5. You had OpTic with 8 out of 10. So, yeah, that is a truly ridiculous aBeZy Fortress S&D.
Crazy one. Well, we go to Expo in a moment, and so far, so good for OpTic Texas. It has been an incredibly close, I mean, hard-fought series, man. That HyDra was a banger. Fortress also an unbelievable map. Let's see what happens in a moment on Expo Control. But chance so far, I think this could go either way, man. I mean, Florida have looked so strong this run up to the major. I mean, Toronto, the form is going to be fantastic. Let's see what happens here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break now. Ladies and gents, we come back. Expo Control, maybe the end of this series or the beginning of the Florida Revolution. We'll be right back.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty. Don't laugh at it. Don't bring attention to it. We've got an Expo Control to play in just a brief moment. You absolute devils. We love and miss you all in Columbus. See you in Toronto, pals. Can't wait. It's going to be an absolute treat. But first and foremost, we have some business to attend to. That's right. It's game number 3 in this series. OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers. And they're going toe to toe, blow by blow through this brilliant series. Will map 3 be the end of it, though? As OpTic Texas, they just have that special something ahead of the match today.
And we'll start with the good from OpTic Texas. Obviously, Shotzzy is not just the good, but the absolutely spectacular. He has had a lights-out series thus far. He's been completely on point, and Dashy has been right there with him. When it comes to this map, 3-2 record overall isn't fantastic, but still pretty good. And I know Control has sort of been the thorn in OpTic's side, but they've enjoyed Expo more than any other. That being said, the good news for Florida, they have a 1.46 KD for the last 2 times they have played this map. They have gone against some of the best Expo teams in the game, beat them 3-0. So Florida looked fantastic on the map, but obviously, if OpTic's in form, they have their work cut out for them.
Here we go. Over towards A, as the opening salvo of fire has been lethal out of both teams. Early trades, trying to get themselves some of that restaurant control. We're looking towards the A zone early on here from the boys of OpTic because they're attacking.
And you have Ghosty that's just going to be dealing with at least one player permanently. It's Fellow that he is a square up with, and OpTic will just be more consistently going over towards B. The problem right now for Florida, you want to defend B, but if Fellow ever dies or overcommits and Ghosty can catch him, I was going to say the play is going to exist, but Fellow plays the patient game, wins a key gunfight, and it's looking like a standard round. OpTic should be able to capture this B point. Not a problem. Now the question is, long-term, can they root out the guys for Florida that will live at that back bus?
That's the problem. And at the moment, it's going to be Fellow. He's getting over there, and he's going to be causing problems soon. Say bye-bye B, say hello to another minute of game time. And it's only a 2-life difference now. OpTic Texas with a very slight lead. And Vehicle, okay, he's coming inside. He has not had his ticket checked through his bag check. The man brought a submachine gun into the Expo Center, and he's ripping him up so far.
And OpTic are really taking the time in this moment as well, waiting for maybe a couple players to overcommit, make mistakes, and they're starting to catch quite a few. It looks like Fellow has made it back towards at least the spa side of the map, and he still has racked the other AR who is over towards the bus. But right now, you have OpTic that are just picking apart the SMGs. It's the ARs that they're still trying to deal with. And again, that is the name of the game. Can they win the gunfights in the guy's back bus? They are still squaring up.
Huke, airborne, gets number 5. Looking for one more here. He's still trying to just contend. I mean, there's a war of 2 fronts, and they are far away from the point right now. Fellow is living on that street side of the map by the buses. Capsule. Oh, lordy. Vehicle there as well. Keeping the kills going. Florida Mutineers defensively sound over towards the A side of the map here. You've managed to trap OpTic Texas for now. Can the trap spring? Can you get some more kills? No, Dashy, smooth moves, nice trade. Capsule stays alive.
Oh, there you go, though. I mean, it took a long time for OpTic to set it up, but they've at least cleared out the back bus. So now if you can win these gunfights, you can apply a little bit of that pressure. Brack's going to fall as well, so this is as close to the round as like 50-50 setup right now for OpTic to have this potential.
Oh, Capsule, if you time this right, you could go huge tags and a Ghosty, and he's not backing down whatsoever. Doesn't let it go. Ghosty gets busted. Wow. 3 dead, OpTic Texas.
I mean, that's just perfect work right there. I mean, so much of like the effort from OpTic is to clear out the ARs on the back bus. They finally do that, but then they have to clear out the SMGs inside of the restaurant. So those sort of pairs on Florida putting in some serious work, and the nade right there. You see OpTic, they're stuck in their spawn, running out of time. Need a miracle to string together this round.
Vico's just being such a tremendous pain in the arse. Not necessarily taking every gunfight. Nearly gets the second. Who cannot protect Dashy. Final few moments here. No one's getting past Capsule right now. Ooh. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll let that one. Okay, you did not see it. Florida got the round, but Jesus, can we get a replay of that?
That is one of
just. I didn't think you could strafe in this game.
I'm just saying, you caster cursed them so hard in them, but that's the best caster curse I've seen in such a long time.
That was next level. Yo, chat, clip it. All right, here we go again. Round 2.
I'd still say for Florida, though, again, on point on Expo. They have been looking fantastic. Even in that round, they finally got pushed a little bit when their like main feature of success on defense falters a little bit. Vehicle and Capsule turned up. So see if Florida can make something happen on offense. They do have trophies for the initial break-in. Brack wins that first one-on-one, so OpTic already a little bit of pressure on, but Shotzzy with the tack, as he is very accustomed to doing, already making those impact plays.
Oh, nice job from Brack to stay alive here. Dashy, man, talk about suppressing fire. He had him pinned down there, no hope of getting out. A little bit of work towards A done. Capsule so sneaky, super dangerous as well. Takes care of Ghosty again. Dashy's there to stop that play. A should be a little safer for now, fellow. I doubt he can get on here, but he might be able to close out that first segment if he's lucky. And he ain't. Good work, OpTic.
Yeah, he definitely knew he was going to die in that moment. And kind of an interesting move now for Brack, because his teammates are going to be stuck in the spawn. He has Huke that is basically standing on the other side of the van right next to him. And he is going to trade it out, but even still, you don't have too much of an opportunity, I think, to make too much progress on A. At the very least, I think he's just trying to draw some attention his way. But, I mean, OpTic are fighting the two-front war. They're trying to defend both points, and they're successful at it. So, Florida right now scattered on the map and getting picked apart. They're down by 7 lives.
Spinning plates, 35 seconds left. One man from Florida. Vehicle down low has managed to sneak in. Can Fellow get forward? Bad timing from him. Dashy held it for so long. Fellow's going to make this so much harder. There we go. Huke and Shotzzy find their kills. You're dealing with these attackers. 20 seconds to go. Capsule once again. Just a sledgehammer for the Florida Mutineers. Final 15 seconds. You might be able to get in here now. Huke got to win it. Gets it done. That might be defense. Sweet. Oh, and he's still rolling. Huke soaring into battle chance. Final 5. No way anyone from Florida stops this, right?
No, absolutely not. That is utterly dominant. Nowhere to go. OpTic had the map completely on lock. And I mean defending both zones. Just scattered around. Half the team defending A, half the team defending B. And get guys like Dashy in prime position to manipulate those spawns. And I mean, that is just a well-oiled machine on defense. And Huke, very scary. I know Shotzzy was on point the first 2 maps, but I think Huke already has 14 kills to his name. A lethal threat on the map.
Full disclosure, I did try to test the powers there about surely Mutineers can't get onto the point, but back to the gym for Ross and the caster curses. Here we go. Round 3.
Cruise missile, by the way, for Dashy, so Huke might have the 15, but Dashy had a nice 6 in the mix. They're going for the A hit off the rip, but unfortunately for Dashy, every one of his teammates ends up falling, so got to reposition and maybe go for the standard. Fellow wins a big gunfight as well, because actually OpTic were trying to go towards A, so Fellow lost that. That could have been the A zone captured. Fellow still more pressure on.
Timing out Huke, sweet timing. Ooh, good shots. Unable to take down Capsule. The body just obscured his vision there, so he wasn't able to identify that second player and get the snap in time. Now, though, that 2-man stack from OpTic Texas, you'll take it. First segment A, long gone. Watch out for a little bit of stuns, a little bit more love from Brack at range. Capsule now clears the point as well. First segment through, a minute to go.
Now for OpTic, I was going to say, Huke doesn't want to overcommit to mid, needs to go over towards B, but Florida a little bit too quick for him. Doesn't make the read, and now there's a little bit more pressure, but Florida try to get aggressive, looking for that positioning, get picked apart, and I think Florida will be very happy to chalk up the B zone and make sure they keep the map on lock. But if it's only one player on point, both teams will be looking for these kills.
Ooh, Vehicle versus Shotzzy in a very exciting gunfight. Backs on up. Nice bit of a stack here. That was 3 players for a moment for OpTic just to get them over the second segment. And the final one's on the way out. Rico, oh, he re-emerges. The point is going to be secured. You might be able to get a few kills out of this at the very least. Force them back into the spawn trap. Nice work out of the Mutineers here. 1 minute 40 to go. And they've got an iron grip on the map so far, Chance.
Yeah, Florida just get to play with freedom. Again, Brack, someone, either him or Fellow, will be living at that back bus. And as long as they're forcing away those spawns, Florida have an opportunity to play with a little bit of freedom, or Shotzzy can just fly and gun you. And now this is the problem. Shotzzy's got dead silence pop. He is in your base.
Oh, he's now in the most dangerous of places for the Florida Mutineers. Watch out. Let's pump the brakes. The guessing game is now on the Mutineers. A more cerebral approach required. You have to deal with Shotzzy. You get rid of Huke. That for now is good, but here he comes from upstairs, the reposition. Fellow able to slow this one down. You're looking for a couple of clean kills, and OpTic are in business, but no, they don't get him. There's a team kill in there. Shotzzy still alive now to the point. Can he win this fight? No! Capsule once again. A massive 1v1 engagement.
Wow, talk about a big win from Cap, and Vehicle with the sneakiness as well. So he's on a 4 spree, and if it's not an AR player, it's an AR in hand to be near that back bus area. OpTic trying to chalk it up, but Capsule spots them all out, so he knows the pressure's coming on the flank. And guys like Fellow who are playing over towards spawn, like they can turn. They are ready for this pressure.
Uh-oh, that's bad news. That's 2 dead. Brack keeping it alive. I was going to say, Mutineers do a really good job of not dying at the same time. The setup is spread enough. Nice work out of Brack again. More players here to deal with. It's Ghosty. It's 25 seconds to go, but Capsule in the 1v1s again. Whoa, the fadeaway stun. Buys himself some time. Smooth moves. Less than 20 to go.
He is being hunted, but that player's above him, so Shotzy's going to be working the flank, and he just gets caught again. Florida at least getting all of the intel, and Cap again just gets to fry and fly.
Capsid always having one hell of a map so far. Super exciting plays, but it's not over yet. Dashy now punches his way onto the point. 4.6 seconds. Vehicle from upstairs. Slow and steady. The final lives now for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, you got to go.
There are 2 of them on point. You got to clean them up. There's one. Vehicle goes. Sword stops it. 2 seconds. The Mutineers. Ow, they've done it. Wow, what a round.
Yeah, a stressful one at that, and a stressful finish. Vehicle makes the hero play, but if he was a second slower, OpTic could pull that off in, what, a 4v12, I think it was in those final few moments. But again, for Florida, 2-0 on this stage on Expo Control, and especially on their defenses, they have been lights out. OpTic have certainly been able to test them, apply some pressure, but not enough yet to get a round win. And obviously being down 2-1, OpTic now forced to clutch up their defense as well.
Man, what a game of Expo this is. Vehicle nets the cruise missile, that final kill. 6 in the mix. Here we have it. Over towards B, we are flying, and the Mutineers, all of them are in. They're going to stack this bad boy up. That's 3 players at the ready. OpTic nowhere to be seen just yet. Shotzy's going to be the only man trying to counter this one. Huke from upstairs. He'll get involved a little bit later on. For now, 1 segment done.
Wow, I mean, OpTic have 0 interest in fighting this as well. It is 30 lives to 30. Is this going to be... This might be... Okay, there you go. Player's going to die. I was going to say, if we actually see a point get captured and not a single kill go through, or OpTic actually do defend it, they spend all that time and actually get the kills that they need. So, for the round, not going to be as perfectly started as they wanted. Gonna have to work a little bit harder.
Absolutely, man. He's the MVP for Florida in this map as far as I'm concerned, dude. Every those 1v1 gunfights, he is winning them. Oh, nice shots. Right place, right time. 2-man stack. That's gonna be fast, easy, done, complete. B zone, not done. OpTic did not quite clear the plate. There was still 1 player left. And now, straight over towards A, Capsidal, he is so annoying to deal with right now.
Oh, this is how you clear out back bus. Send the guy on the flank. Unfortunate that your dead silence just runs out, but he's playing it patient, and he gets the freebie as well. It's still Dashy behind you. You got to count out all these players in Capsule. I mean, he's ready for it. They know they have to kill Bruce, but haven't taken care of him just yet. Dashy holding that back line.
Oh, he's been heavy stunned. Full stunned on the backup. He doesn't get the trophy down in time, but still got that pressure on. Nice work out of Brack. Clears at least 1 problem here. You still got to take care of Shotzzy and Ghosty. There's a lot of OpTic members in the streets right now. Oh, good tags out of Ghosty. Gets away with his life. OpTic retain control of that side of the map.
And Florida are like desperate. They're getting most of these trades. They're still down on 4 lives, but that's basically where they were after the B zone got captured. But they just can't root out that final guy. I mean, Dashy right back in position, picking up double kills. Ghosty all the way back bus as well. So Florida, the idea is sound. They are close to like accomplishing step 1, but OpTic are just not making it easy. And shots like that, a big reason why.
Yeah, this is great. Magnificent spawn trap right now. OpTic in the streets and Freaks in the sheets. They are holding it together. Shotzzy playing the close pull side. Anyone gets down through that little sort of opening, they are going to be running into trouble. Cruz might help out as well. This is going to soften up the defenders in mid and at least force them inside. Is this going to be enough for the Mutineers to get out? 30 seconds to go.
I was thinking Fellow might use that opportunity to try to hit back Bucks, but that'll be a long-term play. The short-term is the deal with Shotzzy, and this is where you have to panic. Again, Shotzzy lights out performance, and yeah, Dashy, him and Shotzzy, this series, they have just been destructive, and Florida had nothing to offer on the attack.
Outstanding defense from OpTic Texas. We will go to a final round here on Expo. Oh, baby. Can OpTic Texas close it out? This is a 3-0. This is for a perfect run in towards Major 5. Back-to-back 5-0s in the qualifiers if they can win this map.
In an interesting moment for Florida as well, because they're going to be on offense. They just got destroyed on the tick game for the actual caps. But OpTic have been playing like so passive on defense off the rip to play like the safety net to make sure nothing actually goes through the A zone early on. Like they basically chalked up B and didn't fight it at all until 2.5 ticks were already through on it. So, I mean, if you're Florida, I don't even know if like trying to finesse an A hit will necessarily pay off. Like if they do it, they're just going to have to fight heavy for it. And I think maybe Florida knowing that as well. So just another standard going over towards B.
Going outside. First and foremost, Huke this time. Oh, he's fighting for it. Shotzzy's there for the trade. Nice work. That concussion somehow dodges Huke. This boy is moving. Jesus, he's running an AR. It looks like he's running around with a knife. Brack still capturing the point. Shotzzy and Huke should be able to deal with this.
Oh.
Yeah, gets Fellow. Shotzzy now, just check every corner. Will you check the right one? Yeah, he's standing next to you. Good stuff. That's defense sound. Trades there. One segment gone at B.
Hey, this is a perfect opening break as well for OpTic. I mean, they have set up the spawn trap so quickly. Huke's still flying, but hey, at least this time Vehicle able to shut him down with the old Baznet.
That's such an annoying gunfight.
Oh, did he? Wow. Okay, sure. That's Shotzzy.
That's Shotzzy. Cap got so much damage in as well. That's a long-range Vaz gunfight for both players. So awkward, but somebody had to win it. You couldn't have just dipped out and reloaded and hit the call out. But Shotzzy now soaring. Denny's about to come to a close. Here come the kills. It might be 2. Shotzzy in. Checks the back corner. He does. Not enough for the snap, though. Brack is there. Lovely work, Mutineers. That's B. Captured. Pressure over towards A.
Talk about a big win as well, just to make sure that no one from Florida able to put any pressure over towards A. I mean, Florida, it is the exact same story on these offensive rounds, and I think they're feeling that they just can't hit back bust, so they're working the full flanks. Shotzzy's got the tack out. He's got it on lock. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds to attempt to string something together. But OpTic have been so on point with surviving.
Oh, man. Thriving. Indeed. Huke's still roaming the halls of B here. Shotzzy at the bar. Ooh, okay, Vehicle gets out. A little bit of space purchased here. Capsule finds a kill as well. They can't take care of Huke, so he's still going to be an issue. For now, the Mutineers, you've got a couple more steps forward. You've managed to get closer. Can Brack win it? Yes. Okay. You managed to get on. You stop the clock.
You got a 2v1 Dashy. You got to trade Dashy, but they can't get it done. Beams like that win you maps, and that might have been the only moment Florida could have gotten out of the spawn trap, got some pressure over towards A, and Dashy just shuts the door in their face.
Bruce on 27 and 19. Less than a minute to go. Florida not out of this yet. Huke from bar now. Is Vehicle just waiting for the opportunity? Caps was going to try and make something happen. It was not a whole lot. Here comes Vehicle from the top bar side. Huke does not hurt him. And nor is Vehicle. That's another smooth kill. It's an easy peasy one, and time's still ticking. 35 to go.
And OpTic are just letting the kills fall into the laps. Keeping track of players as well. They got another flank. It's open. Well, Brack gets a single kill. And OpTic turn. And now Fellow actually makes moves to get over towards A. So it's 2 players in restaurant for OpTic that have to go big.
Let's try and find it. Vehicle on the outside here. That's like Dashy's cruise is coming in. There it is. Yeah. And you've got at least 1 on A trophy. Oh, no. Nope. Doesn't save him. Wrong side from Fellow. There was a trophy in play, but not enough to stop that missile. It connects. It takes 2, and it may be the series.
Yeah, first time at Dashy, second time at Cruz, and with 8 seconds to go, you just have to flood into death. Oh! A close series indeed, Miles, but OpTic, they will finish a perfect 5-0 and the cherry on top was the perfect 3-0.
It was an absolute nail-biter of the first two maps. Incredibly exciting, but those last two defensive rounds did not go the way of the Mutineers. OpTic Texas a little too much there on Expo control. GG's in the chat. It's a 3-0, and it is back-to-back perfect runs towards the majors for OpTic Texas. History made.
Yeah, the front-running favorites, I'd say without question for OpTic. They have looked spectacular in every game mode. The map pool looks a little bit deeper. You have Shotzzy in a series like that, MVP caliber without question again. Leads the lobby in slang. This time does the deal with damage as well. And again, a deep bag of tricks. He'll pull out the tack, I think, more than any other SMG that really I feel like we get to see. And obviously Dashy, a spectacular series as well. So OpTic looking great, but you got to point it out for Florida. Typical performance. They've had a pretty fantastic stage. They're going to be in winner's bracket, and they still fought in this series. So I think the league needs to be very careful when they square up against Florida, especially in those round one matchups. Mutineers are looking dangerous.
I know their chances of making it to champs now are certainly up in the air. I think there's a lot of maths that need to be done in the...
No, I'll just tell you, they have to win the entire tournament, and Røkkr, I think, can't even win a single more series.
So Røkkr can't win a series. Vegas have also got to fall to pieces. But it's not over for the Mutineers. There is hope still remains there for the boys of Florida. And what a fantastic series, though. Whether or not they make it to champs, they should hold their heads high and know that they really went out fighting. This major is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Now it's back to the beautiful desk. Sans, Ali, James, and Puckett.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, it's complicated, Florida. It's a chance, though. They can make it in, Miles. Did it. All right, we're going to talk about it later. Right now, though, man, we know one thing for sure. OpTic has the #1 seed going into
100%.
Toronto.
Yes, perfect stage, back-to-back for these guys. OpTic, we expect them to make it to a final, and the performance right there, you just got out of both your stars, your superstars, rather, and Shotzzy and Dashy was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it's nothing short of incredible what we're seeing these guys do. And Chris, you're talking about, potential MVP of this series. We both unanimously agreed. It's Shotzzy.
The chat saying Dashy. People are like, oh my God. But Shotzzy, I think, is just Mr. Consistent, Mr. Problem Causer for the other squads.
100%. We were watching that first game, and, you were like, this is pretty close. And right when you said that, we looked down at the minimap, what happens? Shotzi's behind them, hiding. Number 6, hiding back behind P3, staying alive. He was there, I think, 22, 23 seconds early on the clock, just waiting. And Florida, you lose track of him, right? You forget where he's at. He's in water. You don't know where he's going to be at. And then he pops a 2-piece, they break, and they get majority of time on P3. It's those little plays that end up being major game changers when you get to the end of the series. You talk about Florida, though, throughout this one, they showed some fight, I'll be honest. And that search and destroy, I really thought it was going to go towards Florida until we get to that. I believe it was round 10. A team nade from Fellow onto Capsule leads to a round loss, and now you're at the disadvantage. So if you're Florida versus a team like this, you have to be on point throughout the entire time. Little things, little team kills like that, deaths at the end of a control, it just can't happen.
Honestly, though, if Florida plays the way they did against OpTic in this series, I think you finish top 6 in Toronto. You're starting in the winner's bracket. You have an opportunity to have one of your best placings on the season and finish off strong, gathering a piece of the $500,000. But OpTic, you're playing for a trophy at this point. You've been to back-to-back finals. You're the #1 seed going in. Do you gain that trophy before you head into champs, or wait for the big one? We'll have to wait and find out. For now, then, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game here, Mr. Nameless. And this one, of course, it's Shotzzy. Ant is back in action, doing everything. HyDra. Man, this guy's spectacular. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. He just gets lost on this map, and he's just making plays, applying pressure. He popped off, and then we get to that game 2 S&D, and he's just flying at him. One round, he jumps out of the window, finds a kill. He's just absolutely gross, man. And then you talk about that control. That's a map that Florida was 2-0 on throughout this stage on Expo. And OpTic clearly has been working on it, test their map pool a little bit. And today, we kind of saw what they've been working on. Back-to-back defenses to round out the win, and about 5 minutes of A defense on lockdown. I think Florida got maybe 1 tick of progression in those 2 rounds on the A point. So OpTic looking particularly strong in this series, especially the superstars.
Shotzzy already had over 300 kills in his first 4 matches. He just dropped another 30 bomb, and he joins us now to talk about this matchup. Here we go, baby. It's our Monsters Winner Spotlight with Shotzzy once again. And Shotzzy, I just got to start by congratulating you. Back-to-back 5-0s in qualifiers. This is a feat we haven't seen from anyone else all season. What is it working right now down in Texas?
I honestly have no idea. I think our practice is showing throughout this the last 2 stages, and you know that's one thing as a team like that you wish for, like just going into practice and hopefully applying it to matches. And you know the last 2 stages we've been doing that, so we're going to continue to do that at the next major.
Looking at this matchup, you guys were within 50 points in hard points, 6-4 in search and destroy, a round 5 in control. Did you realize you were dropping a 1.57 despite a close series?
No, but shout out to Florida. They actually played really, really good, so props to them. But yeah, I kind of just doing my thing. I don't really care about stats and all that good stuff, but I'm glad I dropped a 1.5 or whatever.
Heck yeah, you're fine. I want to ask you, you know, you guys made it to back-to-back finals. What's it going to take to get over that hump to actually get this championship here at Major 5?
I think our controls. I feel like if we clamp down our controls, we'll definitely win that chip, and we're just going to continue to practice that throughout this, you know, the next couple weeks of practice, next week. But yeah, definitely the controls for sure.
Shotzzy, I've been hanging out with our chat on YouTube today, and a lot of people were saying OpTic better not win Toronto. No one wins back-to-back tournaments. Are you guys talking about any curses, or is the goal to win out?
Wait, but didn't LA Thieves do that last year?
They did do it last year. They did do it last year.
Yeah. Ideally, we pull LA Thieves, but if not, you know, we obviously want one of the big ones. That's the one that matters the most. So, you know, Toronto's gonna be a fun one, and I can't wait.
Yo, who do you think your biggest comp is? Obviously, we've seen a lot of teams kind of go up and down. LA Thieves having a big dip in performance here, but obviously you just played them last month, and it was a tough matchup. So for you, going into this next tournament, who is the stiffest comp?
I feel like the top 4 in the standings currently, anyone could win it, and any of those top 4 are definitely our competitors for sure. There's not like an ideal team or like a specific team, but any of the top 4 are definitely competitors, and we got to keep improving.
Shotzzy, right now I feel like you are the face of competitive Call of Duty, one of the most active content creators in the game right now. If you were going to give a shout out though to the youngsters, the rookies in the league, alongside Dan Ghosty, who else deserves some love?
Real, or I always forget, Too Real?
Yeah. Yep.
But definitely, Too Real, it's Real, those 2, Prolu, Spart, Nep, all those guys. There's definitely way more that I can't think of right now, but you know, the league ideally expands, but if, you know, there's a lot of good talent out there in the Challengers.
Shotzzy said it. We need expansion.
Once a youngster, now the vet. Shotzzy and OpTic going into Toronto with a perfect record. We'll see you there.
Later.
Thank you, Shotzzy, for joining us. That is match 2 in the books, so our Super Saturday. We still have 2 games to go. Coming up, Toronto. Scrapz take the field and then face it off against Arsity. Can he finish with some strong numbers?
DoorDash challenge.
Find out.
Ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road of riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through, heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Side tell it's empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, 'cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
No, second of the second, was that?
Qualifier matches remain before we head up north to Toronto, where we host the final major of the 2023 season. Before we jump into our next matchup, though, we want to take a quick break and shout out one of our big faves here at the Call of Duty League. I met this man 10 years ago in a lobby.
He's a good man. Hey!
It's Jeremy Stud. He jumped into my lobby as AX Study. The guy first caught my eye with the SMG, then the sniper rifle and Ghost. Now he's on the mic every day with Lando, and we love having him on the team.
We love him, man. And, you know, he's a dad now. Big shout out to Jeremy Stud. I was FaceTiming earlier, you know, enjoying the zoo with the family. He's 28 years old. Absolute legend in the scene, man. We love you, Jay.
How far do you and Study go back?
A long time, man. 2013 was when I first met Jay, but we've become like best friends now. Like, can't wait for him to come to my wedding, and I can't wait to go visit him again.
Hell yeah, brother. We'll talk Jay a little bit later. Right now, though, we got to talk LAG, and there's not much to talk about because the team is 1-3 right now. They're coming off of one win over London, but everything else has been downhill. This is the lowest we have seen the team yet, and they're looking to finish strong. So if they do it, here's how they get it done in our Monster Energy pregame. More slang support from the ARs. Where has Assault been? Where has Arsonies been this split? Let these guys shine once again and make it mixy on aBeZy HP. 7-6 this season, number 4 when it comes to breaking that hard point.
Yeah, they actually have the advantage when you talk about the aBeZy hard point, Chris, as you mentioned. Like, they're 7-6 there, and Toronto are testing some things out, like giving aBeZy a go, a map that their worst hard point, and then also the Game 2 Search and Destroy. Hotel is Toronto's worst S&D, and they're giving that a chance. So for LAG, the last point that I would make is, like, Arcitys, like, come on, bro. You got to be a little better. Like, show some fight in these last couple of matches. You're the veteran on this team, the world champion. Like, go out there and put on a show for the LAG fans, however many there may be.
Yeah, pull a John Morant. Show us your gun. Let's take a look here at Toronto Ultra. Kleenex, Insight, Scrap, and Hixie. Superstar. That's where my brain went. These are the dudes to keep eyes on because Toronto has been on fire. Your Major 3 champions coming in with just one loss. That came to OpTic. If they're going to win again, rally behind Scrap. The man is in the running for best player in the game.
Yes, 100%. I mean, Rookie of the Year, MVP, potential best player in the year. I mean, this stage has been unreal. He's averaging 3.2 thousand damage, a hard point, number 1. He's got a 1.2 or above in all 3 game modes. And we just talked about the maps, Chris. The maps emoji you can see. The first 2 maps are clearly testers for Toronto. It's their worst hard point and their worst S&D. So trying to get those figured out before this last meet.
Okay, so let's hit that one more time for people who kind of slept. Wake up right now. Toronto is testing out maps. Where are they vulnerable here?
Yeah, maps 1 and 2. They're testing out their worst hard point and their worst S&D. So some opportunity here early for LAG. So if Alec can play with his hands today and not his feet, maybe they can get a couple map wins.
All right, I believe in him. Let's get this game going as we send it over to the casters. Gentlemen, show is yours.
Damn. All right, thank you very much. It is going to be one of the last days of the qualifier, and I think Ant's going rogue. It is, in fact, our last online qualifier cast here for me and Ton. So it's a little bit of a sad time, but it's not going to be a bad time as Ultra and the Guerrillas are going to throw down. Is it hand day or is it feet day? We will find out. There's been a lot of aBeZy here for LAG during the season. Ultra looking to tune up before the major.
Oh, you made it sound like we were going to die. Yeah, mean, you know, we are still going to be in Toronto and champs.
Recently, I might do.
Well, I mean, fingers crossed, no. But, you know, here we are. aBeZy hard point. Yeah, look, I mean, I kind of agree with that. It's 100% a test of the maps from Toronto, tuning themselves up before their home major. There'll be a lot of pressure on them. It has to be said. We'll be talking about OpTic so much. Toronto Ultra will be going into it wanting to win it so badly in front of that Canadian crowd. And a good start here against LAG might just give them a little bit more experience on this map. Maybe some mistakes that have been made. When we're talking about the statistics, their hold percentage is actually #1. Small sample size, albeit. But if they can get over towards these hills, they have not struggled in locking them down. Initial first couple of kills are going to come through for LA Guerrillas. And me, you, and everybody at home is going to be confused who is blue, who is purple, and who is white in this one with 2 purple teams. And that is continuing throughout the series. I'm sorry.
Going to be really confused when I see a blue team enter it. It's going to be 1v1v1. But it doesn't matter. What does matter is this rotation. You can already see Toronto trying to get a position for it, but they haven't got it clean. They do not have it easy. Arseny's and Assault combining there to put them on the back foot.
Thieves managed to get himself in an advanced position, which is exactly where you want him to be. Setup not too bad here from LAG. Probably would prefer somebody over towards the top PD. You can see Assault would probably have rotated over towards the hill if he didn't get beamed. Scrap continuing his good form to kick off map #1 here. Ultra with the initial points and P2 control. KiSMET now just going to be a nuisance around that side of the map. That's all he can do from this position, but with attack in hand can do more than that. Can lock it down. Now for the break, LA Guerrillas may well be trying to push around towards the backside. Scrap's got this one covered.
He really doesn't. I mean, you said earlier, good performance, but let's be perfectly clear, it's great performance the entire way. We're talking about him MVP, we're talking about Rookie of the Year. We're talking about a man who talked the talk and has been walking the walk so far this season. Still looking for it as well. Asim will shut him down here, and for LAG, looking for the rotation as well.
He will get the rotation, but absolutely nothing at P2. Toronto Ultra, brilliant hold. No insight. Playing with them over towards the tennis court. Succeed. Gonna have to back on down. This may just allow Toronto Ultra to get themselves in a position to do something about this, but insight nearly spins onto Thieves. It was a Vaz from that range, so it would have been forgivable, but the rest of Toronto Ultra on their way, and slowly but surely gaining some map presence.
Oh, I just couldn't get the angle there. Arseny's just locking it down as well, but Hixie comes swinging in. Could be Exceed versus Hixie. Exceed will get the first jump inside, flying, but it will not be enough. Ultra not able to get their toes firmly into this pool at this point. And Exceed will now just hold off Scrap. With gunning from him is extremely good, but that heady is naughty.
Scrap trying to play the off angle, not going to happen. Looks like Toronto Ultra probably going to have to give this one up outside of a really good push from KiSMET and Hixie here. Hixie going to get cut down, as is KiSMET. Really nice hold from LAG. Much better, the kind of hold that they needed to get themselves back into the game because it was looking pretty slow. And the rotation is there for them as well. Really nice kills coming in over towards P4. Hixie does well to answer back, cannot find a second. So Toronto Ultra at 6s and 7s here. They're able to get themselves inside the point just on the back of KiSMET. Finding a couple of kills. So Toronto Ultra probably had a good start over towards P2. You let pretty much everything go at P3.
Exceed. 5 streak, looking for a 6. Desperate for it. Has to get out of there as well. RCs will back him up, looking towards the back there as well. You're going to see Scrap ready. Exceed in a horrible position, but he's going to find inside. Tries to burn and turn. Scrap will shut him down, but not before that cruise is earned as well. LAG fighting for every point they can get.
Just very patient from Toronto Ultra, to be honest with you. Taking their time on the gunfight, not rushing anything. Have the spawns now with 25 seconds remaining. Block down nearly every single point here. Over towards the MC side. Scrap will find another onto Exceed and another onto Assault. 4 in a row now for Scrap, and yeah, the conversation's going to be about MVP for this man, especially if they can go on and get something done at their home major. They go on to win it. I think it's going to be uncontestable at this stage, but still a long way to go. A lot of cards to be played in this series, but again, the rotation, who's going to belong to? Big fights coming up here. Inside though, through the front door with the attack. Thieves gets gunned, and the pinch is now slowly going to be set up, but it's from the front here, from the Ultra side right now. Managed to find a break all off the back of Inside pretty much.
Managed to stay alive. There's another trader to go to the point, but it's not going to be enough as it all goes purple in the feed. And I know that won't mean a lot in this game, but it is going to be LAG doing it. As they try to stay alive and get some more points from this, if they can get the remaining here, Todd, they will basically bring this back to a tie game.
For all that we had the small sample size of Toronto and hold percentage, somebody who's quite high towards the break inside is LAG, 4th, and we're getting a good example of that right there. Nice break over towards the kitchen, just sheer brute force. He will find 3 though, albeit one of his teammates rest of the Ultra squad not really too well positioned to do something about this. It's all going to be down to Hixie. He will get taken down. So very back and forth. It's felt like whoever's been here first has locked down the majority of time in both cases for both two teams. It's going to be a fairly even game as we head into the second rotation. I think the team that would probably be happy is LAG. Felt like they've been on the back foot on a couple of occasions. If they can keep this one close, they've got a very good chance.
They certainly do, and I know this seems like a mismatch, but realistically, LAG are not going to go down without a fight. Competitors play towards the end, and hey, it will be a bittersweet symphony if they can win Major 5. Certainly upset a lot of other teams, so never count them out. Right now, just trailing by a few points against Ultra as the teams dance around P1 like they're nervous at the prom.
Yeah, just posturing over towards that P2 side, and if you are Ultra, you want to lock down those top toilets. You can keep them off P1 as long as you possibly want. And then you can start thinking about the rotation. But Assault's going to find two. Somebody who was top toilets was inside, jumps out, gets gunned. All of a sudden, some time on the board for LAG, some valuable time for them. Now think about it last time, P2. Looked like a not so bad rotation, but in the end, Toronto Ultra find the kills and they lock it down for what was nearly a full 60. If you're LAG, you got 10 seconds to get yourself in a better position than where you are now to prevent that from happening again.
Oh, so these knows there's going to be a player challenge here as well. There comes Hixie, but Hixie finds the angle for him as well. Exceed pulling in the cruise missile from up high. Looking for him as well, and Scrapz says thank you very much for that umbrella of a trophy system deflecting away from the point. Right now, Ultra all in, but they are being compressed and pinched out.
Cruise missile coming in again. There's this one for I didn't even see who got the second one there. There you go. It's going to be coming in from Assault. Scrap will get taken. Now, the first one wasn't great, to be honest with you, when it comes down to cruise missiles. Just forces everybody inside, and there's nobody there from LAG inside waiting for the free kills that would have presented themselves, and all of a sudden it looks like they're going to be broken back. If it isn't aBeZy who can do something about it, Insight will find 1 and 2. They line up very, very nicely for him. Assault's very little that he can do from this position. Up against where Ultra are playing this one. Rotation to Ultra, scrap time to Ultra. Starting to flex their muscles just a little bit now.
And this is where it gets really interesting. For LAG, the scrap time is beautiful, but it can only be made better with a quick break on a P3. It is an unbelievable task to do, though. They have to find the kills in the right places and keep them locked down. Right now, Insight's on a 5 spree. Ultra refusing to budge.
It's a bit of a passive setup here from Ultra. Happy to just kind of sit back and let LAG come to them rather than take any cuts, so get some PD control. Kleenex now. More aggressive with his line of fire. We'll find one into Assault. Tries to snap as he jumps off, but is just about staying alive. Scrap inside the point. We'll find another Insight there now with the cover over towards the tennis coast and top PD. You're in a nice spot now if you're Toronto Ultra.
And now with Ultra taking a lead by some margin on this, and we head towards the rotation. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms with the Toronto Ultra. Listen in.
What's my deck? Give it something else. I'm going top. Get info.
Everyone's in the back door hill.
Office dead, office dead.
Assault's weak in hill.
Assault's in time, yep.
Welcome back door now.
Has to be there. Yeah, both in time, both in time. Cheers. Yeah, it's on here.
Let's chairs weak, one desk. Let's chairs in desk.
Desk. I'm
dead.
That's good shit. I'm getting useless. I just want P2, one of them. Useless? Okay. Yeah, I'm in useless. You have time? Yeah, I have time, yeah. I had 3 doors I pushed out. Yeah. And get top. We have 2 3 doors. One's H1 on me. I do cross. H2.
We'll go back to
use from H2. Could be useless. Yeah, they are useless. 3 doors.
I'll be alright. I don't know. I'm gonna get H2 push him right now.
H2 top. H1, watch out time. Weak at time. What's H1? There's 2 holes. One H1, Jeremy.
Weak.
Okay.
I need desk now.
Bad desk. We spawn out. We're at the back to A-time. Yep. I'm gonna come tree door. Could be on side. He's on side by tree. Side. Dead.
Nice.
One more tree. Calm me out. Just make them. Dead. Last guy's H2? Don't know. Useless. Useless. I have H1. Useless. Dead.
Nice.
Spawn in P2 by the way. Good time, Scott. I'm on shot. Yeah, I'm waiting a second.
You can both bump.
Yeah, I'm going now.
They're spawning in new, by the way.
Okay, I'm taking out P2 there. Yeah, come with me.
They know where I'm at.
I think he's on the half wall.
And the score is getting further and further away. It's a clean up from Kleenex. 21 and 13. Ultra do not seem stressed, and their teamwork is looking great on that last break ton.
Breathing exercises, not too sure if they're still around, but breathing nice and easy right now if you're Toronto Ultra. From 2 to 3 to 4, the rotations have been quite flawless. Outside of a small break from LA Guerrillas, I was talking to you in the listen-in saying it just feels like one decent break from Ultra and this game may well be over. And that's all it's going to take. Over towards the kitchen side, they're already in. Kleenex Insight 20 seconds away for Toronto Ultra to take a 1-0 lead. LA Guerrillas trying to find a break.
Oh, they go diving in as well, and they are going to get it. The trades come through. Is there a possibility of a comeback? Can LAG make the miracle happen? Inside trying to shut them down by themselves. That break will come through as well. Klingx and Hixie combining. And with 10 seconds left to go, LAG have to fight their way into a horrible hill to break with no time to pinch, no time to hit it as a unit. They're just going to fall by the wayside. And Ultra open up map number 1, a non-favored map for them with a commanding win.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that one. Scrapz shaking his head. I don't think he was too perplexed by anything that he's seen. But Toronto Ultra will be happy. The rotations were solid. And this is an LAG team who, I mean, I notoriously remember when they changed over from that Academy roster, brought in 3 alongside aBeZy. aBeZy was their playground. Yeah, okay, they very much did drop off, but not a terrible aBeZy team by any stretch of the imagination. Toronto Ultra made that one look fairly easy. About a 90-point difference between the two squads. And to be honest, not too much to write home about. It was just all about that second rotation. It was relatively close in the first. Both two teams, whoever was running that rotation was getting the majority of the time. I'm talking 30 or 40 seconds minimum. But on that second rotation of hills, Toronto Ultra just chained them so nicely. Give up 10 seconds to scrap at P2, picked up nearly every single point at P3, found a nice break at P4, and transitioned that to P5. I mean, at that stage, LA Guerrillas are fighting up the back foot, have to get every single point because of the score difference. Toronto Ultra just took every single advantage they could possibly find. Really clean from them. They'll be happy with that map number 1.
Yeah, if you're being perfectly honest here, I think LAG, they had a good time at points, but it showed in the gameplay. Ultra, a little bit better teamwork, a little bit better gunning, a little bit better plays, and that adds up inch by inch as the hard point unfolds before us. And now the question is, last time these two played, Tutton, it was some time ago. A little bit of a different roster for Ultra, but it was Ultra's game. How do you feel about the rest of the series? Do we see any changes?
I mean, look, we were talking about the worst hard point for Ultra. We've just seen it there. We get to see their so-called worst search and destroy in Hotel. There's potential, but based on what we've just seen there, yeah, exactly, Scrap. Not much competition in map number 1. Is that going to be the case as the series does unfold? That Elisilo control, I really do not like it for LAG whatsoever against this Toronto side. Hotel search and destroy feels like a must win. Got to win this map if you're LAG, if you want a chance in this series, I believe.
Let's see if they can do it. By the way, last time they played, I was referring to it, 250 to 160 was the first hard point score. I wonder if we get to see any sort of repeat as it moves forward. Realistically, for LAG, there has been things said about their hard point and potential, and a lot of that pressure is on Joe Thieves, who did not start off as hot as they would like. Statistics-wise, this was always going to be a difficult one for the team of LAG. Ultra have only wobbled once after their win at Major 3. Now they are back on form and looking for a second at the home Major ton.
Yeah, and they will be really happy with how that performance did go. I mean, look, across their entire stage, they won't be too impressed with themselves. You know, it's been kind of up and down since they won in Texas. But they are starting to get back to that final form. A couple of conversations inside the talent team have these guys pinned as one of the top 2 teams. I'll give you no guesses to who the other one is. Toronto Ultra very much up there. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of fire they bring. Are they going to get the crowd buff that OpTic get when we're in Texas, or anybody else gets whenever we're at another home series? Toronto Ultra, very fan favored across the board, especially when it goes up to the 6.
And it does, but I feel like the Ultra roster now revolves around one man. A face of it, the man with the mouth, Scrap. And here's the interesting thing, a rookie, and now a champion. But it has always been about pressure, a legacy, straight out of the gate. Came in, told the pros what he thought, told them they did it. He told them certain things that I can't really repeat on broadcast. But the difference is going to be that when you put yourself in that position, put yourself on that pedestal, everybody's going to be looking. So far, he's having a very good time. And in stage 5, I think it's a 1.31 he is currently working with across his games.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is absolutely insane. I'll slightly correct you. It's a 1.36.
Oh, okay, wow.
Not, you know, it's better. Look, I mean, before this gets into a Scrap love-in, pretty much the biggest rookie season we've seen from somebody in terms of raw numbers since Simp, I want to say. That's what it kind of feels like. The guy is an absolute machine. So let's see if you can continue it here for Toronto Ultra. They've still got plenty more of a season to make it even more exceptional than it already has been. And right now, it is LAG, their opponents. Are they going to be too perplexed by what happens in Hotel Search and Destroy, though? We head into this one. Toronto Ultra on the attack to kick things off. Can they fix up whatever is going wrong on Hotel S&D? I mean, Toronto have had decent first bloods, but it's not necessarily been the best for them. We'll delve into some of the stats as we go on later, but a little bit of a bait over towards B. Transition over towards A seems to be the plan for Ultra.
That was crazy pressure from Scrapz. Actually just could have run it down through it at the same time. Insight. Will he check this corner? It is a usual position. Here we go. Big charge out for the ball. Thieves many. He gets two as well. 4 players. Nobody checks that angle.
That's a tough one. But the thing is, with Thieves, he's going to get so much information just sitting there. His left ear would have been burning. All members of Toronto Ultra sitting over towards the bar side, and all of a sudden it is Insight left in a 1 versus 3. Very plausible when it comes down to Jamie Craven that this one could go Ultra's way still. Not necessarily the best of positioning on RCDs. Good shots, but better ones from Insight. Now a 1v2.
Problem for Insight is that he wants his bomber to get away. He does have a dead silence. And they're just going to shoulder him, and that's just not the positioning he wanted. It is difficult. Not as many clutches for Insight this year, Ton.
No, we haven't seen this way. I feel like in this game it's a little bit more difficult with the sound cues, you know, etc. It is something that is not as easy as when we have seen it in Vanguard, of course, but the man found a lot last year. Not as many this year. Seen plenty of good clutches, specifically on this map, though. I don't think we'll forget about that one. But looking towards it, and just to delve into Toronto Ultra's recent form on this one, over the last 3 games, they've lost it 6-5, 6-5, and 6-4. So everything has been pretty close. They're just failing to clutch up in these crucial rounds, so we'll be wanting to fix up any mistakes here. Seems like they know how to play the map, but just not able to close it out. Now this time around, LAG on the attack. So well played from Thieves to pretty much put a nail in that round. Assault will find the first blood as well on the Hixie. Now a 3v4 in favor of LAG.
See, still running, still looking. Trying to get into a good position here, or maybe just find another pick. Does they put pressure on B here and maybe try and open up A for their teammate? Also, Arsley, get the bomb down, brother. Come on. Oh, he's going to go down. I was going to say, he hasn't had a lot of luck getting bombs down this year.
Not a single one. And I wonder if that's why Arsley is actually carrying the bomb now, because I don't think it usually is him. I'd love Tim to actually clarify if that stat is correct. I did see it on the timeline, but I only trust him. I'm sorry to everybody. Jacob, don't. 2v2. No deceives an assault. Dead silence has been popped. Insight will get taken down. Kleenex, though. Has he got a read on this? LAG are on their way. Kleenex is ready and waiting.
Finds a fudge as well. Dead silence refreshed. Reborn, and there's a gunny from Kleenex. And he has just read that beautifully. Knows what to do, knows how to play it. He saw the opportunity, hit the dead silent, hit the afterburners, hit the first player, and then hit the second. There you go. Scrap, brother, you got to let him plant. He needs it. We all need it.
A minor win if they do get Cities with a bomb plant here.
That's the goalpost.
Yeah, Tim confirming he does have 0 plants. Very correct. Well, what's the play here for Ultra? Last time around they baited over towards B, but had no presence over towards A for the majority of the round, which allowed Thieves to get himself into a really nice position. This time it ain't a bait. They are flying headfirst into B. Assault, the closest member of LAG that can do much about this. However, I think it's going to be too little too late. This bomb should be going down.
They should. They're not entirely happy with that door being open. Just use all their tacticals, all the grenades to get in, and he almost catches it as well. Scrap is worried here. That bomb is now going to go down. Scrap on Overwatch. The sniper is out from Exceed. Oh, and Hixie somehow gets through, but now trapped in the corner. We've got the player from Ultra Insight all the way watching mid. He has to back off as well. This is incredible. Both teams still all up.
Very tense. If you have any utility to help yourself out, oh, you've like Hixie as well. There's nobody there to follow up with the shout. There's weak players everywhere inside the kitchen. Exceeding code trying to find a breakthrough. It's a quick scope into absolute thin air. Kleenex Scrap just batting down the hatches. It's very easy for Ultra. And it just shows, like, in those kind of situations, playing under pressure, you are literally the fish in the barrel there. just surviving, finessing as long as you can, whittling that time down, which is ultimately what is winning you the round. LAG have to move at some stage. They have to find a kill at some stage. Holding on site was Toronto Ultra. Well defended.
Yeah, half a dozen guns aimed at one set of doors. But LAG had to be the team to enter. Ultra did a very good job, not peeking, not shouldering at the wrong time. And now they're up 2-1. LAG, though, will be on the attack. Where are they going? Where can they get? The dead silence is already popped. It's a restaurant run.
Toronto, are you ready for this? It's the mid-map stack. We see this from a lot of teams, just to get that information, then rotate inside. Well, there you go. There's the information. 2 players flying across his screen. Knows exactly what's going on. And look how quickly Ultra have pivoted over here. This is momentarily a 2 versus 4 inside the kitchen. If Ultra do decide to push it, now make it a 3 versus 4. Assaults on the flank. Ultra have got to be careful here.
Scrap looking for something, trying to thread a needle. He's going to see him as well, and neither player gets caught. This time, though, LAG do not have the bomb down. Hicks, you'll find the first, and everybody just flies into the point. Scrap's still alive, but it is advantage to LAG.
Current player stomping around and just looking for a gun. He's going to find the shots, and yeah, really good trade from aBeZy. He will go for the push, and it's the perfect opportunity. Is he going to go for the plant? Inside left now on a 1 versus 3. Oh, aBeZy survives, and surely the bomb goes down.
So we'll now play the game of here's my shoulder, you'll see no more. So looking for it, but they charge him down in the end. And what would have happened if he had caught aBeZy's on the outside? We will never know, but LAG tie it up.
aBeZy's bomb plant alert. It's happened. There you go. Statisticians be damned. You know for a fact he's been picking up the bomb because he's seen that, and he's like, yeah, well, we're getting rid of that.
Yeah, I am no longer the odd man out in the CDL. Victory in the form of a bomb plant. One of the more significant victories for LAG this year, but
yeah, there's not many to count off. Yeah. Well, Toronto Ultra trying to fix up yet. To be honest with you, Hicksy found the initial push to find a kill in there, and then you expect the trade fest to go on. Doesn't work out in anyone's favor, but LAG. Good kills coming in over towards the kitchen side. Assault's always a nuisance on this map, and speaking of a nuisance, Kleenex behind Joe to Thieves can't clean it up. The grenade should do so, but he gets out, but not away from the shots, which are crispy and are clean. Forces players away as well. I mean, this man's got a Vaznev in his hand and running away from it. Wow.
Kleenex. Oh, okay. A little bit overheating there. That's a teammate. Hicksy didn't deserve it. And he's weak. We're going to win a gunfight against aBeZy. And now a 1 versus 3. Assault looking for Scrap on Marble. That's a horrible gunfight to take, and Scrap punishes him for it.
Wonderful. Kleenex just laughing. Everyone can catch the snapper. Absolutely everybody. Really good shots into a teammate as well. Scrap picks up the pieces, but yeah, really nice from Kleenex. Gets himself over towards couches, and in that situation, if you haven't covered it, if you're LAG, it's not where you want an attacking teammate or an attacking opposition to be, especially a player like Kleenex who can, well, shoot at significant distances with a Vaznev. Let's not get it twisted. Really good shots coming in from him, and he can just finesse from that position in so many different directions. It's an awful, awful spot to give up. Now Ultra back onto the defensive side. Big push here from LAG. Looks like this bomb may well be going down. You got Joe Deceives into the bedroom side. Dead silence popped as well. Trouble for Ultra.
He's where he wants to be. But can he catch him? He doesn't need to. He's going to find 2. Joe Deceives will get the 3rd. And only inside remains. He finds the 2nd one. Joe Deceives is going to be there as well. And he's not going to get it inside. Will not clutch. Joe Deceives snaps him down. Big chow to make.
Yeah, because he has to win it. Inside takes him down here, which he was not far away from doing. That gets very, very scary. Would have been the second one before we would have got the commentator over. Would have been something special. But looking towards things as well, Toronto Ultra, as far as getting plants down, LAG are the team who allow the most plants when it comes down to Greenberg, Hotel Search and Destroy. Toronto have tried to force that hand. Their retakes have not been great either, LAG side of things. Toronto Ultra have allowed them to play into this game. 3-3 though. Very, very close. Nothing to separate these two so far.
Scrap looking for assault again. The Clinics run through, gets succeed. Still moving, still grooving. Arsty's unable to shut down the train. For LAG, they're backing up a little bit. We've got assault and Scrap. Oh,
yeah, and sorry. I mean, I was just about to say, sorry, it's Kleenex jumping in top bedroom. They're giving away these kills, but that kill from Kleenex over towards the couches side just gives up mid-map control completely for LG. They can't even force it. So then for them Ultra to force into bedroom side, I don't know. That's the only place that LG can kind of back down from, because they don't want to mess with Kleenex towards the couches, and it's ultimately played in LG's favor.
Really has. Assault has been playing luggage all the way. Some people are going to have some very holy clothes with all that suitcase shooting that's been going on. But inside looking for this first kill, not going to find it. Joe Deceives says no clutches today on my watch. LAG going to the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's maybe just a little bit overzealous from Kleenex, but I mean, you can't slow a player like that down. No, that's just what he does. Tries to get some bedroom control, starts flying at people. Whilst the control of the bomb site is kind of there for Toronto Ultra. But I'm loving the plays he's making around couches. As mentioned, LAG just have to back down from that. Arsty's with an AI. Well, why would he want to challenge over towards the heady, cross from the window, or actually even just push over towards couches? Gives up mid-map, gives up couches. Really good positioning from Toronto Ultra, and then they kind of threw it away. Strange one.
Let's see. Joe Deceives is having a wonderful game here. Didn't have the greatest of hard points, but 9 and 5 on a 5 streak. An ultra stacked day to find nothing but air.
Scrap's going to find the first blood. Feels like not many of them went over towards Ultra. Just a gut feeling more than anything. Felt like LAG had been the initial benefactors in most of these rounds. There you go. Ultra on the defensive side. Now asking questions of LA Guerrillas. What are you doing in a 3v4 situation? Right now, also he's over towards the A side with the bomb. Makes it a 3v3. The good gunny. Onto Insight. Backs on down. Information for Ultra is that, well, they're not pushing over towards A. Does that transpire into Ultra? Figuring out exactly what's going on here. Sound cues from Kleenex is going to be the giveaway.
He knows he's going to find a fight spot as well. Joe Deceives is going to fall. Arsty's in Assault. Oh my goodness, Assault died for it. Arsty's still alive. It's going to be a complete shutdown. Chaos erupts in the kitchen. We might need to see that one again. All I know is it's 4-4.
I think it was the team kill comes in from Ultra, which makes it a 1 versus 1 for Scrap to try and clutch up with. Shots over towards Arsty's came through, but Hixie finds Kleenex at the same time, and Scrap has to pick up the pieces of that one. I don't think the Ultra will be too pleased with this. It hasn't been as clean as I thought it would be. But maybe that's why their hotel has not been strong. Trying to get some reps on it because it, well, may well creep up, but it doesn't have to. You can always auto-veto it.
That is a double-edged sword. I know some teams do it, but narrowing the map pool can leave you at a disadvantage. It's always better to have a deeper map pool than let anyone tell you different. Or Scrap this time has decided, right, I've had about enough of this malarkey. Assault, no longer will you hold luggage over us.
Now all of a sudden that's open for Toronto Ultra. And those plants that LAG allow. Is one going to come through here? Yes, it is. Oh, and Hixie in this position as well. All the pieces are starting to fit together very, very nicely for Toronto Ultra. Hixie doesn't even need to move. He doesn't even need to breathe here at this stage. Arsty's will fall. 3v2 now for Toronto Ultra. LAG, not much you can do here. And this would be map point that Ultra are onto unless Exceed can come up with the 1 versus 3.
Here's what he does. Sneak out of here, around the back of Scrap and defuse. Oh, he's killed him. Giving it away. Just jump it. Just jump it. They'll never suspect you're just diffusing in their face. Oh, he's going to try for the kills anyway. Kleenex goes down. That last player isn't going to show anything. That bomb will not be defused. Hixie might go for the last second chow, but Exceed says, hey, I'll just leave. Keep my dead sons. Keep my streak alive. And all good.
Well, Exceed didn't win the last 1v1 that he had a sniper with, so I didn't expect that one to happen. Nah, that situation, it's pretty much impossible for Exceed to do anything in that. Ultra play that one well, whittle the time down. Yeah, Exceed's on the flank, but it's just ultimate control. Once you get that bomb down, and an SMG up top bedroom as well, knowing that it's completely clear, it's a very, very hard break back. LAG never going to win that one. And now Ultra, for all that, I don't feel like they played particularly well on the Search and Destroy, have themselves a map point. 5-4.
Scrap taking mid-map control. Stun check has gone through. Will anybody jump on this? This player's already watching double arches, but Hixie will get the first blood. Oh my goodness, he's gonna fry! Arsenis just finds 2. LAG have turned this one around, ton.
Scrapz just caught out. Hixie runs in there, thinks he's got it covered. And Arsenis with his second bomb plant. As it goes on, well, another death. 2 versus 2. Inside catches him with his pants down, and all of a sudden, Kleenex trying to make a play through the mid-map. It's all really going to be on Kleenex to do something here. Inside will slowly but surely force his way up towards the site. Exceed has got to win this. Gunfight turns his back at just the wrong time. And now it's a 1v2 for Joe Thieves.
Where in the world is Joe Thieves? That is the question Ultra are trying to figure out. Can he find it? Kleenex turns, burns, runs, but that defuse is going on, and that's going to be the end of it. Joe Thieves cannot do anything. He finds a kill, but the ninja defuse comes through. And perfect timing on the flank is the difference maker. Ultra, not the cleanest of S&Ds. LAG fought valiantly the entire time, but it's still 2-0.
Ultra showing their class. I think you're right, you know, the search and destroy, I don't think they'd be too pleased with that. It's nice to get the rep under the belt. I think map number 1, you're playing one of your worst maps in terms of hardpoint. You definitely play that one cleanly, you play it to the book. But when it comes down to Greenberg Hotel, that is still not as clean as I would have liked from Toronto Ultra. LAG played it well on a couple of occasions, but I'm talking about the breaks back into B, the holds, stop trying to get some bombs down over towards the A side. A couple of situations that I'd like to see them play out maybe a little bit better, but ultimately they will not care. They get the win here. Some well-worked practice. Kleenex setting at 10-6 is the difference maker in this one. So many different moments where he's pushing in towards couches, whether that be on attack, defense, causing absolute havoc across the middle of the map. And that's really where a lot of the good work that Toronto Ultra did paid back in, around 6-4 in this one. And LSCLO Control coming up next for a team who are not great at control against the best controlling team in the game. This one has got a 3-0 written all over it, but you never know because it's COD League and crazy things do happen.
It certainly is. Well, we'll have to find out when we come back from our break. Control on the horizon. More action, thrills, and spills here at the COD League. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live in a game that is Toronto Ultra versus the LA Guerrillas. So far, Ultra showing why they are one of the top-ranked teams heading into the Toronto Major. A major that might mean more for them than it does any other team. On the other side of it, LAG playing for pride and looking to maybe change some people's minds about their season and about these players. All hope is not lost yet.
Not quite. You're heading into a control against Toronto Ultra. So the hope is dwindling very, very quickly in terms of this series, at least anyway. But of course, the major is still over the horizon for LA Guerrillas and still something to be playing for there as well. The vibe's still there. They're still smiling across the board. These boys, you know, I want to say they've had their moments here and there. They've given us some good games across the board. They've shown some good account of themselves on occasion as well. We just need to see some tightening up on a few different things. Well, quite a few different things. And specifically, control. 3-9 record when it comes down to LSC against the 9-4 of Toronto Ultra. LAG have lost 7 of the last 8. Not a good stat line if you want to continue in this series. Toronto Ultra would love to close it out with a 3-0 heading into their major next weekend. So excited again. I get to come this year, Price. I'm excited. You guys said how great it was last time when I couldn't go because I had COVID, so thanks for that.
Well,
really
it was
salt in the wound.
It'll be fantastic again, and even better with you there. But jumping straight onto this as well, it looks like an aggressive start here for Ultra. They're going straight for this point, but the kills are not coming through. Hixie trying to get one as well, but outnumbered here.
A classic start in the very first round of it. Control, you head towards the on a point to hit because, well, realistically, no trophies down. You can use all your util, make things maybe a little bit easier to get some control of that side of the map. Scrap and coat, still sensing, still smelling an opportunity here. Mid-map control up for Toronto Ultra is where they're going to really concentrate a lot of their efforts, can pivot to each anyway they need to. Looking like they are pivoting over towards the A side. Kleenex getting some aggression, some advanced forward movement onto this one and trying to open something up for the side of Ultra. Not going to happen for him. He will fall. Good start to the round for LAG.
Yeah, just holding it down is exactly what we want to do. Keep them staggered, keep them away. Scrapz trying to get into a better position, but at the moment, there's nothing here for Ultra. LAG are putting them in the bin. However,
what you can do, yeah, it's a tough one. Ultra running out of time yet.
There are the kills that they've made. They're getting on the point. They are stopping it. Thieves going to be on the flank here. He's looking for the players inside versus Thieves. Firing with everything. His nades just start echoing all along this point. Thieves will find the kill he wants as well. Time ticking back down again. Kleenex, the only player in position, and down he falls. It is now a race. 11 seconds here for Ultra. Inside, has to get to the point. Sees assault, wins the gunfight. Has to get into the point. Surely now they will. Ultra get 2 players in.
Wants to get himself in a more advanced position because the rest of his teammates are there to maybe pick up the scrap. Kleenex, he's found 2. There's 1 player left on the flank, and that's going to be Exceed. I think he's just going to hang tight here. Rest of his team now starting to get some control over towards the B side. He will find a kill on a Hixie. So that will maybe tempt LAG here. That tick, the third one, is coming in very, very quickly. Ultra, are you going to be able to lock this one down? It's looking like they are. Time is extended. Back a little bit scary for a second. Wasted so much time on B, and you see it happening in the first round of Control on LSC so much. A little bit of progress over towards the B side, and just think, oh yeah, okay, let's keep going for it. It's the harder one to get. It's the harder one to get. Keep going. And then all of a sudden, you got 5 seconds to try and get a hold of it. Luckily for Ultra, it works out for them. But 40 seconds to go over towards the B side. They cleared out the flank. Good opportunity.
LAG, all they got to do is trade. Trade this time away. Trade lives for it. Trade kills for it. 2 players now going to be on the point. Second tick is in. Hixie versus Thieves down the back alley. It's a huge fight. Kleenex will win it. 2 now on the point, and B is gone.
Wow.
7 seconds was remaining in that round. Ultra clutch up. They ice up, and they win it in the end.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with the rest of LAG here. Thieves is in and around Secret, just fighting for his life. And LAG are nowhere near backing him up. It felt like none of them had died in a little while. I don't know if I'm just completely mind blanking the final 30 seconds, but Ultra just jumped on the point and just ran with it. Thieves is there to maybe try and do something.
Yeah,
well, he's coming to his teammates there saying what was going on. I'm literally throwing lefts and rights here, fighting for my life, and you guys are sitting top mountain doing very little.
Yeah, not able to really get anything going, and maybe a missed opportunity, but they can make it back here on the attack. Thieves looking for his kill, gonna find it. Does he go on to A? Maybe not yet. He's worried about players all around him, and Scrapz is up top, and Arsies will get one, and so will get the second. The opportunity here to move. I think B is the call.
Yep, door is open. Making their way over. Now Toronto Ultra not in a good position to defend this whatsoever. The stack may well come through for the LA Guerrillas. The grenades on their way. Nothing of sort of in terms of artillery. The cruise missile will not be coming on through. B may well be gone yet. Unless this flank from inside can result in something for Ultra. There you go. There's one. Hixie with another. And that push is shut down pretty much momentarily.
Arsies is waiting for him. Not going to get anything yet, though, as he slowly moves forward. Will find inside. Will not find it inside. Arsies whiffs. Oh, no.
Got his feet out for that one. Shout out Nameless. Not going to work out this time around, and all of a sudden Ultra just putting LAG to the sword assault, who finally went on a Hixie. A little bit of progress over towards that A side is maybe something that they need, but again, Thieves is just head first down over towards the B side. You gotta go with your teammates, and it's gotta be A right now, but Scrapz is locking it down all on his own. LAG have found a couple of kills, a little foothold over towards the A side, potential for them to bring something back here.
And this is what they can do. It is not over. Ultra showed that just a minute ago. Hixie trying to get in position. The A point now going. We've got a player up radio tower, locking it down. There'll be a solid assault. Will go down to the scrap. That flank has not worked. Hixie alone in a sea of LAG. Now they've got to be careful because LAG may try to go for B fast here. Actually, not going to do it. They're going to get this one first and then move. It's a spawn up for Ultra on Hill.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get over with Ultra in that position as well. The spawns it towards Hill work out very, very nicely. Ultra are almost the ones that have to find a break through the middle of the map yet. They are pinned back in towards their base. We've seen Seattle Surge do a good job at this before. The line across the back, just trying to lock it down. But Joe Deceives, Dead Silence popped inside of tin now. There's going to be a massive nuisance. He has slipped in it ever so slightly and found himself in a position where he could potentially find. But one tick already in, the second on its way. Joe Deceives will find a third. Potential for LAG to tie this one up.
Oh my goodness, Joe Deceives going to work and not going to get the one onto CleanX as well, but doesn't really matter. Maybe here at the end, that second tick is in. The third tick is just on the horizon. A contest for a second from Hixie! The two-piece out of nowhere!
11v9 in the lives department and 45 seconds remaining. Still time for LAG to do something about this. Big win from CleanX though. Joe Deceives is really being the catalyst for LAG and anything good that is working out for them in this series so far. Arsies will find a good fight onto inside. They're slowly, methodically working their way through the map. 25 seconds or so. This final push has got to stick, or Ultra 2 did good.
All right, everybody, pull your trousers up, do your stretches, and get ready. This one's about to kick off. LAG have to move into the point. They have to make their gunfights. And at some point, they're just going to have to sprint. There's the first kill going down. Arsies out towards party as well. Will find inside. One back, but inside again. Guns down. Arsies. Scrapz will put the final nail in the coffin on this round. And every time you think LAG have control of the situation, Ultra kick them to the curb.
And they've worked through a lot of adversity, I want to say, Ultra here. Couple of occasions, just looks like the round is guaranteed. LAG and Ultra clutch up. Just showing their quality here, showing their experience in control. 2 to the good in the series, 2 to the good in the control. LAG may well be ending their day with a whimper here. What's the play? The attack for Toronto Ultra in terms of the statistics, second best team, 54%. Very, very high. Can they find anything over towards the A side? Not going to happen. Insight will find one and maybe slow down this pressure that LAG are trying to put on. Joe Deceives taken down is never a bad thing if you're a Toronto Ultra fan. Scrap with another as well. Push over towards A imminent.
And for LAG, they have made some mistakes. But they can still come back into this. They can still find the win. They can still put Ultra away in this control.
Have to be the mega reverse sweep. The reverse sweep in the control and the reverse sweep in the series. Do we have a specific name for that? I don't know. I think we've crowned it. Mega reverse sweep. We'll go with that.
I like the idea of Omega sweep.
The Omega sweep.
The Omega sweep. The full reverse. But is it possible? Is it plausible? We'll have to find out. Right now, LAG doing a good job. Assault going down there is not going to be helpful. But LAG can still find something here. Hixie gets onto the point as well. Arcie's going to fall down the top at the same time. Only one player really in the area left, and it's Joe Deceives.
Oh, big kill from Joe. Yeah, he's done really, really well. They haven't cleared out the bases. If you're Toronto Ultra, you concentrate on what you think is the most important gunfight over towards the top tower. Now Joe Deceives is all up in your spawn. Very difficult to read now. Oh, Joe's been caught though. Just trying to survive Hixie. He's gone hunting and he has found it. A push now starting to come through for Toronto Ultra. They seem to be leaving it late on these attacking rounds, but it seems to be working.
Inside, clearing the spawn as well. That A point going down is huge for them. Ultra. Now a bit of a breathing exceed, looking for the easy kill. We'll find it at the same time. Stunned and dying. LAG backs against the wall. The entire series on the line.
Nastie's just trying to keep some control over towards screen. If Ultra grab a kill onto him, they know the flank will then be clear. He plays this very slowly. He just needs his team to soak up the pressure. They're not doing a great job at that so far. Hixie will fall. Exalt will be able to find one. Kleenex flies around the corner. Scrap will find another. Arsity staying alive on the flank, but he's the only one momentarily who's in a position to do anything. He's found a second as well. Big plays from Arcity.
The second looks for him out there as well. Not going to find insight. Still fighting for their lives. It's still LAG. They're still holding. They have a 2-life advantage. 36 seconds left to go. Dig in the heels. And do not falter.
Picked up Arcides, who was looking for a flank again. Are they expecting Joe Deceives to be here once more? Damn, he Scrapz had his head taken off. And all of a sudden, Joe Deceives can just go around and start flowing around the map. 3 in a row from him, setting it 20-20, just trying to do absolutely everything for the team. But Kleenex and Scrap combining. 4 members of Ultra, and near the point, this might be it.
Every nade, every tack, throw, and go. You've got to go. That first tick for B is now in. Ultra looking for the second. They know the players will get here before this is done. They are ready for the gunfights. LAG need to swoop in like an avenging angel. They're on the point. They're there as well, but it's 2 for Kleenex. And they have not found the kills. Inside will find it, and that'll be the end. A clean sweep of the control and a shaking head. They're not happy about the competition. That's the least happy I've ever seen Scrap.
Just another day in the office. Easy pickings for Scrap and the boys there. LAG, no match. As Toronto Ultra will finish up their stage before their major with another win, and a very, very convincing one at that. 3 to the good. LAG, 0 answers.
And yeah, I will say LAG had some opportunities, but I feel like I've said that a few times this series. It's the same old story. Few opportunities, but realistically outclassed Ultra. Continuing to move forward, continuing to be one of the top contenders for the next major in their home city. It's going to be good.
Oh, it is going to be good. I'm very, very excited for it. But yeah, for Ultra, I suppose in this one, yeah, it's a 3-0. Scrap will give the shake of the head towards the camera or whatever it is. You know, there may be some beef there. I don't know. He has beef with everybody at this stage. But for Ultra, I think, you know, the embassy hard point for me will be the very big positive you're taking away. Of course, you take the 3-0 away as a positive in any sense of the imagination, but to be very happy with how embassy worked out for them. Rotations were really, really good, as were the holds. Hotel Search and Destroy, there's some question marks around it. A couple of players here and there that they will probably look back on and sort of say to themselves, maybe need to tune up a couple of things here and there, but they obviously will control. Leaving it late quite a lot, but they will not be bothered by that whatsoever. Just putting the feelers out, finding the information, maneuvering around the map when they need to, and finding the win. That was as convincing as you could possibly want if you're an Ultra fan. Very, very well played.
Certainly was, and there's a 3-0 to end our online qualifiers ton. Good thing we've got a couple of lands coming up, but before then, a breakdown from our desk.
All right, is your food here?
Oh, man, DoorDash challenge, that was quick. I'm not gonna lie.
Crushed it once again. Thank you, Ultra, as they get rid of their competition. 3 maps. And now they're officially locked in, right? You're into the winner's bracket. Yep. You're probably top 4. And Ultra, you are also supported by the entirety of Las Vegas. Everyone is cheering on this team to beat Minnesota in their final series.
This is true.
And all signs are pointing that way right now.
Yeah, and honestly, this wasn't a real good warm-up. Getting ready for your next series tomorrow versus Minnesota. But today, CleanX really came out to play. The Dasny has absolutely been on point from all the teams today. You talk about Sandy's performance in the first series, then Shotzzy, and now CleanX. The Demons are out on the map. I think HyDra inspired everybody today, Chris. I think they all saw that performance and said, I can do more on the map.
Remember, Kremp did it in map 1 first before HyDra did it in map 2, 3, and 4.
But people have truly been inspired today. And, for Toronto Ultra, I mean, there's not much you could say. This is really what you expect out of them in this series. And, I heard Bryson Tunn talking a little bit about the Search and Destroy, how that one was a bit close. But for Toronto, I mean, that's the map that they were testing in this series. You're 4-8 on Hotel S&D on the season. You come into a series against LAG, the perfect opportunity to get some testers out. You got huge plays, especially out of CleanX, finding 2 in the back and side of the kitchen, getting kills on top catwalk. Like, those are the things that you want to see, him getting away with his life. So for Toronto, easy does it today, and you can see the expressions like, we got this.
All right, it's LAG smoked by the top teams. They kept it close against Florida, and their only win came against London. So LAG will be starting in the losers bracket, and you have to think they don't have too many matches left in this season. On the other side, Toronto's looking to go deep, and they've got players to take them there. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game here in just a moment, Nameless, because you highlighted the guy earlier, CleanX on the SMG. If this team is going to raise another trophy, it's CleanX helping you get there.
100%. I remember earlier in the season, like, you're asking me, like, CleanX, like, is he as good as some of the top guys like Shotzzy, HyDra, Pred? And the answer is yes. Like, he's a guy that you want on your team. This is the play that I was talking about. He gets to the back door here, and, like, this is an impossible scenario.
This is so fast.
Like, they're inside. He wins that first gunfight, whips around, plays his life, and finds 2. The guy is insane. You can see Joe Stevens. He's like, CleanX, Toby. It's like, what am I going to do? It's just hard to play up against him, man. When he's on point like that, you're winning the series.
Shout out to everyone who's been watching on YouTube and Twitch. Remember, if you've got a tweet, you can be featured in the show just like that one. We got to talk, though, with the man who was shaking his head no at the end of that series. A very angry, or I guess kind of happy Scrap. How are we feeling right now, bro? You just 3-0'd somebody.
I know. That was like a no dope series. Just absolutely I need some dopamine to play. Like, those guys are like, what is going on, bro? What is going on?
Yeah, well, that series is done, and I just want to talk about the future for you, though, Scrap, because you guys are one of the few teams to walk away with the trophy this year. You've already made bank. You're staying in the top 3, top 5 in everyone's discussions. But where do you see yourself right now? How do you see the league stacking up?
Yeah, so, I'll probably say, like, OpTic's probably the best team right now. Obviously, they beat us. They beat everyone else. So, I would probably put them. But, I don't think we're far behind. We've been putting a lot of work in this stage, our home major. And, we're going to come out for the major as hot as we can.
Scrap, for you guys have been pretty great this season. I mean, picking up a championship, you're the front runner for Rookie of the Year, and I feel like recently you've entered the discussion for the MVP on the season in general. If you guys have a good ending these next couple of events, what does that mean to you? The community sort of putting your name up there with some of the best that we have in the scene, and is that something that has sort of been in your mind a little bit? Like, you have the opportunity to get the MVP, Rookie of the Year, and win champs.
Yeah, it's cool. I can't say I'm surprised. I knew I was going to come into the league and be the best at the player I could be. It's cool. It's cool to see my name up there with some of the best players in the league. But, I'm just trying to come win championships, and whatever comes after that will be cool.
Love it.
Scrap, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the future. Right now, you are in the running for Rookie of the Year here at the Call of Duty League, but our season's wrapping up at the end of June. Are you going to go competitive in Warzone? What are we doing in the off-season? Too early to talk?
I'm a kind of like, I like playing S&D. S&D's always been my, bread and butter. Okay. I love playing in the off-season. Probably go back to some old games. I might dabble in some Warzone, but, it's kind of what I'm feeling. I don't know, maybe vacations, maybe, Cancun might be in the works. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I just need a live stream, bro. I want to hear you talking to strangers. All right, that is Scrap. Another dub here in our Monster Winter Spotlight. We'll let you go. All right, big win here for Toronto. We got to show some love to the squad that stays in our top 3. They have one match to go against Minnesota tomorrow. As we go to commercial break, quick reminder, pick up your 2023 Call of Duty League Champs package. Anime Boogie nameless. Everybody's going to want to get their hands on this bad boy and get ripping and roaring.
I know, look at that skin. It's absolutely fire, and it's a tracer pack, so you all know you shoot that gun, you can have some tracer rounds, which is pretty sweet.
Get your blueprints and custom laser death effects right now. We'll see you on the other side of this break for the final battle. It's Atlanta FaZe taking on Boston, Cellium, Owakening, and a whole lot more fun.
rest up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rape. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rape. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back into the final battle here on our last Super Saturday. We have Toronto coming up 1 week away, and these two teams are probably going to be in your winner's bracket. You know what? As a fact, I know they'll be in your winner's bracket. The question is, who walks away with the higher seed? And this fight, it could come down to the ARs. If you missed the pregame show on Headquarters, we talked about it. Cellium versus Owakening. This is the gunfight we're pumped for.
100%. And when you look at Cellium's, obviously he's been great. We'll say a little inflated due to the competition that they've had up against Vegas, London, and LAG. But let's talk about Big Wake for a second. These are ridiculous stats, Puck. Like, these guys, he has been absolutely frying since bringing Vivid back into the team. And when you talk about Big Wake, he does this time and time again. But it's time to... He needs a championship, and it's time to start talking about that. With this Boston team, as they gain more experience throughout this stage, they've been playing some stiff competition. This is a match that is massive. It can give you a way better seed. You have this match, and then you have New York to round out your schedule. This is the easiest it's going to get versus a top team in the game is Atlanta FaZe. This is the weakest they have ever been since they formed this dynasty squad. So for Big Wake, time to turn up and get a big win.
I love that we're calling Atlanta like the weakest they've ever been. They won a trophy just a few majors ago. They've already banked over 300,000, and they're definitely in the conversation for a squad that could do it again in Toronto. If you're looking at the lineup, you've got superstar talent in aBeZy and Simp. The question is, can they both have it going at the same time? Slasher was brought in to fix the search and destroy. Nameless, did FaZe accomplish their goals this year?
They 100% accomplished their goals. Also, they got second like over and over last year. Well, they got a championship this year. So all in all, it's been fantastic. Still number one in the standings. Just some things they're working through in Respawn. And our Monster Energy pregame, aBeZy needs to get back to form in opening duels this stage. 14% first blood to 40% first death percentage. I mean, let's be honest, he's going to be involved in these situations. Sometimes it's not going to go his way. I have full faith in Abe to turn up in S&D and then get the control back on track. 2-6 in their last 8 with the 2 wins against LAG and Vegas. When you look at their control, I mean, they're 0-3 on Expo. It has not done them right going into this since it's got added to the rotation. So that's a map that they really need to work on. But in this series, actually, if we get to maps and modes, Boston removed Expo, which is a bit baffling to me.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about this Boston squad. As you can see, FaZe ready to go. The Beam Squad. Only 18% of the community currently has faith that these 4 men can take down Atlanta FaZe. Tell me the story why they might be right.
Well, I mean, it's tough, man. Like with Boston, I've been high on them. Like I feel like they have a ton of talent. And for the Monster Energy pregame, insane slaying from the airs this stage can translate to wins. When you look at these two guys, they're number 2 and 3, right underneath Scrapz. Both of them, they've been frying and then have a strong start on Fortress Hardpoint. The last time these guys matched up, they beat them on Fortress Hardpoint. It's one of Atlanta's worst maps, so Boston clearly has the advantage, and that is map 1.
Some people just dropped another 250,000 channel points on Boston. They're starting to show up for their squad. The odds are forever in your favor, Boston fans. Speak up or lose out on the opportunity as we take a look at the 5-game series. Nameless, Is it a smart bet to go with Boston right now, or are you feeling the FaZe at a quick one?
I don't think it's going to be a quick one for FaZe by any means. I think the guns on Boston are absolutely insane, and they can take over at any point. Fortress, I think Boston have the advantage. We talked about that Embassy S&D. Yes, FaZe have been unreal there, but so have Boston since adding Beans to the team. That sniper has done wonders. These are the two best Embassy Surge teams in the game. So early hot start for Boston is what they need to win this series.
Two best Embassy Surge teams in the game. We will see both of them in the winner's bracket. So now's the time to get the notebook out and see if you got some nade lineups, maybe some sniper lineups. We got our casters all lined up for you right now. It's Miles and Chance. Get us started, guys.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very excited to get this one underway. It's going to be an absolute banger. Very excited to see what the hell happens. Last time we get to see Atlanta FaZe play online Modern Warfare 2 as Foursome. I'm pumped for that. Going to see how this one goes down. We get a triple dose of Hotel chance. Last time we saw Beans on Hotel, a boy was tooting.
Oh, yeah, things were singing sweet. Beans is looking great, and his hearing is absolutely spectacular. So, yes, it should be an exciting series. And just for Atlanta FaZe, even, like, I know, like, Nameless has already touched on it. They've achieved what they wanted this year. They already have a tournament win, but also you need to finish strong. And I know for Atlanta, they've been like a subpar hardpoint team all year, right? Like a record below 500. We are starting this series with a map that they have a 2-6 record on. And I know sort of the narrative coming out of the FaZe camp is like in scrims, they look great in hardpoint, but it's not translating to the matches in terms of just making like simple mistakes that typically they don't make. So you're looking for a clean performance from Atlanta and Boston. Well, they need to be dominant. Might have winners bracket secured, but a long way to go. Make sure they turn up at the end of the year.
Well, better late than never, right? Atlanta FaZe, well, Toronto look pretty strong. OpTic, Florida, a lot of teams who are peaking towards the end of the season. Look at these season records so far for both squads, pretty impressive. But that Search and Destroy, that's going to be a big difference maker here in the series. We will see if the hardpoint for FaZe can finally start to get a little squeaky clean chance. Great call there. We'll see. Of course, first and foremost, though, hardpoint, that's going to be the name of the game. Who walks away with a dub in that first map could run the series.
It's going to be a fun match to watch as well, because I know Kremp has a pretty entertaining POV to actually watch. Like, the kid is 18, 19 years old, completely cracked, but now he's going against, one of the best SMG duos of all time. So we get to see how well he can rise to the occasion, because, certainly through the stage, I was about to say Nameless. I know Beans and Awakening have had the hot hand. Their slang has been on point. This is the series where the SMGs got to keep up.
I'd say the name's set a pretty hot hand this season as well. He's been
great.
We do have, I think there's a slight technical delay here, so we've got a video piece for you boys and girls. So strap in, enjoy this one. We're almost ready to get in a Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe.
Are you trying to get out of silver? If you're playing Fortress in ranked play, use these map callouts to help your squad dominate. These two arches and this door are critical points on attack and defense on all ranked game modes. Pros call them open, closed, and doubles. They are common entry points, so your team knowing which spot to pre-aim will net you wins. Knowledge is king, so call out those tangos when you see them attack these spots.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now you know all about Fortress. If you didn't already, make sure to check out the Call of Duty League Instagrams, TikToks, Twitter feeds, you name it. I'm sure we're on Facebook. Why not? Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe, gearing up for map number 1. Kremp isn't. Kremp's just chilling on his phone. Well, before we get into that, let's get to Major 5. Let's talk about the standings chance, because, Lord, let me tell you, it has been one hell of a run.
And I would say for Boston, with a 2-1 record for having 2 matches left, well, they get to breathe a sigh of relief, because everyone else at the bottom had such a bad stage 5 that they should be safe, even if they lose the final 2 matches. Not even should. 1-4 for both Seattle and LAG, nice and secure. And it's just really those 4 teams, a little bit of a collapse, and obviously an opportunity for everybody else to shine. So that's why that sort of foot race toward the end of the year in the CDL points. Vegas, Minnesota, even Boston are now in the mix for that. Going to be so much fun, because right now for Boston, it's only a 20-point lead against Vegas. We have been setting up Minnesota versus Vegas for so long, but Boston cannot breathe easy.
There's 4 teams on that bubble: Seattle Surge, Boston Breach, Minnesota Røkkr, and Vegas Legion. Terrifying. For all of those teams, anything could happen. Anything could change. Speaking about this matchup, though, Awakening chance. He has been on a tear. Demon Joe, Giga Wake, Mega Wake, Turbo Wake, Mega Wake, Return of the Wake. He's got a lot of nicknames. All of these nicknames very valid, because he's a monster in the CDL right now.
And, it's just like he started off the year so incredibly strong as well, and it felt like there was just a bit of a lull period. that now he's just gotten back to that sort of like top slayer in the game kind of form. So there will be no shortage of highlight reel plays, but I think a lot of it is off the back of like his teammates being sort of the setup guys. I know Vivid has like not necessarily transformed his gameplay, but like molded into the style of game that this is to make his teammates better. And I think Owakening has very much enjoyed that little bit of a switch. And I mean, it's not just him. Again, Beans' numbers are also completely absurd.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing about Boston Breach is that individual prowess. Every single player on this team could absolutely rip you in a 1v1 fight. So teamwork being another factor that we know they've been working on a lot. You've got 4 players who, on their own, are terrifying. I mean, this is a very, very capable squad. Atlanta FaZe, same thing can be said about them. This is going to be a square up, and we're ready to rock and roll, ladies and gents. We're going to Fortress. You know the call-outs over towards that A-bomb site. But we ain't playing bomb, 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 bomb. We're playing hardpoint.
And this is also, I mean, again, 2-6 record for Atlanta FaZe, but for these guys to be dead last in anything, like if they were last in rotation, I'd be like, okay, maybe they're not that worried about it because they're going to be so good that like their breaks will be on point, but it's their breaks that have been a problem. So, I mean, this is the team that I would have to imagine in scrims every day are actively trying to get better. And obviously, when you're going to the final events, you need a deep map pool. So FaZe looking to be a threat, but Boston trying to make this their playground.
Here we go. Into the first hard point. Already an explosive opener. The Terrors from top single and the bottom side find their kills. Beans, slight strange effect there on his attack. I couldn't quite tell what that sounded like. Cellium though with the sweet kills. Again, Owakening now pressuring towards that hard point. Slash has the cross covered. Cellium in another corner as well. And Owakening, what can he do? Well, he can get tags into nearly everyone and somehow still be roaming at this point in time. Good work out of Boston Breach. That's the hard point in their hands. The trophy system though, Chance, no.
Oh, that was a massive battle for Boston just to get the P1 time. And I mean, granted, getting the final 25 seconds, they're going to have a decent lead going into new, but obviously FaZe, I mean, set up and posted, ready to go for this new hill. Obviously, 2 kills going their way. Boston going to be spawning very far out. I mean, Vivid really has no help on this approach. Almost forced to try to make a big play.
Here we go for Vivid. Didn't catch anyone out. I think he may have... No, he probably didn't get spotted. He looked the wrong way. That's so unfortunate. aBeZy, good reads. Hardpoint still in the hands of Atlanta FaZe for now. You're open wide. aBeZy roaming the halls, just trying to catch out anyone. Vivid right back at it. Spots him out. Early tags. Beans there. Lovely coverage. This is a good bit of work now from Boston Breach. Forward they go. Only 1 man down right now for Atlanta FaZe. That setup has not really moved, Chance. So good for them. Okay. Oh my God. They're all dead.
Well, this is an interesting moment, too. Well, yeah, okay, so Atlanta FaZe are getting a bunch of split spawns, so it's going to be 2 maybe to fight for the old time, 2 trying to rotate, but Vivid's going to catch him, and it looks like they're going to try and hunt him down. He's got to make a highlight play. He just gets traded out. So Boston now set up towards new. And honestly, that is a nice little moment. That is 4 down. I know they're going into this P3 hill with a 20-point deficit, but 1 full 60, and you'll have a sizable lead.
Yeah, and this is a hard point where that does tend to happen. So look for the FaZe to find the break. First one down. Pressure now towards that right-hand side of the map. Hard point up. Watch that scoreline change dramatically. Boston Breach. This is a wonderful opportunity for them to get back into it.
Oh, they didn't block the gate spawn though, right? aBeZy gets that intro kill, but Owakening just spawns right back up in a position. So no sweat right now for Boston. Nice and comfortable, but it's where the flood's starting to come through. You see Kremp having to go back and forth, so a little bit of pressure on the timing doesn't go his way, but the AR is there for the help. Slasher trying to open things up, but Slasher for 2. And that's going to be enough to at least leave Beans by himself. So FaZe, it took a long time to make it happen, but they should get this break.
But yeah, if they're getting a little faster, they're able to get at least half of the time here on this point. But now Beans,
hello?
somehow didn't die in for a long time there. Fantastic opportunity there from Breach. The lead certainly theirs. Rotation as well. So that 1 player has spawned out early. He's got that far left-hand side of the map covered. So Atlanta FaZe, you're going to take what you can from this, consolidate the loss, move across map now to cannons. Once again, Boston in there first.
Yeah, I think even Beans was like, shouldn't they be here a little bit quicker? I feel like I've had too much freedom starting to run around in circles. But either way, Boston fully set up on this rotation. They're going to be the guy collecting the time. And I think for FaZe right now, I mean, it's Cellium that's the entry man on the break, but he just gets gunned. aBeZy spotted out. And right now, this is looking like the 12th team of the game on the breaks.
Yep, that's exactly the way the stats have called it. Awakening. 1's in, another clean 4 down. Boston Breach right back on it. Sweet time going their way. 30 seconds remaining on cannons. They might as well take it all.
I mean, this is just easy peasy. Everyone else getting flooded in through P2, but Beans has checked himself into a corner. Great trigger discipline. There's the free 2. And I mean, Cellium, that's the first kill FaZe have gotten on this hill since the first fight started. A nearly perfect hill out of Boston, and we're gonna have about a 40-point lead going into Blacksmith and an extra 10 seconds to work with to catch these players. FaZe right now getting a little bit picked apart.
A little bit. They're getting peeled down to the bone right now. Slasher on the point, Awakening with a lovely riddled fire through that horse statue. This FaZe now scramble to set things up. Nice trophy work. There is a streak in play, and it should have been dealt with quite handily. There it is. Missile defeated, no problem whatsoever. FaZe remain in the hard point, but here comes Beans.
This is a massive moment though. Beans, I mean, dude, if you got Slasher snaking on a box, there's nothing you could do. That is the times a changing. Bob Dylan, that's exactly what he was singing about. But keep in mind, when you had Boston at the start of this hill, picking them apart, aBeZy picked up 2, Slasher got a kill, and they flipped those spawns. So this has been a wonderful hill for Atlanta FaZe, and if they can get another wave, I mean, Boston's just going to be pinned in the back as we rotate. But that's like Awakening trying to get out in the mix. But either way, that is going to be a set of rotations through and a back and forth game.
It was inevitable, wasn't it? Slasher snaking. Look at him go. God. Somebody put up the bookmark tweets. Let's get it. Hard point though. FaZe starting to swing things round a little. Back to P1 we go. And good looks, you know, as far as the scoreline is concerned. The kills department, a little more disparity there. We'll see if Slasher can't get streaks. Awakening on a 3 as well. And ball aim. Whoa! Awakening gets the terrors. The pair. And Cellium is there. Slasher does get 5 before being brought down. Cellium back at it as well. And it's a little slow from most of FaZe.
Yeah, now FaZe also have to read these spawns, right? They block like the back left spawn, so P2 is going to be open. Cellium, not a problem there, has the perfect reads. Unfortunately, though, Beans gets a kill outside the hill, but it looks like FaZe isn't able to swarm, get in through the mix, and it's only one guy behind enemy lines. Looks like FaZe might try to tie things up here on P1, but they don't have the trap set up, so all these kills going to be a difference maker. Awakening already kicking it off.
Yeah, looking at that top left-hand side of the minimap, Boston have crept on in. The kills are there. Boston still funky spawns, to say the least. Let's see how they crack this puzzle with a quick listen in.
Watch out. Yeah, I think he's cannon. Same cannon. Now watch out. He doubles to be fine. Ain't upstairs. Open up. Ain't upstairs.
I was open at the bottom. Yeah, you told me what's in the
Yeah, three shit. Don't fight. Noisy, behind. Take a leap deep. Yeah, I think yeah, the one way. Backstage, no trippy. Backstage, I'm watching out. Single. Okay, in the back. Two backstairs. One running through, guys. He's dead. Two backstairs. Back up. No, there's two backstairs. Yeah, I'm backing up here. Yep. Save my double.
Yeah, I'm saving my
go. I back.
Yeah, give my spin up.
I'm about to repinch P1. I'm gonna repinch P1. What's P1 on me? What's bench? Yeah,
I'm one in front, guys.
Bench dead. Yeah, open. I'm gonna spawn out probably. Open. I'm Yo, they could spawn close front. Be careful. It's a big spawn there.
Yeah, we'll spawn spawn.
Yeah, I spawn on P1.
They can run in me front.
There's
two in front of me. Almost there. There's running
bottom maps. Yes, let's go. Dead. Nice. I don't see him. Bottom art busy. Okay. He ran out.
Yeah, I can't find me too.
I prefer. I'll put you on master. I'm gonna come master with you.
This is your biggest time.
Fiery, listening. We got some big ass time. We got lots of deads. It was great there, and now Boston lead change.
And this is like the best hill by a mile for him. They've just gotten the rotation both times. Absolutely, this is where they've gotten the most amount of time. Now for Vivid, the cleanest shot potentially in the league. I mean, it beams one and then immediately go 3 down. So yeah, Boston have to spawn right back up at the old time and try to go again. But a 20-point lead for the moment. Boston are in the driver's seat.
Short-lived Call of Duty calamity there. What a shot from Vivid. 200 points to hit for Boston. Breach will Atlanta FaZe be able to crack over that. Kremp with a slow and steady approach, and he has been spotted. Heard. Cellium dealt with. Nice work. Cannon's hard point still in the hands of FaZe.
Well, Boston trying to go 2 players around. You have Vivid again jumping up in the windows, and I think Vivid might be trying to make the move by himself, but he's going to fall in the feed as everyone does. Simp just guns 3 people down. That's a 4-3 for him, and now he gets to be the cutoff man for the kills. He's just calling out everybody in bottom maps, and he might fall, but this is a setup for Atlanta FaZe. Already, they've taken over the lead again.
Oh, one half of the terrace in. Oh my word, Vivid so close to being eviscerated there. Final 20 here on Cannons and Slasher playing for streaks. Get your knife at the ready, sons. One on the back door. Demon Joe. Too much though. Slasher unable to exercise. Oh my god, oh more wheezy. Owakening somehow pulls 2 out of that one. A few more seconds, over to Blacksmith we go.
Yeah, they have the P2 spawns right now as well, so it's going to be very difficult for Atlanta just to stand inside the hill, but that is a great thing for Atlanta just to kick things off. It is a team kill, then an extra kill. Back's turn and 3 kills from Slasher. Now Boston are back in the spawn trap.
Destroys the trophy as well. No mercy whatsoever. FaZe are in. Simp is soaking. Cellium looking at a 2-piece in a moment as those players fly at him through maps. This is the setup. Final 10. FaZe holding it down. aBeZy in the feed. Onto the point. No hope in hell. Beans, go, fly, send it. No kills. Cellium is there. Owakening with a final kill. He gets on. And with 5 seconds to spare, Boston stay alive.
And you actually have a little bit of time to rotate, but obviously this is pressure on. Boston have to fight for the old time, make sure they don't lose it, have to be perfect on the rotation. That is not the start they want to have. And obviously Atlanta, I mean, they're going to have the left side spawns. There's not going to be anything changing that. Someone for Boston has to get to new.
Slow and steady. The approach towards P1 once again. Simp is playing for as many angles as he possibly can, and here goes the foot race towards that point. FaZe are in. Final few moments out. aBeZy gets a second before being taken care of. Cellium right back at it. He finds himself 2. He levels Owakening. As now through mid, Slasher trying to find it. No one on the point just yet. Cellium might be the cutoff here. That we go.
Oh no.
Boston are in.
Oh no.
Owakening finds 3. All of FaZe are down. Boston are in.
Hey, you got the spawn trap too. They're going to be pinning the back. What are you flooding through? You want to go through gate? You're going to get cut off and killed. Atlanta FaZe might have just dropped the ball.
Oh, the ball is down. It's rolling up the hill. You got to run and chase that bad boy. Fly towards the point.
Why is Beans open?
Kremp finds another kill. The point is safe. Slasher dives in. Can anybody get there in time? Can Demon Joe contest? No.
Oh my
Slasher
God.
saves the day. What a disgusting hard point. FaZe somehow clutch it up.
Did everyone forget where the hill was in those final moments? I mean, that is just, I don't know, man. I mean, Boston got, like, blessed, ended up getting the spawns, even though Cellium picked up 2. Like, they won the gunfights to get to time, because Atlanta FaZe didn't actually get on time when the hill popped. They were, like, set up around it to play for the kills. But then for Boston, just to, like, have the trap set up, like, I just see Beans last man standing, and he's across the map away from the point when Atlanta FaZe only need 3 seconds to win it. I know you want to play a spread setup so they don't, like, have time to flank and whatnot, but I don't know. That was a very difficult ending, I would say, for both of these teams, just trying to deal with the chaos.
Woo. Chaos indeed. I damn near laid an egg. Slasher 28 and 16, wonderful statistical performance from him. I mean, what like ridiculous kills from Owakening. 1v1 fights he should not have been winning. We have the final few moments from that hard point will be our scuff play of the game. And damn, son, who made the play? Well, strap in, let's find out.
And this is what I'm saying, right? So Atlanta, even when the hill pops, they knew that more pressure was over towards Blacksmith, and they just end up getting picked apart when they tried to cross in first. But after Cellium gets the 2, this is where things get scary because, like, I don't even know. Atlanta FaZe now trying to flood in towards the time, but they just lose everything.
Oh
Owakening guns you down, makes the massive play. And then you just completely, like, botch the spawn trap. Like, number 1 on the minimap, Kremp is, like, blocking spawns, and I suppose you're trying to do the right thing, and I don't know. I guess Boston just unlucky with it. Everyone a little bit too distant from the time, and got a lot of clutch gunfights coming through from Cellium towards the end.
Yeah, Kremp as well. That final moment, Slasher just on trade point. Here comes Owakening. Vivid, they're sending it, flying in. Desperation. The comms must have been outrageous during that time. Damn, yes, indeed. Whoa, Kremp didn't say damn, he said something else. But there we go. FaZe, they take map 1 in the series. That Fortress was a banger. The potential for disaster there, but we got to tip the cap to the Mad Titan Slasher. 28-16. Lovely start.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the type of ending that you could just spend, like, you know, you have to rewind it and watch it 5 times to, like, try and pick it apart. Because even for Boston, it looked like a normal setup, but it's just, you know, those adjustments you have to make when you legitimately have to play keep away and can't afford to give away 3 seconds. It is difficult in those moments, but that's what separates the good teams from the great teams. And this is, of course, the home stretch towards the end of the year. However, if every map is as good as that one, we're in for a treat.
Oh, I'm down, baby. It's game 5. I'm set, comfortable. Got myself a good seat and a beverage. I'm ready to rock and roll. Embassy Search and Destroy coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. How's that one going to go down? Well, FaZe has definitely got a bit of statistical advantage when it comes to the Search and Destroy, especially the mode throughout the season. Chance, of course, a historic season for Atlanta FaZe. Online as well, with a record spree in the mode. Will they continue to find that success here on Embassy, or Boston, who have had this wonderful late season resurgence chance? They're looking disgusting on the mode as well. This should be a treat.
And it should be a fun time as well, because I know Beans is going to be rocking the sniper for, you know, half the rounds, if not more. But it's also a map for Atlanta FaZe that, like, they had a perfect record on this map for a long time when they were 6-1ing, 6-2ing, 6-3ing every single team that they played. So they were looking dominant on Embassy. A little bit shakier as of recent, but obviously it's a strong map for them. If they keep it in form right towards the end of the year, I mean, again, it's been the problem for anyone that's doing the pick and bans against Atlanta FaZe. They're going to get a good map through.
It's happening. There's a lot of good maps in that pool. Difficult to weed out the tough ones, but we'll see what happens. Embassy is on its way. We will be looking at our match metrics here. This is our season records. It's talking about the Search and Destroy, and yeah, first place, Atlanta FaZe, not just in the standings, but in the Search and Destroys as well. 5th place there for Boston Breach. A lot of climbing in recent memory, though. This is their recent form. Boston are looking strong in the mode. Cannot shake it. This should go down to the wire, but we'll see if the old FaZe is still in there. It's Boston Breach. They've got an opportunity to potentially throw for champs, but at the current state they're in, Chance, I can't see it happening.
And also keep in mind for Atlanta FaZe, like you talked about how Boston was on sort of like the incline, and they obviously have a fantastic record on this map. Atlanta FaZe, they've been struggling through S&D as of late. I know they're still #1, but they were breaking records in the middle of the year. And obviously, when you talk about struggles for Atlanta FaZe, their struggles are different to where, like, they've kind of struggled this year in a sense. Like, the respawn hasn't been completely on point. Still #1 overall in the CDL point standing. So they are held to a higher standard. But that being said, even one of the monster keys to victory, Nameless touched on it, aBeZy in the First Bloods has not enjoyed Stage 5. Like a 14% win rate, and uncharacteristic for him. Looking to get back on form.
Let's see, I want to stay FaZe here in his First Blood quest. The rest of the team on the inside there of Embassy, that bomb teetering over towards the A-bomb site. It's Awakening out there. Vivid, I would not be laying down in a restroom like that, but hey, Vivid, he's built different.
I mean, he's got gloves on, he's got a mask. If you're going to lay on the bathroom floor, that's as prepared as you could possibly be.
You are not wrong, my friend. Well, FaZe, there is a lot of noise being made, and Vivid surely is able to pass some of this information across. Kremp. Oh, tags in a slasher. Has anybody got a nade? I don't think so. Pressure over towards that B-bomb site as FaZe managed to sneak one out. That's going to hit aBeZy. He's tagged, though. I don't think there's a whole lot left to throw. Beans' trophy might be all for naught. 35 on the clock chance.
This is not going to be easy to get the bomb down, though. You see Kremp can just sort of peek his head up through that top door, and it looks like they're trying to get the timing right. He gets back down, or maybe not. Look at what Boston has actually done on the map. That's a First Blood. That's bomb down. That's 20 seconds left, and that is everyone dead. I was so focused on Kremp and aBeZy, didn't realize Boston was able to double flank successfully, and if you get pressure like that on the map, you are never going to lose.
I talk about mid-game adjustment. Wow. Vivid. Struck like lightning across the top side of the MC there. Cut those 2 players down immediately. Great round out of Boston Breach. Simp was I think a sort of second or 2 away from being able to finish the bomb plant. That would have changed things, but either way, Atlanta FaZe, no First Blood, no fun.
Yeah, super patient play as well, I'd say, coming out from Vivid, right? Enjoys the bathroom floor for a bit, but once the dead silence starts to roll through, goes and makes the big play. Now Beans with the sniper. No one to square up with them, but unfortunately, no one had a trophy down. Simp with the free double kill, or there is a trophy down. I guess the timing was off. That is a classic. Absolute classic.
Only slightly off there on the trophy. Unfortunate. But hey, man, just over a minute to play here, and it's a 2v4. Beans is desperately looking for a kill with that snipe. Slasher might be the man. He's in the perfect spot to get caught out here. No, on the other side of the van. Good work. Simp's there close enough. He's snaking away. Good luck hitting that. Uh-oh. Slasher's moved. He's seen the glint of the sniper scope. Look at that form. Slasher is snaking.
I mean, he's working on it, you know?
He's working.
The practice reps in.
Oh, he's working, he's twerking, and now he's going to be dodging a bullet in a moment. Beans, good luck here, mate. Not an easy thing to do, but if there is a weapon to bring down a snake, this is it. aBeZy in mid, great work for him. Last man left alive. Beans, will he get a chance? No, hope in hell. FaZe strangle Boston in that round.
Yeah, and I mean, literally that entire round comes down to either the trophy placement or the trophy timing. I'm assuming if the trophy was down, they got it down in time, but maybe not just far enough up for where the Semtex was actually going to land. But if you are just silent, oh yeah, so yeah, the trophy was up in plenty of time, just not far enough up to actually protect them. And I assume the player cam, Vivid, going to be salty about that one. It is just a painful way to start the round.
Yeah, the perfect setup there was Simp and aBeZy. Both of them hit their Semtexes at the right time. Wait, there it is. There's the trophy. Wait for it. Trophy working overtime there. Everything has been thrown as it's been dealt with now. Oh, tags through mid. A little bit of friendly fire. We'll let that slide for now as Boston scrambling here on the defense, trying to get around the corner. Simp might be hitting the back alley. A lot of choice being made here. We're dithering somewhat for FaZe. We're right back at it. Possibly able to get the bomb down.
Yeah, they are just debating on what they want to do. Simp was hesitating before hitting the back end. aBeZy just gets caught a rough angle, but it trades the whole way through. Cellium flies out to make sure that you keep this a 2 versus 2. But obviously that bomb is down, and Boston should be very aware.
Well, that's great timing from Cellium. Kremp has dead silence, so he is now maneuvering Cellium right back at it as well. Let's see if Vivid, he can get there in the right time. Deddy finished. He has bomb site control. This is a good look for Boston.
I mean, you have to know the bomb is down, though, right? Like, over towards A? And Beans just gets caught trying to World Star in the middle of the map. Did they assume that Cellium or Slasher was running the bomb? Now Vivid and he shoots, is forced into 1v2, and just gets gunned down. Boston trying to play TDM and search and destroy, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, that little couple of shots Vivid let fly, that was it. The round was done. If he'd waited, possibly, but as soon as you get a little closer, Cellium's going to hear you from that power position. Slasher is making moves on towards the bomb. Great adjustment there from FaZe. A little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, a little bit of something, that Fort Minor song.
Yeah, concentrated power of will. Maybe they thought that Cellium picked up the bomb after he jumped out the window or was close enough to it. So obviously we have the benefit of seeing on the mini-map what's going on, and also with limited information, but a slightly farther trophy. No double kill just yet, and God,
come on!
That's so tough.
Fool me once, shame when you fool me twice. George W. Nice name for Awakening, right back at it. We're not shooting yet, we're all just throwing stuff at each other. Awakening goes for the drop shot, not able to land that bad boy. Simp's in it, and he is now, that stun doesn't connect, but definitely knows something's up. Beans now. Can you land it? The answer is hell no. FaZe once again. Simp with a people's elbow from the top rope.
I mean, it's just for Boston right now, stop getting naded off the rip. I mean, this time it wasn't even the trophy's fault. The trophy was further enough up, but you just went to the palm tree off to the side, and Cellium had a frag ready and waiting to go for you. So nade coordination for Atlanta completely on point. Obviously a perfectly aggressive flank out of Simp as well. So their timing on aBeZy completely where they want it to be. And poor Vivid.
Poor Vivid indeed. FaZe nades. Them nades. Lethal. All angles covered. You think they're counting the trophy ticks as well? Who knows? Trophies out. Across this insane ravine of doom we fly. Here on aBeZy. Simp right back in position. It is the standard setup. This time aBeZy's got bomb. No kills just yet. Looking for the plant. Everyone's ears are ringing. And the trophies, they should be dead.
That's a big first blood. I was about to say, Simp's trying to climb the ladder. He popped dead silence for it, but Beans has the read, but at least he get the bomb down. And aBeZy hasn't gotten traded just yet, so the longer he stays alive, the higher your odds of winning go up, especially after Cellium finds that kill.
Cellium's just wall banging doors. Vivid walks right into it now, 2v2, and the bomb is being defused right now. No one has checked it. No one has eyes on Cellium. It's done.
You're good.
Okay. Whew, that was tense. Better late than never as Cell, the final 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, quite literally, as soon as Cell gets the kill on Vivid up top, I mean, that's just the round, more or less. 2 AR players are going to have to go, like, push and clear out top PD, or just hop the bomb and pray that Cellium doesn't check it. But obviously, Atlanta FaZe, #1 in S&D for a reason. Not a mistake they are privy to make.
Oh, good.
Being
search and
sponsored by
destroy.
Quiet, by the way, is actually, that's good.
Be quiet. Oh, we do love a good joke here in the COD League. Well, this is nothing quiet about this round. That nade's going to connect, and aBeZy, dances so gingerly around the nade. Oh my god, nearly got the second as well. Awakening, though, hipfire pays off as he manages to stay alive and kicking now. It's a 3v2. FaZe, at advantage short-lived, is now it's a 2v2.
That's super handy as well. I don't know if that was intentional, if Cellium was putting extra bullets into the truck when it was on fire, but you'll take it. And now for Boston, got to reposition, pick up the bomb. Kremp with the dead silence, though, hitting back alley. Cellium, though,
he saw him.
Able to run away, and yep, now you got the intel. He is gone.
That's huge. You're in trouble now, Kremp. No Daddy. Simp and Awakening, they are able to maneuver around the map right now, and there's a bit of an awkward battle nearly taking place on the inside of the... Whoa, there it is. Top paper. Can Simp get two? He can. Good round, FaZe.
And I mean, that a little bit of luck on their side as well. Just the fact that that truck explodes and kills the bomb carrier in that moment. So will absolutely take that one. And even Cellium, just with the reposition and go up the ladder, nullifies Kremp's dead silence play. And, well, Simp gets great value out of his. Final 2 kills of the round, 7 kills to his name. Seems like when Simp's in the feed, it's always 2 names right next to each other.
A good round of search and destroy. God, we promised a fun embassy. FaZe ain't playing games. 5-1 map point.
Look for an A hit as well, or maybe they're just spreading the map and playing for picks. Awakening potentially with a little bit of pressure on him. Selling with the off angle just for the peaks. Slasher just somehow finds the first blood. Kremp actually made that exact same play, peeking out of bottom orange, I think in round number 1. So Slasher is certainly a player that keeps track of those sorts of things. Already advantage in the round.
Huge advantage. Slasher statistical dominance here in the kills department of search and destroy continues, and he will add potentially another here if he can bring down Big Wake. Oh, easier said than done, though. The trades are there. That bomb will be planted at A. Beans has finally hit a good shot, and he's got to hit 2 more.
And also has a trophy system. So
for God's sake.
Anytime you see a trophy player in the clutch, you just have to, you know, send a prayer their way.
Well, Beans, good luck, lad. aBeZy nearly gets the stick. Here comes the chow. And that is it. FaZe lock it down in search and destroy. Business as usual, but they do take a 2-0 lead here in the series.
They do love themselves some embassy. aBeZy does not even need to be the first blood Reaper, selling with a solid game the entire time, winning key gunfights against Vivid, top PD. Simp, whether it's the first bloods when he's going on the flanks or if he's just getting the double kills with nades on point. And of course, Slasher with the adjustments as always. I think was able to collect 2 first bloods, including in that final round. But I mean, it's what, 5 first bloods to 2. And obviously, well, Atlanta FaZe is not a team that makes mistakes in the game mode. Take full advantage.
Full advantage indeed. That's the stats right there. Nice, well-rounded effort from nearly everyone on FaZe. Great work. Boston not able to get a single thing going. That 1-round win feels like a lifetime ago. As the series started off electric, we fizzled out. As we're well and truly grounded now, we're going to hotel for 3 in a row, potentially. FaZe close it out here, say goodbye to online MW2, or face potentially the wrath of 2 more hotels in the series. We'll find out how that all goes. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. We're playing hotel after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Oh, hey, we didn't see you there. Welcome back. It's time to play some Hotel Control. We've got Atlanta FaZe, we've got Boston Breach, we're ready, hot to try. My name's Miles, his name's Chance. We hope you are doing fantastic. How you doing, brother?
Doing great. Not my real name. Just want to throw that out there, but it is when I go by in this world. But doing great. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, we've already had a couple 3-0s today. Looking to add to the pile. Obviously, it's a very mixy outbagger Fortress hardpoint we kick things off with, but then they just like through the roof on aBeZy. Looking spectacular. Yeah. Right back on form. Atlanta FaZe, obviously a scary force, but we're going to Hotel, and I know Awakening Beans, the ARs for Boston have been on point. This is absolutely a map where they can shine.
Yeah, last time we got to see Boston on this map, it was ugly. It was hideous. They were breaching and clearing. They were doing all sorts. That Hotel did not look the same afterwards. Let me tell you. They just refused to clean the rooms. It was awful. I mean, awful. I'm going way deeper into this joke than I thought it would, Chance, and there's no getting out now. Let's just go into the game.
Yeah, we'll see if the housekeeping will come into effect on this one, but looks like a B hit potentially off the rip, or not potentially. It is going to be an all-out massacre towards B. Vivid already picks up the first kill, and you'd imagine no trophies. Maybe back the AR players down. It looks like it's coming into effect. Already the pressure on the B zone.
Oh, FaZe are down. FaZe, I mean, unless Simp gets to 3-piece right here, right now, it ain't happening. He managed to get one. The quick reshuffle, but that second seg on B is on the way out, and it's moving fast.
Oh, Simp actually didn't even hit mid-map that quickly, so this is going to be a decent bit of progress through for Boston. Someone's got to pick it up. Kremp does exactly that, and that is a perfect break over towards B. Only one man for Boston actually fell. There's going to be a nice life advantage, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, and Awakening's already here at the restaurant, so Boston are set up perfectly on their sortation. This is destructive.
Oh, a good win. Get one more Cellium, save the day. Nah, son, Vivid's there.
That's it.
No. That's your ass, FaZe. They're in. How do you stop it? It's a two-man stack. It's going to take a while, but FaZe have got so far to go. It's going to take them a week to get to the point, and by the time they get there, Vivid and Awakening have done the hard work. It's all down to Simp. Get in there, son. Get a kill or two. Can you do it? He does. Vivid's still alive. Unbelievable. FaZe, they complete the never-ending journey, and they're in.
They're playing for the kills as well instead of the objective. So 2 players for FaZe have now gotten in between, and Simp wins an extra one, and now he can get into kitchen. If Atlanta FaZe somehow pull off this round win, I mean, talk about a collapse, but it shouldn't happen. No, ARs immediately get 2 kills. Now you just trade Simp and you're good to go. Boston should get this done. They got this done. Let's go.
Wow. That... I'm with you, man. If
it was FaZe, perfect and got a little bit mixy, you know?
It got a little bit mixy, but if FaZe has somehow managed to pull that round out, I mean, never before have we ever screamed internally, stack the point. Boston had more than enough map control. And those 2 players, those sort of the players on the wing who are trying to slow down the FaZe hit, damn, son, I mean, you get 1 player on there for a second or 2 just on that transition, you win that round a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, maybe the 2 players that are in the hill, like if they're just doubled up in the middle instead of playing. I mean, you had options. Either way, they're getting the right cuts. Like one guy cuts off mid, Beans is pushed out the shanty. So I don't hate the idea, but yeah, definitely got spicier than you would have liked it. But a round win is a round win, and obviously Boston put a lot of pressure on B. It's their favorite letter for a reason. They don't want it to slip away.
I see what you did there. There we go. Awakening loses the fight against Cell. That's going to give them a little bit more space to work with. Not quite as ruthlessly efficient Atlanta FaZe on the attack towards B. They don't really go for a heavier B hit. They do get a couple of players onto a Z now. So now you got numbers. Kremp though. In Beans clean in house. Nice stick from Simp. Oh my god. Stick what? Couldn't even blow up. Simp gunned him before the nade exploded. Insane reactions. Awakening now trying to battle his way forward. Lovely bit of work there. Oh, he gets both, but nice target prioritization there from Simp. He wins 2 fights. Slasher can't get any more out of it. Kremp locks it down. Here comes Honest Abe on the back line. Can he get into the point? The second not going to be there. Vivid wins it, and that is a safe with 50 seconds to go.
And you have aBeZy 1-9 to start this game. Cellium 2-8. So that is 2 players that obviously struggled in round number 1 and haven't exactly flipped the switch here in round number 2. Player that has flipped the switch though, Vivid. 12-2 start on the flip side. and Boston still have pressure all over the map. It's all about defending A, and Vivid just sprinted their entire team and still picks up 2.
Manages to get 2. That is unbelievable. FaZe are getting chokeslammed here in this round. 24-14. The life count not friendly, and the clock is ticking quickly. Through mid-map we now fly. aBeZy trying to help out. Beans cuts down another pair. That's going to be final 10. Can Cell get it? No! Beans has devoured FaZe alive.
Boston are challing too. I mean, they're down 0-2 in the series, but they are certainly not playing like that. That is an utterly dominant round on defense. I mean, that is as good as it gets. I think Beans might get the play of the game as far as the game is concerned. Middle of the map, yeah, he's going to pick up 3, but I mean, Vivid was having some highlight reel plays too. These guys love Hotel.
They do love Hotel, man. Well, good news for them. If they win this, they get another. And another. We'll see how that goes, though. Not out of the woods yet. We've seen crazier things happen in Control all season long. Why stop now? 2-0. Oh, my God. We never put it together once. This truly is Beans' map.
16. Oh, sorry, Vivid is 16. But that is unreal. These two guys are 31-8 combined. Finally, Slasher wins the AR gunfight, and then Vivid just gets sent into the kill. So finally, you killed Beans, but you have to make the sacrifice, and that sacrifice is losing the B zone. Boston can do no wrong.
They can't. aBeZy, kill number 2.
Nice.
In 2 rounds! What is going on? Nice work out of Simp, though. Cleans house. Cellium under a hail of gunfire. Jesus, Beans is fried.
I saw the dead scream in the player cam, too. So Beans will absolutely let you know. And he'll continue that. That is a system that will never fail. And now Vivid looking for some extra cutoff kills. Great position as well. Spots the tears and gets out with his life. So he gets the intel for his teammates and will be a thorn in the side of FaZe. So Slasher has to be concerned about B. And the intel wasn't good enough. Vivid might have spotted him, but Simp selling aBeZy clean house. And now Slasher knows about the flank.
That's so tough. There's still 1 segment remaining on either side of the stage here. aBeZy cut down once again. 19-5 from Vivid. Between Vivid and Beans, they are beating the piss out of Atlanta FaZe right now. This is ugly. Simp on a 5, starting to turn things around. You're going to finish that A zone capture. 2 players on it. Simp's going to get there a little late. I doubt he's going to be able to stop this. That is 1 minute and 52 seconds to run here, and Breach are looking at the 3-0.
And good kills. That'll be a cruise missile for Simp as well. So he's actually completely turned up for the team. There's the number 8 in a row. And looking at Simp compared to his teammates. I mean, he is looking at a Herculean performance and trying to get FaZe back in the mix.
I mean, when you say someone's trying to really do it all, that seems to be the case right now. FaZe are being slaughtered. But it is not over yet. 1 minute 25. Slowly ticking away. Send out Simp, find the kills.
I also think aBeZy, he might have, he's gotten hurt around the map maybe a little bit too much, so he posted up behind a bush and trying to play a little bit quiet.
He's playing real quiet. Here comes Slasher. Awakening in, takes care of the trophy before it hits the ground. Can't get too out of it, though. Nice work from Cellium as well. There's Honest Dave. Back into it. No, Awakening's going to get that kill. Pressure, though, is certainly on as Breach are getting closer and closer to that final segment on B.
Oh, I love that decision from Simp too. Instead of red dot chase, well, not red dot chase, you know what I mean. Go after Awakening in the spawn, goes for the bedroom control instead, and obviously now in prime position. This is exactly where you want Simp, and obviously all of Atlanta FaZe, very tight setup around bedroom.
I know, you get at least 1 or 2 of those, and you're looking at a capture. Boston Breach know it as well, so FaZe spread out, look for that 2-2 hit. You've got 2 players on the outside of the map. Beans is now sort of split. Kremp, he's now reinforcing the players towards mid. This could be a breakdown. 25 seconds. Here come Boston. It's 2 clean kills. Can Slasher save the day? No, he checks the wrong corner. They're in. 2 players on it. That could be the round. Cellium has to dive. Fly forward. Can he take 1? He does. They save it. Yes! Only with a few pixels to spare. Awakening, though, still keeps the play alive. Simp springs in. Manages to get his 1. Beans back at it. Over to Slasher. Gunning them from the Godheady. Staying alive. Do not let Boston get close. Do not let it be a 3-0. Final 10. On to the point. Vivid goes. He has to contest. He has to get closer. Teammates are in. aBeZy finds 2. Oh, it's not over yet. Final 5. As FaZe have stayed alive here on Hotel.
I mean, just barely. You still have an extra gunfight. Simp still needs a little bit of help, but he is going to get it. The support was there, and Boston might have applied the pressure, but Atlanta FaZe staying afloat, keeping things alive. They got a single round. It did have to take a best play of Simp, where, I mean, this is like the middle portion of the 8 spree that he ended up going on. But, I mean, he right now, the shining light for the team. And the 3-0 potentially still on the horizon for Atlanta. 2 more rounds to go.
Wow. FaZe, we've not seen FaZe look this sort of mortal in a very long time. Cellium has pulled his game right back. 10-15. aBeZy 7-17. It is far from over. FaZe, signs of life, still beating through those veins.
Yeah, I mean, 7-17 looks terrible, but that was a solid round 3 from aBeZy, where he does his sort of ordinary job. And now off the opening break, it's no crazy B hits off the rip, just nice and stable towards A, a little bit of control towards the middle of the map. And Atlanta FaZe right now happy to keep the pace low and take their time.
Simp versus Demon Joe. And Beans gets involved as well. A slowly but surely getting taken care of. aBeZy the cut-off kills. Nice work. Managed to save the Deddy, or keep that in the next life at the very least, but that final segment at A is on its way out, and Cellium is doing everything he can to keep that capture going. Alongside Simp, FaZe right back in it, 2 minutes to play.
Oh, they're challenged too, so Beans is going to get at least 1 trade on the point, and well, Kremp finds the one on Simp, so if it is going to be the guy top bedroom behind enemy lines, his team is pretty far out. I mean, Beans is still posted up in restaurant, so they're worried about the full flanks, but FaZe right now, it is 3 players geared up. Vivid's men to take down.
2011, flying, staying alive, knows the value of his life in this position, and he's still good. No. Wow, Vivid. Houdini, oh, and then the dagger in the back. Vivid now Deddy activate as well. He is about to become so much harder to kill. Slasher, absolutely clotheslined. Who's next? It's aBeZy, Vivid on an absolute tear as he has ripped FaZe asunder.
I mean, there's no way. Whoever that was, like, down low bottom bed, Vivid was, like, half health, and he got forced to drop down the ladder. And as soon as he gets out, he turns that into a 5 spree. The dead silence still active. Atlanta FaZe dropped the ball in that moment, and it has been a while since it seems like they have found a kill. Finally, though, Vivid is going to fall, and obviously Simp on the minimap is still top bedroom, so they've cleared out the most important part. FaZe have options.
Kremp surprised at his own demise there. Back over to Beans, the Godhead. Lovely tags, keeping these players at bay. He is pissing metal right now. Running out of guns. And he picked up another tag, so he don't have to reload. 40 seconds remain. Finding some suppressing fire to keep him at bay. He cannot find Slasher through the curtain. Oh my god. And that is it. Slasher pulls him aside. No more tricks. It was pure magic for a moment. Finally brought down Owakening and Kremp on the defense. Good work. But you're on to the point. Onto the zone we go. Cellium staying alive. Owakening trying to play patient.
This is so tough. And it's going to get traded, though. I mean, Beans and Owakening at least have been a backline enough to slow Atlanta FaZe down. So, I mean, Slasher gets a nice 2 kills, but they can't translate that into anything. And now they are spawning so far away. It is a desperation cruise. Can you make some magic happen? Absolutely not.
No, final 5. FaZe to fly. Now aBeZy Simp can't get close enough. aBeZy with a couple of kills, some nice tags, but Boston, Breach, stay alive in control.
An electric start and a solid finish towards the end. I mean, Boston started out bonkers in those first 2 rounds. I mean, the stats are going to look clinically absurd on both Beans, Vivid, and even aBeZy, just because of how, like, ridiculous those first 2 rounds went. So the damage and the kills comp are going to be absolutely fantastic. And for Boston, we stay on Hotel. And again, it is a map that has certainly been shaping up to be one that they love. But 29 for Vivid, 27 for Beans, and in the damage department, everybody on Boston was there. A fantastic game number 3.
Wow. An incredible bounce back there from Boston Breach. We'll see if they can keep this run flowing in towards the hard point. That's our next map in the series. We stay on Hotel. We're closing it out. The final day of online play for Atlanta FaZe. Boston will be playing New York tomorrow, but what a showing we are seeing from the boys in green so far.
And that was also, I think, 20 kills on defense for Vivid for the 3 rounds that they had. That's obviously spectacular. Beans also had 17 in their 2 offensive rounds. So both those players just dropping numbers. And, well, I mean, again, in terms of how the map was played, it's just Boston could do whatever they want. The slang was just that clean. Atlanta FaZe, just the guns weren't hot enough.
I mean, the guns were still pretty scorching hot at times. We saw some amazing plays. Look at aBeZy swinging with that knife. If he caught Simp there, God, what a turn that would have been. It might have been the round. Who knows? Gosh, what a brilliant game of control there on Hotel. Highlights have been a lot of fun so far. Vivid. A nightmare to deal with there on the bedroom side of things. It's got for Slasher pumping the brakes, a little bit of bad timing, and Awakening. He and Beans from that god-heady position from desks. Absolutely ripping FaZe. They are excited with that one, and so they should be. We go to another Hotel hardpoint now. The boys reload a little bit of Monster. See how these monsters fare in a hardpoint.
And, you know, it was at the start of the 5 spree that Vivid had when he was in top bedroom. I mean, that's one of those moments where FaZe, like, on a game plan front, did everything right. It was 2 players working top bed. They got tags into Vivid. He had to drop down the ladder, but then he just was able to get out, and he turns that into, like, a massive play. And I think that might be sort of emblematic of Atlanta FaZe, where they've been saying in scrims, their practice is on point. They don't make a lot of those mistakes, but little things slip by. And obviously they had bigger problems on that Hotel control, but just to, focus on one moment, see if when we go back to Hotel, if they can clean those up.
Yeah, we'll see. Hotel coming up next. Hotel Search and Destroy game 5 as well. So we stay on Hotel, guys. For those of you that haven't heard anything we've said for the last sort of 4 or 5 minutes, but Hotel hardpoint, FaZe, not particularly strong. It has been the weakest mode they've had all year long. And Boston, anything to go by, recency bias is very real, but their Hotel gameplay is very hot.
The recency bias is like the important one too, because obviously on this map, and even the map we just saw, guys like Beans are popping off, going on those like 11 or 12 sprees, doing it against Seattle, and they still have those moments and occasionally still lose the map. So I know for a hard point like this, it is going to be a long one, but if Vivid and Beans can keep that level of production, because even on the slang front, Boston map 1 still completely on point. Vivid was also going on tears, just faltered a little bit towards the end, but they're certainly going to be much more confident going into map 4.
Colchester's finest right there on your screen, ladies and gents. Beans, upon joining Boston Breach, has done nothing but turn heads. We saw some early sniper clips from him in the challenger scene, and he has not necessarily delivered anything as absurd, but man, when Beans gets going, it is really hard to stop him. Boston Breach, a force to be reckoned with in the league right now. A win over Atlanta FaZe would certainly set confidence sky high. New York tomorrow, the major next week. Here we go.
Well, yeah, and keep in mind when we say, maybe not sky high compared to the challengers clips, Beans just set a ridiculous standard for himself when, like, the first series he had on LAN against OpTic, he, like, broke the CDL kill record or tied it in Search and Destroy, like the first thing we saw from him on a CeeLo. So he hit, like, the highest of high peaks, like, straight away. And obviously, that's the type of thing that is impossible to maintain, but it is the end of the year, the home stretch, and just looking for those major wins. So looking to get back on that elite caliber form. Obviously through stage 5, he's had it.
Here we go. Into the hard point. Map number 4 here in this series. The FaZe is still sitting on match points, so they win this, and they say goodbye to online MW2 for the time being. Lovely open here from Beans. Looking at 2, trying to find 3, and he ain't going to get the next one, that's for damn sure, but Kremp will. Nice trades. Boston Breach for the time.
And, Atlanta FaZe at least trying to drag the map a little bit around towards the bedroom side, but now they're going to be working through double arches. Boston have gotten a decent chunk of this initial time, but with the favored spawn that is not atypical. These are important kills as well. I was going to say, Boston have a complete stranglehold. It is the perfect setup to watch over the guy in the point, and now opportunity to start making moves. Guys like Vivid trying to get out and see if they can find an opening on the map, but FaZe has closed that door while Boston has just soaked that P1 hill.
Boston have kept a foot in that door. FaZe unable to shut it. They're close enough here towards P2 as well. FaZe, spawn's not great. Will Boston read that? Kremp, will he check this corner and take care of aBeZy? No, good work. That's the backside of the map. The street's now safe, but Awakening in the point. Here come the trades. Slasher from the stairwell. Into the fight we now fly. Simp traded out immediately. Slasher wins his battle. It'll be a second or 2, but FaZe have got the point.
Yeah, that was just so patient from aBeZy on the back line, and then great kills by guys like Slasher, at least on the time. And Kremp with some nice reads, but his trades back and forth. I think Atlanta coming out on top, unless Awakening can make the big play. He did make it to the back, and Boston, for the moment, had the closer spawn. That's going to make the rotation harder. You got to make sure you win the time. And Boston are going to be able to do exactly that. Bump up the lead a decent bit more, and now FaZe are actually spawning the back. So Boston, this is a massive moment.
Nice about hard point time here. Kremp might be able to contest this. This is a sort of 15-ish seconds that FaZe have fought so hard for. Over towards Newbie now go. Simp alone away against Awakening and Beans. That is not where you want to be right now. He has got nothing left to throw at them. He's going to now hope for the snakes. There's the first. Sweet snaps, but not enough. Boston with a break. That's the new point.
And again, just because of the spawns that Atlanta FaZe ended up getting on P2 turns it into a rotation that Boston sort of get for free. aBeZy trying to break it down, but needs a little bit more help. It's a 2 versus 2 fight on the hill. See if Atlanta FaZe can pierce this setup, and it looks like they can do exactly that. They run straight in, get all the kills. A break should never be that easy.
That was the cleanest break I've seen in Kitchen in all my years of MW2, albeit just one. Here comes Vivid on the back door. Beans backing him up. aBeZy with the tags. You got fresh lethals to throw if you're Boston off spawn. They're making their way over towards the patio side as well. Beans and Vivid finding kills us down to aBeZy in the point. Oh, Beans has just flattened him. Boston another break.
I mean, you think with gun skill like that, someone would just be watching like the 2 front entrances to not let the break happen in the first place, but all's well that ends well. You're going to have a 30-second lead or more than that going into the new time. Atlanta FaZe have the full setup, but Vivid's already crossed. Cellium's not going to know. Should be a free kill, and there it falls. Boston now a lot of pressure as they swarm the point.
Uh-oh. Awakening.
Oh, broke him down. Instant.
Oh, Awakening towards the hard point. That's right. He's got 7 million nicknames, and we just keep adding to the pile. 40+ seconds here on bar. Kremp on the L bar. We're going to take care of the FaZe attackers. Can't get a single one out of it. A lot of damage. Bees brought down to the point as well. Slasher finds 2. Vivid on the quick reposition. And Slasher, damage dealt. He's playing for the kills here. Gets another. What a spree from Slasher.
I mean, this is just what, round 3 of can either team hold this hill? Atlanta FaZe looking to get those final 20 seconds, and they should be able to do exactly that. So that was a perfect break from Boston that just simply does not last. And final 12 seconds, looks like Slasher's going to be the soaker to make sure to secure that time. And on rotation, extra gunfights to win. I mean, Kremp versus Simp potentially, but looks like Simp wants to be the cutoff man. There's going to be 3 players from FaZe here first, but they are getting picked apart.
Yeah, the trades in this series are lethal. Slow work from Boston. Watch out for Simp. Good work, Kremp. Can you get the second? No. Cellium, nice wins. Immediate reposition. The snakes. And Vivid is there to help out. Awakening does not have to go toe-to-toe with the Serpent King himself. Slasher once again back into the feed. Absolute ruthless onslaught right now from FaZe. They are in. And Kremp holding on by the hairs of his chin. Anyone there to get him out of the point as FaZe. Good work. Simps in. Open hard point for a second.
And that feels like such a good rotation from FaZe because they flipped the spawns, but that also, it is genuinely taking so much effort to actually stave off the pressure for Boston, because even when it feels like they have a good setup, Beans is able to pick up 2, and those 2 players off spawn are just going to be a little bit late to actually wrap. That's why guys like Vivid, guys like Kremp in position to try to break this one down. Cellium, well, that nade smoke going to save him for just a minute. The ARs right now for Atlanta, keeping things secure. The question is, how long can it last?
Here comes new hard point. No one brave enough to dive in there yet. Cellium trying to retain map control. Awakening there from Spa, or Jacuzzi rather. He's going to be able to cause some problems. Nice work from Simp. aBeZy now roaming mid. Vivid loses his fight on the point. That's going to be some time for FaZe. Will they build a lead here, or will Beans break this one down himself? He does. Trades are on, but no one near the point.
Yeah, I think no help from Cellium there on the hill until it was just a little too late. So, I mean, fun enough for Beans in that moment. 1 kill at least saves his team from an extra 10 seconds. I mean, don't get me wrong, Atlanta right back on the point to collect, so they're going to have at least a little bit of a lead. But Boston want one more hit. They want this scrap time. 18 seconds to fight for.
And Simp, they shoot a pixel. Somehow gets 2. Oh my word, damage dealt. Cell now trying to lock down the point. Can he get these players off as the lead change? Another one is on the cards. This has not been a particularly good hard point for either team, but Cellium, search gun skill Awakening there to help out. There we go. 2-second difference right now. What a hard point this is. Back to P1, second set.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely has the makings of another nail-biter finish towards the end, but it is still Hotel. You can chain a couple hills together and blow the game wide open. So both teams right now sort of walking that tightrope. And Beans again, actually, Kremp is able to collect, but Beans has the damage for 1, the kill for the second. Beans really does love this map.
Yeah, he really does. It's something about this map just gives him a couple of extra hits. Nice work from aBeZy. What a win that was. Massive damage into Awakening as well. The trades are going to be there, and his counterpart Simp to back him up. Full pocket still. So in this life, aBeZy able to soak this time. Get a little bit of damage as well. Nice work out of FaZe, but Jesus, what a war this is.
And this is a battle for the, even final 12 seconds. So you are having to fight for everything on this map. And now for Slasher, pressure's on. aBeZy's going to fall. That is 2 players from Boston. Maybe make it 3 on the rotation towards New. Couldn't give you 1. Boston like that, going to rotate. Going to be nearly clean inside the point. Simp, though, is challenged. And just like that, going to force Boston back.
He's going to force Boston back. He's going to now take care of the players on the stairs. Simp's really trying to do it all. 28 and 12. Here comes Beans. Snake in the staircase. A little bit of bad timing there from Simp. Unfortunate. That's going to give the point to Boston.
They just hold it for the moment. I mean, FaZe right now trying to get the reset up and scatter, trying to pinch from every angle, but it is not being easy from either side. Simp, though, leading the charge. It's going to be trades around the hill. Final couple gunfights to decide who's going to get this scrap, and Kremp decides it's going to be him.
Here we go. Foot race now over towards the new hard point. Atlanta FaZe with a slight lead, but Boston, you've seen what they've done in the kitchen before. Quick listen in, Atlanta FaZe.
3 here. Yo, listen, Awakening spawn small. Awakening spawn small. There's 2 more there, 2 more there.
Beans, close back there. Right there.
I think Awakening spawn deep.
He's beans, I think. Dove in the corner. It's 2 beans.
I'm happening in 1 or 2 bottom
I think, bro.
Heard you.
In beans,
weak.
Beans corner, 2 beans.
Beans corner, lights. In the corner.
Lights near, bro.
Lights. Mid-desk beans. He's still behind the mid-desk beans.
Mid-desk, one's on time, 1 shot. Beans on time and one's in the mid-desk, 1 shot.
I'll hold the back, hold on.
Beans.
In the back.
He's trying to see
One's cam. Beans,
Beans, dead.
Nice. Mid-desk, I think.
I'm seeing mid-desk laying down, one side dead.
Cam dead. Nice.
Okay, let's go. Running clock.
Heard that. I have time. We're gonna hit this one more time.
Dub. Awakening.
Oh, what the hell?
One's couches too, I think.
On couches. I'm chasing cam channel.
I was trying to get bed.
Beans.
Other top line. It's not everywhere, bro.
Yeah, they did. I'm top bed. I'm holding top bed.
I'll play kills here.
Alright, I'm with you, bud.
He just got bed on me, bro.
I need to bed, sir.
Main. Oh, streak, right? Yeah, I can streak here. Okay.
I went to it. He's on
Break
bridge.
T2,
Wait.
L-dash, push it out.
And what do you know? Simp's got streaks. The comms are good. Able to break the point this time round. No, trophies once again saved the day for Boston.
Yeah, not enough tax, I think, coming through, so Beans is able to get a fresh one down, but he loses the gunfight. Cellium rips him off a heady, and aBeZy gets to the hill. It's going to be the trade fest. It is going to be just slinging things through the front. Simp trying to get the cutoff kills. He delivers for 2 because, of course, he does. Simp has 33. Beans has 32. Apparently, heavy hitters getting after it. We might have double 40 bombs by the end of this game.
I would not be surprised. FaZe, though, over 200 points. They are crawling. Boston already with a rotation towards restaurant. They're in. Slasher might have eyes on a few of those players, but this is going to be extremely solid. Potentially series-winning time gained by FaZe here.
Oh, there's number 35 and the 4 spree. You got Slasher setting up on the pinch right now to break down restaurant. And you're going to know for Boston, it's going to be 3 players nearby. Simp's going to pop the Deddy. He wants to do this quickly. Slasher makes some noise, and Simp actually, that's the one opening towards the point. Gets there, can't get the second. Vivid was able to pick up 2.
Oh, Cellium, look at this movement. Staying alive. Holding the position down, trying to get the points in. Can he get 2? No, Beans is there for the trade. Boston now with a presence on the point. You're looking at aBeZy trying to make the entry alongside Simp. The Terrors now. Can they live up to the name? No, Beans has cut down 1. Kremp making his way forward as well. Can Beans get both? No, FaZe are in. That might be it. It all comes down to a close spawn from Rust and Breach. They've got to fly, man. You've got to get in there now.
I mean, it's the last ditch effort. Someone's got to make the move. They win an intro gunfight, but Sim's in a corner. That's 40 bomb, and he is going to run it through you. 41 and a 5 spree. Simp just called game.
I'm pretty sure they said, hey, Chris, get out of time. We got this, bro. Go get that 40. FaZe. Close it out on Hotel. Not without a serious drop of blood that Boston managed to draw from them there, but that 3-1, that was a banging series.
And I don't think there's any scarier sight to the league than Simp getting a hot hand like that. 42, 43 towards the end, however many he just collected. Those final 2 games, I mean, Simp was everything.
absolutely everything. We'll look at the stats in a moment. There we go. 42 and 18. 42 and 18. Let that sink in. Unbelievable performance out of FaZe. Have they finally found the form in Hardpoint? We'll find out. That's the last time we will get to see Atlanta FaZe here online in MW2. Next time you see them, they'll be in Toronto on local, baby.
It was 4,500 damage too. I mean, the Tiny Terror is like 58 and 43 combined or something like that. SMG duo went crazy on Hotel. Oh, I mean, that is just ridiculous stuff. But Atlanta FaZe in what feels like a very long time don't go 3-2 in the online split. This time 4-1. So maybe things are looking a little up. Hotel certainly destructive towards the end. The Embassy completely on point, and I'm sure that's a control. They simply just wish they were playing online.
I was going to say, maybe, or just back to the drawing board. Indeed, FaZe not super proficient at control. Hardpoint, though, starting to look a little better. You take down Boston like that, 2 of them, and the Search and Destroy. Oh, baby, Toronto next week. We'll see FaZe again. But for now, let's see the desk.
Coffin dance, that's what that was.
All right, we're going to carry it home for you guys.
And for real, man.
We are way too cracked out on Monster right now.
Yeah.
We are vibing here in the studio, and it's 8 p.m. The games are already done on a Saturday, one of the faster days we've had. But this series had some close games, and I want to revisit the game 1 here as we take a look at some of the highlights from our game 4.
Yeah.
Simp, by the way, 42 kills in this game.
Let's talk about...
Absolutely insane. Let's start there, Nameless, before we get back to the overall series.
I mean, let's just officially put the rest of the league on notice. If Simp is returning to this form, headed into the last 2 majors, I mean, it might turn the whole scene for a flip. What Simp is able to do is insane. I feel like a lot of people have started to write him off as like, yeah, he's an all-star player. Like, he had his superstar years. He's not going to be able to do this anymore. Well, no, versus the Boston Breach, who we all know have some of the hotter guns in the game. He absolutely destroyed him, getting into kitchen P2 to P3 rotation, getting to check and desk, just making plays time and time again with the Vaznev in his hands. Like I said, I think HyDra inspired the SMGs of today to absolutely take over some of these maps.
I don't know if there was an update or something, but it feels like the subs got a buff this week, the final week of qualifiers, and we have just 1 day to go. You will see Boston in action tomorrow night, but FaZe, you're now done. A 4-1 record. Yeah. You're going into the final major. You're guaranteed a top 3 seed, most likely. All vibes are high down in Atlanta.
Yeah, and they've now won 6 of their last 7 hard points, which is absolutely massive. And, you know, a lot of those prior to this series were by a 100-point differential. And going into this one, you're playing against a pretty hot Boston Breach team. You'll win both of them. And it was highly contested on that map 1.
I do want to say game number 1, Boston Breach threw it. They shouldn't have allowed FaZe through the spawn, but there's 1 man. Actually, there's 2 men. But MacArthur got the first one. He looked straight up in the air, and Cellium got the break from the gate. That set up Atlanta FaZe to close this one out 3-1. And the man joins us live right now. Cellium, talk to me about this series against Boston Breach. Congratulations on the win. Was this a tough one for you guys? They played you really close in games 1 and 3.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Boston's I think everyone knows they're they're a very competitive team. So I mean, it was a tough one for sure.
Cellium, I wanted to ask you, for you guys, you had a lot of improvement in hardpoint throughout this stage. What did you guys focus on in that game mode specifically? Because you've been looking great.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like our main focus has been trying to let Chris and Tyler just do their thing and just kill everything. So after Chris did that last map, and it's working so far. So.
Cellium, it's been fun to watch all the top teams this week. It seems that every squad has a standout player. Today, you did your normal job. Simp was popping off, though. Is there something in the current meta that is allowing an SMG player to pop off? Is it getting behind enemy lines? What do teams need to look out for as we head to Toronto?
I'm not sure if it's like a meta change, but like I just feel like having the ARs just do the dirty work and all that stuff. I feel like it's better for like the subs, like having Chris and Tyler as our subs, and having them abuse like their talent. I feel like it's what we're going for right now. So.
Cellium, talk to me about Search and Destroy. So obviously you guys have been the strongest Search team on the season, and going into this series, you guys had Embassy, a map that you've been strong at, but obviously there's a ton of film out there. So how do you game plan? Because today you eliminated Bean Sniper from the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, in practice, our team's played Beans, and he's been doing the same stuff, like sniping everything, but our team just says, like, play our game, and then, I mean, it just works every time.
Cellium, right now, you guys are finishing with a 4-1 record. We still have 3 more matches to go tomorrow before everyone heads up to Canada. Who's on the podium with Atlanta FaZe in your top 3?
What, like other teams?
Yeah.
I would say for sure OpTic, because obviously they're 5-0 and they're looking really good. So OpTic, and I can't really think of other teams now, but I would say New York.
New York, I like it. Well, we get to see New York in action one more time tomorrow. We will see you, though, as we head up north to Toronto next week.
Yep. Everyone have a good one.
Thank you, Cellium. Much love to MacArthur. Congratulations to all the FaZe fans who just cashed in on their channel points. They are getting rowdy in the chat right now. And there was a lot of channel points moving around today. Let's talk about an opportunity to score big. It was Vegas versus Seattle. The odds have never been brighter for Vegas in this matchup. Everyone thought Seattle still had the edge. But Clay, Standy, and crew are moving through here to the winner's bracket again for Las Vegas.
Listen, man, Vegas is just better when their back is up against the wall. Today, they really turned up. Everybody played great. Standy and TJ had an incredible series. I'm going to show those two guys some love to close it out as well. Like, I mean, you were talking about it when you're watching, like, their chemistry is just on another level together as the SMG duo for this squad. On the flip side of that, for Seattle, a world of pain. You're not safe to make it into champs if Minnesota and Vegas have a good performance on land. And you're looking at each other like, can we even win a series at this point? Online has been the saving grace for this team for a couple of months now, and it has not been the case. I believe 1 in 4 guaranteed losers bracket. So we'll see what they're able to do in Toronto next weekend in the losers bracket, but it ain't looking great.
Seattle Surge could see their season coming to a close if they're not careful in that lower bracket. We also have to keep our eyes, though, on some of the teams that are trying to rise. Florida had to face off against OpTic in our second matchup of the day, and this is one that had the potential to go to Game 5, said some of the statistics, but OpTic said absolutely not. Shotzzy, MVP of this series without a doubt.
100%. I mean, 1A, 1B, him and Dashy both taking over. When your superstars play like that, you're going to win, right? It's just we expect them in a finals now, and we need them to play like that in the final and finally take home that chip. But yeah, what we saw to Shotzzy today was absolutely incredible. I mean, setting the pace map one, it was very close. Florida Mutineers are obviously full of confidence, but Shotzzy shut that down. Like, it would be easy as OpTic to sort of default to, like, our guns are just better than theirs. Let's just run and gun and destroy them. But no, Shotzzy still played very intellectual, and we saw some improvements when you talk about a map like Expo. Florida's one of the best Expo teams that we have. OpTic defeated them on back-to-back defenses, 5 minutes of A-holds, which is pretty incredible.
Florida Mutineers playing in their final tournament in Toronto. Unless they win the whole thing, they're trying to end big as they have a long shot still at champs. OpTic, though, going to be your heavy favorite, and you just heard Cellium say he expects them to be in the top 3 come Toronto. I think the question is, who is going to be the MVP if they win it from this squad? Talking about Toronto, we have a team playing in front of a home crowd next week, Nameless.
They played
Scrapz
today?
is ready to talk some smack.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot Toronto played today. This series was so fast. eazy does it, exactly what you expect out of a championship caliber team versus LAG. They come in, they get that win, and now they have one more game versus the Minnesota Røkkr, which will be some good practice leading into the event. Also, some good research up against a team that just made a roster change headed into the event, right? So Toronto in a really, really good spot. Obviously, you want to try to get that win tomorrow to land yourself a good seed.
We only have 3 games remaining, Nameless, here as the qualifiers are coming to an end.
So sad.
I love it. I'm so ready for the big tournament. Put $500,000 on the line. Put $2.3 million on the line. Let's get rowdy and let's do it on land. The deciding games, though, are coming up tomorrow, and they're going to have big, I guess, effects here. We've got Toronto facing off against Minnesota. Boston plays against New York, and if you're looking at our Major 5 standings right now, this is a big one for seeding. Both Boston and Minnesota are guaranteed in the top 8, but that would set them up to match up against OpTic or FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, and we just saw, like, Boston does not, I mean, it was kind of close in some of the games, but I feel like Atlanta FaZe gets a lot better on land, so you do not want to play them there. And then if you're looking at Toronto Ultra, like, they're going to end up going up against the Mutineers. So, I mean, Mutineers, they got whooped today. We're going to have some rematches. The round 1 bracket might not be that intense, I'll be honest.
And of course, your CDL points. Who's going to champs? You got to be in the top 8, and this is now a 4-team race for 2 spots. Surge not safe at 190, Boston didn't move the needle at all. Neither did Røkkr today. Only Legion climbing the ladder makes it a 10-point game for all 4 of these teams.
I mean, and just look how healthy that is. 190 all the way down to 160. We'll see if some teams can get bumped on out. Major 5 is going to be special.
Røkkr has one last chance before going up against Toronto, 3 o'clock. We got 4:30 featuring the bottom 2 seeds. Who's going to be 11th? Who's 12th? Tune in tomorrow as LA Thieves take on the London Royal Ravens. Big shout out to Ali. Hope you heal up. Can't wait to get
better,
back
Ali.
to action
We'll see you
tomorrow, 2:45 p.m. Eastern. See you then.
Where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier. Stand up, add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Set to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
They could be house, right?
I'm waiting for the sun. I'm waiting for the sun.
On the first one, Teach. He's yellow van, stunned it. I got one. Nice. That was eight. That was eight. Another one eight. That's 2 dead. 2 dead. One is short. He's yellow van, weak, Eli.
I heard you. I'm not
We could plant. Short weak.
Short
weak. Last one, short weak. Short white.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Look at the pre-nade.
Frag just blew the truth. I don't know what happened, I'll be honest.